Good morning to everyone. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to our annual conference, which is titled Charting the Legal and Regulatory Dimensions of the Energy Transition. It is, again, I repeat that, a great pleasure for me to see an initiative that has started 10 years ago by the Hellenic Energy Regulation Institute to have become something like a scientific event that everyone is waiting for in the European energy landscape, our annual conference. And I would like to warmly thank the very important and distinguished academic institutions with which we are co-organizing this year's annual conference of our institute. That is the University of Bergen, led and now represented by my good friend, Professor Mr. Ignacio Anchustegui, the NREG, the Berlin Institute for Energy Regulation, led by my good friend and colleague, Professor Moore, from the University of Leipzig, and last but certainly not least, with the University of Queen Mary University of London, and the very distinguished presence of my colleague, Professor Mary Mitzi. We have a tremendous, really very, very important lineup of speakers today, and very important also issues that will be discussed. And we will try to stick also to the time frame set in order to be also very friendly, or for our conference to be very friendly also to the large audience that we're expecting, as was the case also last year. So by saying that, I give the floor to Mr. Nick Schwartz, who is a research fellow of the Berlin Institute for Energy and Regulatory Law in Berlin. Good day, Mr. Schwartz, and I give you the floor to present your introductory remarks, and please send my warm greetings to my good friend and colleague, Professor Moore. Looking forward to your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Dear Professor Metaxas and esteemed listeners, my name is Nick Schwartz. I'm an assistant to Professor Moore. Unfortunately, Professor Moore will not be able to attend our conference due to a COVID infection. He therefore asked me to convey his sincere regret and to read his welcoming remarks to you on his behalf, and most importantly, wishes everyone a successful conference. So, dear Antonis, dear colleagues, Professor Herrera Anchustegui and Professor Mitzi, dear speakers and esteemed listeners. It is a great pleasure and privilege for me to welcome all of you to the 9th Athens Conference on EU Energy Law and Policy. Dear Antonis, my sincere thanks go to you, not only for your generous introductory words, but above all for your tireless commitment in bringing us together for yet another edition of this truly European gathering. Your dedication has made this conference a constant in the European energy law community, and it is remarkable to see how it continues to grow in relevance each year. A warm word of gratitude also goes to our core organizing institutions, the Hellenic Energy Regulation Institute, the Research Group of Natural Resources Law, Environmental Law and Development Law of the University of Bergen, and the Center for Commercial Law Studies at Queen Mary University of London. I am pleased and honored to be part, once again, of this remarkable gathering of distinguished colleagues and outstanding institutions. The cross-border collaboration behind this conference symbolizes something that I wish to emphasize right at the beginning. Europe can only master its energy challenges together. When we met last year, we reflected on the aftermath of the European energy and supply crisis and the lessons learned from it. Today, the situation has evolved, but the challenges have not diminished. If anything, they have become more complex. Our world has become more uncertain, more fragmented, and more exposed to geopolitical and economic risks than only a few years ago. At the same time, protectionist tendencies are reshaping global value chains and making the transformation of our energy system more costly. And in many member states, including Germany, the political and economic debate has shifted. Cost efficiency, security of supply, and social acceptance have returned to the center of energy policymaking. Achieving climate goals remains indispensable, but we must do so without sacrificing competitiveness, industrial capacity, or societal cohesion. This is, in my view, the central challenge for years to come. This year's conference addresses this question from multiple and highly complementary angles. If we look at the program, we see that it spans the entire breadth of the energy transition, from the evolving role of storage, aggregation, and flexibility to the integration of advanced technologies and new energy careers, to the design of resilient economic frameworks, including state aid rules, and finally to the mechanisms of dispute resolution that ensure stability in a rapidly transforming market environment. What strikes me when looking at this comprehensive agenda is that the energy transition can no longer be understood as the sum of isolated policy areas, technologies, or regulatory instruments. Its success depends on how well these elements interact and how effectively we can design the legal, economic, and institutional frameworks connecting them. Storage and flexibility, for example, are not merely technical add-ons. They reshape market design, regulatory incentives, investment decisions, and cross-border cooperation. Technological innovation, from sustainable fuels to advanced grid concepts or alternative low-carbon technologies, is no longer a distant vision but a pressing regulatory task. It therefore is my pleasure to welcome three of our speakers from Germany to the according panel. Dr. Lisa Kappler, Associated Partner at Kleis Lutz, will give a talk on the regulatory framework and compliance regarding sustainable aviation fuels before Dr. Stefan Schröder, Partner at Freshfields, and Dr. Henrik Wessling, Principal Associate at Freshfields, will elaborate on the race for investment and fair prices in developing Germany's transmission grid infrastructure. Dear Dr. Kappler, Dr. Schröder, and Dr. Wessling, we are very grateful to have you on board today. Another dimension which this conference rightly highlights concerns dispute resolution. As investments increase in scale and complexity, as new actors enter the system, and as regulation evolves at unprecedented speed, robust and innovative legal mechanisms for preventing and resolving disputes are becoming essential for investor confidence and system stability. Against this backdrop, our fourth speaker from Germany, Dr. Björn Ebert, Associated Partner at Kleis Lutz, will speak on challenges in offshore wind farm arbitrations. Dear Dr. Ebert, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to our conference. And of course, I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to all the other remarkable speakers who will provide us with invaluable insights in their respective realms as well. Europe is in a decisive phase of its energy transition. The transformation, if we manage it well, holds not only burdens, but also immense opportunities. Opportunities for innovation, for new business models, and for industrial renewal. Unlocking these opportunities requires sound regulations, legal certainty, and, above all, cooperation. I therefore firmly believe that conferences like today's play a critical role in shaping Europe's path forward. They create a space for reflection, for expertise, for constructive debate across borders and disciplines. And they embody that the very idea that lies at the heart of the European project, that we are stronger when we work together. Before I conclude, let me express how pleased I am that so many distinguished speakers from across Europe and beyond will contribute to these discussions today. Your expertise and practical insights are invaluable, especially at this juncture where technological innovation, legal design, and economic strategy must come together more closely than ever. Dear Antonis, dear colleagues, dear participants, I am confident that today's exchange will further our understanding, challenge our perspectives, and perhaps even bring us a step closer to the solutions we urgently need. I wish all of us a productive conference, stimulating presentations, and fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
We thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Schwarz, again, my best regards to my very good friend and colleague, Professor Moore. It was also a very concise and very targeted introduction that you have, that Professor Moore has made, also as regards the issues that will be discussed today, and making also the proper connections to the to what has been discussed also last year. We see that the energy landscape is heavily influenced by the geopolitical turmoil that we're currently witnessing, and the geopolitical also insecurities that currently exist. So it is also up to us scientists that are involved in observing these developments to actually adapt also our approaches, and this is something that is one of the main issues that will be in the epicenter of our discussions today. Once again, my warm thanks, Mr. Schwarz. And now I give the floor for his short remarks to my good colleague, Professor Ignacio Anchustegui.
Good morning. Very good to see you, Antonis. Good morning, everybody.
Very nice to see you also, Ignacio.
Yes, and it's great to be here in this 9th edition of the Athens Conference of EU Energy Law. I have to say that really this is an event that I always look forward at the end of the year. It's almost always my last event of the year too, but it means that it gives me energy and it gives me motivation for what's coming next. I would like to say first that this is an event that is organized by teamwork, particularly done by the Hellenic Energy Regulation Institute. There's many people around the screen and behind the screen making this a possibility. We already heard from Nick Schwartz representing NREG. We will have also later Mari Mitzi from Queen Mary University of London and myself from the University of Bergen. And it's a great pleasure to be part of this team that puts together Greece as a leading place when it comes to energy regulation and discussions in Europe. And this is an event that really puts together Southern, Central, Northern Europe and starts a dialogue on what needs to be done or what are the key issues regarding the energy transition. I want to say a few things, keep it short because we already had a great presentation by Nick on behalf of the NREG Institute. And I want to say two things. So the first one is the energy transition is becoming complex and it's becoming complicated. I don't know if you have seen, but yesterday, and I read that this morning, the European Environmental Agency has already mentioned that out of 28 targets that we fixed in the European Union for 2030 concerning issues regarding energy transition and environmental protection, we will not reach almost any of them. I think we are only on relatively good path to 3 out of 28. And this is showing that despite the impulse and despite the enthusiasm to try to embrace an energy transition, this is a challenge and it's complex because of energy policy, politics, but also the interplay between regulation and business making. This conference tries to alert, speak, and discuss some of these elements that could be on the way of energy transition. And then the second point that I wanted to bring to the table is that many of the aspects that are interrelated when it comes to the energy transition have a lot to do with what is the role of the law when it comes to the different elements and activities that we are doing regarding regulation. We see more and more at academia, but also at business as well as government making, that not having good substantive rules that can play together the needs of business, society, as well as environment are making the transition more complex, more difficult, and particularly more uncertain when it comes to law. The 9th Athens Conference on European Energy Law and Policy, again, tries to bring together speakers that can add to this conversation and make changes possible. I would like to say thank you to all the speakers that are joining us today. I really look forward to the conversations that we will have today throughout the morning and the afternoon. And I wish you all a good conference. And with this, I give the word again to my good colleague, Antonis Metaxas, and I would like to congratulate him also for his remarks and achievements and recognition this year at the University in Athens that has recognized his trajectory with qualification as a full professor and chair in European and energy law. Thank you so much, Antonis, for making this conference one of the highlights of the year and for putting together such a great panel and working with us. It is much appreciated. Thank you.
I thank you, Ignacio, for your kind words and your continuous efforts to work together, because what we have achieved is to a large extent to present a common place for discussing the scientific aspects of energy regulation and all the challenges that lie ahead. And it's a very, let's say, dynamic subject. And as we see every year, the challenges somehow are not the same. So we try to adapt to that. And we do that, I think, in a proper manner with your cooperation and the cooperation of NREG and the cooperation also of Queen Mary University of London. And by the way, having said that, and we will of course stay during the whole day, and we will have the chance and the pleasure to see you moderate the first panel. I will be moderating the next one. So I don't know if Professor Mitzi is now available so that we hear certain introductory remarks by her.
Hello.
So it's always a pleasure to see you, Mary, and it's always indeed a pleasure to have you also with us, actively contributing to this very lively debate and assisting us in also bringing together leading academics also from your, let's say, academic and scientific environment, which in fact that is always a very fruitful thing for us. You have the floor for this introductory remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I feel like an outsider since I'm coming from a country which is not within the EU, but happy to offer that perspective as well. I would also like to welcome you to this year's conference, Energy Law and Policy. As a co-organizer of the event, I'm delighted to see such a diverse gathering of academics, practitioners, policymakers and specialists within the industry that will speak on the panels. The conversations that we will begin within this conference couldn't be more timely. We do have unprecedented convergence of global challenges, the accelerating climate change, the volatile energy markets, geopolitical tensions that keep on widening, and also inequalities when it comes to the access to reliable and affordable energy. The United Kingdom is no exception to this. Over the past few years, the UK has had to navigate the sharp increase in global energy prices, to reassess the energy securities, and also accelerate its own pathway towards the so-called net zero emissions by 2050. The regulatory landscape is evolving rapidly in the UK as a response to these challenges. There are reforms proposed, for example, under the review of electricity market arrangements, the so-called REMA, the new offshore wind and hydrogen strategies, and also the increasing role of climate litigation and investor-state disputes. So the UK at this stage offers a compelling case study in how law and policy can shape the energy transition. Undoubtedly, this global shift towards cleaner and more resilient energy systems is not only technological transformation, but it's also legal and regulatory one. And these are the challenges that we will be going through and examining within this conference. We do hope that today's discussion will shed light to key developments, but also build connections across disciplines within these sectors. Thank you very much for joining us, and I trust that the insight today will help us create a just and efficient, sustainable energy future. Thank you.
Well, thank you again very much for everything that you have done in order to assist us in presenting this remarkable lineup of speakers today, and that will be discussing so many important issues. And we're also looking forward because this year we are planning to insist on providing also a scientific publication afterwards, because we have as a common objective, I mean, it's not a personal one, a common objective to leave also something behind after this annual conference. So it's important that we exhaust every possibility that we have every year in order to do that. So I will be very happy if you could again contribute to this end this year. I know that we all have our commitments and many things to do, but it will be indeed a very constructive thing if we achieve that this year. Thank you very much, Mary, and I'm looking forward to you chairing also one of the sessions. That will be our pleasure. Having ended this opening remarks, I will give now the floor to Professor Antoustegui for chairing, who will be chairing the first panel. After a short interval about highlighting certain videos from our sponsors, which I would like also to thank at this point. Because without their substantial contribution, as regards also very distinguished speakers that they will be speaking on their behalf, this conference would not be able to take place. So, thanking again everyone. I'm looking forward, and we're all looking forward to this conference today, and I also want to thank for this live simultaneous transmission Energy Press, which is a leading energy website and energy portal here in Greece, and that gives us the opportunity to have access to a large number of young people, academics, practitioners that every year have the opportunity to listen to the most interesting presentations by our speakers. So by saying that, I give the floor to the next part of our conference. I thank you all, and we will be very much looking forward to the presentations that will follow. So Professor Antoustegui has the floor.
Good morning again, everybody. Now we are moving on to the substantive part of this 9th Athens Conference on EU Energy Law and Policy. Panel 1, it's about aggregation and storage as climate action catalysts, from renewable energy sources and battery energy storage services to carbon capture and storage. As I already mentioned earlier, we woke up today to the European Union saying already targets set by 2030 are not going to be achieved, or at least not going to be achieved as quickly or to the level that had been envisaged just a couple of years ago. And some of these targets have much to do with climate action, have to do with the development of renewable energy sources, as well as technologies such as batteries and carbon capture and storage. And this is going to be the topic of the panels that we will have today. Something that I also wanted to discuss and share with you is that yesterday was announced a big reform that will come in perhaps 2026 or 2027, which is the Great Package of the European Union. And the Great Package of the European Union has much to do with some of the elements that we are going to be discussing today, in particular that of batteries and storage. This is the topic that our first speaker, Olga Maria Kritsi, Senior Legal Counsel of BayWa MEA, is going to be presenting us today. She is going to be speaking about updates regarding the Greek storage landscape. I know Olga Maria from several years because she has been participating in our conference before. She has a law degree. She has a master's from the University of Queen Mary, which is another one of the organizers. And she's an expert on these issues concerning storage. And I would like to say, Olga Maria, thank you so much for joining us today and for the times that you have done in the past. And we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Ignacio. Good morning. I would also like to thank you for coordinating this panel. Also thank Professor Metaxas and the Institute for this kind invitation. So I will try to share my screen and start. Is it already shared? Okay. Sorry. So I will be speaking today about the legal updates regarding the Greek energy storage landscape. As Ignacio mentioned, it's a very important topic regarding the energy transition. And just to make a very brief introduction, a necessary introduction about the definition of the storage. Energy storage means in the electricity system.
Olga Maria, just excuse me for this, but could you please put them on full screen because you have them on a PowerPoint?
Yes. I'm so sorry about that.
No, it's okay. You're the first one. Okay. It's always tricky when it comes to doing sharing on screen. Excellent.
I hope it's okay right now. Thank you.
Now we can see them.
Great. So according to the Directive 944 of 2019, energy storage means the deferring of the final use of electricity to a moment later than when it was generated, or the conversion of electrical energy into a form of energy which can be stored, the storing of such energy, and the subsequent reconversion of such energy to electrical energy or use as another energy carrier. The main storage technologies right now is the mechanical storage through pumped hydro storage, the chemical storage through battery energy storage systems, the thermal energy storage, and hydrogen that is being spoken about a lot. As regards the Greek legal regime, until recently, and despite the directive, the relevant directive, the broader legislative and institutional framework for storage in Greece was unclear, if not non-existent. Due to the above, in February 2021, the European Commission sent the country a reasoned opinion for not fully incorporating the EU rules on the internal electricity market. And following that reasoned opinion, in July 2022, Law 4951 of 2022 was introduced when Greece finally incorporated the provisions of the directive. Following that, amendment to important laws took place so that energy storage was recognized as a separate sector in the Greek energy market. So, according to law introduced in Greece, of course, storage was recognized as a distinct energy activity, along with production, supply, purchase, etc., and was also classified as a public utility service under state supervision. The counting separation of electricity companies with regard to the exercise of electricity storage activities was established in order to avoid cross subsidies, and the conditions and the procedure for licensed storage plants by the regulatory authority were defined. Also, the conditions for the electronic register were set. The obligation of the conditions for drafting the new license regulations specifically for storage were provided for, and the exceptional possibility for the operation of the transition system and the distribution system to own, develop, operate, and manage storage facilities was provided for. Especially as regards the energy storage license, this is granted by the regulatory authority for a period of 25 years and may be expanded for an equal period. The applications are submitted electronically within the first 10 days of each month, and RAE maintains an electronic register of electricity storage through which electricity storage licenses are issued. The storage is provided to be issued in accordance with the storage license regulation. However, it has to be noted that at this point, such regulation it has not been yet issued. So all licensing is regulated by the regulation of electricity production and supply licenses. A special mention should be made in the National Plan for Energy and Climate of 2024, where especially for battery storage systems, the target was set to 4.3 gigawatts by 2030. The national plan specifies that storage units, of course, contribute to the smoothing of the fluctuations in the price of electricity. It can participate in the balancing market, providing flexibility and ancillary services. And of course, the storage systems in combination with RES, the collocation, can help better manage the energy produced by RES station, minimizing the application of injection restrictions. So, as expected, Greek state, in order to support this new technology in the Greek market, contemplated the state aid scheme that was notified to the Commission in 2022 for a scheme for a financial a scheme of amounting to 341 euros for 900 megawatts. Following the approval of the Commission, the relevant law was introduced and provided for the institutional framework for investment aid and annual operating aid granted to electricity storage station connected to Hellenic electricity transmission system. According to law, the aid shall take the form of an additional compensation over the net revenue from the operation of the storage station within the electricity markets. By the ministerial decision of 2023, specific terms and conditions for competitive procedures were set, and following that, the regulatory authority announced 2 competitive tendering procedures using the single-step static auction method for the granting of investment and operating aid to electricity storage station. This aid scheme provides subsidies for both the capex of the projects at 200,000 megawatts and their operation through the provision of predetermined annual revenues per installed capacity for a period of 10 years. Under the support scheme, operational aid is calculated annually as the difference between the daily revenues as submitted at auction by each project and the actual revenues from the market when they become operational. So the first tender was concluded in August 2023, where the final awarded capacity met the initial target of 400 megawatts. And the average price of the selected projects, it has to be stated that it was significantly lower from the bid price, around 50,000 euros per megawatt per year, for storage units with a duration greater than or equal to 2 hours. The second tender also was concluded in November 2023, where the final awarded capacity also amounted to 299 megawatts to 11 selected participants, also meeting the auction capacity. And also the average price was at around 50,000 euros per megawatt per year, which is significantly lower than the bid price. The third tender was concluded recently in January 2025. It gave exclusive eligibility for regions of Western Macedonia and the Peloponnese region, which are former coal mining areas where the focus was given. The awarded capacity also was around 200 megawatts to 9 selected participants. As a general assessment on these 3 tenders that took place last years, it has, of course, to be stated that the target of 900 megawatts of storage facilities for receiving this support was met, which is something, of course, very satisfying. However, there are some points that need to be emphasized here. All selected participants in all 3 bid tenders have to apply for the activation of the station by certain deadlines in 2026. In case the above deadlines are not met, there is a financial penalty linked to a gradual forfeiture of the bank guarantee submitted. And if delays are big, could eventually result in facility exclusion from the support scheme. In any case, all projects needs to be activated by summer 2026, otherwise the RRF fund is in danger. And in general, market estimates that some facilities, some projects that were successful in these 3 tenders maybe not be able to be activated within the deadlines. So, following the state aid regime, the state support is trying now to support the merchant battery energy storage systems, storage projects that do not receive subsidies but operate with the revenues derived purely from the energy market. Within this framework, the ministry sought to meet the target of the national plan of 4.3 gigawatts by 2030, including the 900 megawatts already allocated through the competitive procedures. So, ministerial decision of March 2025 has been issued. This ministerial decision has established a fast-track priority procedure for granting connection terms for selected storage projects. This priority regime concerns exclusively standalone BESS and sets the eligibility criteria, the technical characteristics, all the anti-concentration criteria and evaluation criteria, as well as the penalties applicable in the event of non-compliance with law. After several extensions, the deadline for the submission of the relevant application was in October 2025, where the application really exceeded expectations, as we have learned by the ministry. More than 700 applications were submitted. And more precisely, applications exceeding 5.4 gigawatts were submitted to the transmission system operator, where the limit was 3.8 gigawatts. And as regards the distribution network operator, the application exceeded 1.2 gigawatts with a limit of 900 megawatts. Another point in order to support battery energy storage system is adding storage units to existing and new RES stations. By Law 51 of 2024, there was provided a regime for the possibility of adding such storage units to existing and new RES plants. There is a possibility for photovoltaic plants to be converted, if technically possible, into stations with an incorporated storage system behind the meter, upon submission by April 30 of 2025 of the relevant application. The useful capacity of batteries to be installed shall be at least equal to 1 hour of the installed capacity of the corresponding station. The plant shall be compensated on the basis of the hourly market price of the day-ahead market for the energy they feed into the grid. And it was specified that the operating support contracts and the PPAs that are already in force shall remain in force and will not be affected. What we see as future perspectives and maybe some tricky points in Greece for the battery energy systems is that, of course, energy storage is currently at the core of the investor interest, which is now shifting away from RES projects and focusing more on batteries. 2026 is expected to be the first year that the batteries will be added to the energy system. And we see a rapid expansion of such systems due to the fact that there is a significant cost reduction as the years go by. And of course, the combination, the co-located, the hybrid projects are expected to become more competitive than standalone systems and standalone batteries, as the added value of the availability outweighs the additional cost of constructing such a system at cost, which is in any case gradually decreasing. It has to be noted, however, that at this point there are bottlenecks in the granting of connection terms, especially regarding merchant batteries. The regulatory framework is not totally clear as regards the collocation of batteries and RES station. And of course, this affects the banks, and there is a reservation by the banks to finance such projects due to the above topics. That was my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olga Maria. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. And we start in a great way understanding what is the landscape in Greece with 3 tenders for batteries and how this is scaling up. Thank you again for being in this session. Now I'll give the floor to the second speaker, but Olga Maria, stay with us so that we can have a conversation at the end. So continuing our discussion on batteries, I would like to introduce our 2 next speakers that are coming from Optimus Energy. They are Stella Zakaria and Elena Kalageropoulou, and both of them work in Optimus Energy, and I have them here on the screen. Both Stella and Elena are experts on issues regarding batteries development and business models connected to this. They have been participating in different projects and events in Greece, and they're going to talk about a topic that is very linked, or is starting from the point where Olga Maria left it, which is optimization contracts for battery energy storage solutions. Stella and Elena, it's wonderful to have you, both of you, here. And thank you for joining us in this conference. And I'll give you the floor for your presentation. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear us? Hello, can you hear us?
Is everything okay with the connection? Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you very well, and we can see you very well, both.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Hello. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm Stella Zakaria, CEO of Optimus Energy, a company of Yekterna Group. And we are here together with Elena Kalogeropoulou today. Elena is the director of best development sector of Optimus Energy and flexibility in general. So I understand that most of the audience here is full of people that will come later, will meet later some of our contracts and some of our solutions. So it's better to see today what we are preparing, how we stand in terms of best development. And we figured out with Elena that it would be nice to discuss some of the most frequent questions that we get from our potential clients.
Yeah, exactly. We have prepared a short presentation. We can stay on a few topics that all play out in the contract. Here you can see the most frequently asked questions. They start from how exactly the best assets operate in the markets, and then how do revenues actually are combined from all the different markets, and how does the performance is affected after some years, and what is the best commercial agreement that someone can enter. For those of you that may not know us, as Mrs. Zaharia said previously, we are the largest renewable aggregator. We have stayed with the largest market share for most years. We are currently representing more than 4.5 gigawatts. These are renewables and also flexible industrial load in the balancing market. And we are ready to welcome storage, which is deeply needed. As all of you know, renewables have been integrated in the system. This is not the problem anymore. The problem is the excess production. At times, they have seen extreme curtailments. Just yesterday, I think there were near zero prices during midday, and it's December. 2025 will be a record-breaking year for curtailments. Almost, or maybe more than 15% of total renewable production will be curtailed. So, of course, the solution is flexibility and storage.
We can say here that we are expecting also a lot of solar in the next few months. Approximately 5 gigawatts of solar are under construction on top of the operating ones, and additional 2 gigawatts have connection agreements in place. So we expect that these projects will be constructed. 2026 will be a very difficult year in terms of curtailment.
Because storage assets won't be, most of them won't be ready yet. And the worst is yet to come for the following year, until we see the actual solutions that need to be there. But these flexibility solutions from afar, from someone that doesn't know the operation of energy markets, they seem very easy to implement. Simply bidding strategies, especially in Greece, we are used to a simple route to market agreement, not so sophisticated algorithms, not so much optimization yet. But especially for batteries, what we need is what you see at the bottom of the iceberg, all this automation, investment in robust infrastructure, compliance, cybersecurity issues, the smart use of AI and machine learning, advanced techniques. So there's a lot of room for improvement for all the market participants, and we have tried to do that internally. For BESS in particular, we feel that there are three key players that you need to take care of. First is your project development, how you select your integrators, your batteries, what warranty terms they have, and what are the people that are running this project and what decisions they make. Then there's the market value, how you're going to gain more from the market across every available segment. And then there is also the optimal control and the safety and the actual how the markets are translated to dispatching and energy control. This is what it looks like. This is a typical day, let's say. It's naive to think that a battery asset will charge and then rest and then fully discharge later in the day. This approach is very naive, and it's not how the asset will be operated. In reality, what you will see is very many different products and unlocking revenue across all of them. So having dispatch instructions and a signal that is very complicated, and this is why algorithms and advanced systems are needed. Revenues are going to come from the markets that are managed by the market operator and the ones managed by the TSO. So we will have the day ahead and the intraday market. These are auctions and continuous XBID. Then we will have some capacity revenues from the TSO market, and then we will have the actual activations of AFR and MFR energy. So the complexity needs to be turned into revenues in a smart, sophisticated way, and looking at how this have been achieved in other markets. This is also why we have selected some partners from abroad that will run the optimization and that they know how to stack revenues and how to make decisions.
Elena, this means that we start almost 1.5 days before the actual time of physical delivery, and we prepare our bidding strategy for the day ahead. The next day, we make continuous correction trades. Right?
Exactly.
And we get paid for them.
Yes.
Even hours before the physical delivery. And then close to the physical delivery, we can also provide ancillary services for the TSO, and we get paid even if we are not energized, right?
Exactly. There's a variety of signals, and there are financial trades that will happen, and the position corrections and arbitrage, and then there will be capacity that will be allocated, and then there will be physical activation and energy use. So this is why we're talking about different products with different rules and different market segments. This is how this will play out in our operations. So if next year, the first asset that will come live, it will join our virtual power plant. This is the, let's say, the full, the heart of operations, where also the flexible loads are kind of connected and the renewables. And then there's the optimization engine by Inspired. This collects all the publicly available data, the specific data for each separate individual BESS asset, and all the trading, forecasting, analysis, dynamic reoptimization, and new signals. And then we have our participation in NX and the TSO markets to have a successful battery asset. A very important topic that now comes up in our discussion with clients is the warranty terms of each asset. So when you buy a battery, there are terms and conditions that you need to follow to have a lifelong asset later in your investment. This means that you may not be able to use it, and if your asset is not there available to gain the market signals, your investment won't be as successful as you think it will be. It's important to note also here for the legal people listening that these terms need to be integrated into the optimization algorithm. The optimizer needs to make sure that they always respect these limits, and then your financing team needs to make sure that what they see as revenues is in line with what the asset can actually do.
And this is why it is important for us to step in rather early in the procedure. And every company that plans to develop, to build a BESS asset before contracting the purchase of storage, it's good to consult us, because we can help with some advice about what would be the best, the optimal warranty portfolio without creating problem to the life of the battery.
Exactly, because it's a topic that is very important and it translates to revenues. Imagine that a small change of your integrator selection can result to millions over your investment. So this is why we are very there for you to discuss these things ahead of time, like Mrs. Zaharia said, and make sure that your investment will play out like you want it in the markets. Another very important topic is what the asset owner will be able to see real time. So this is an example of a live dashboard that you will be able to collect all the information about the physical execution of trades as well as the financial trades. You can see at the top right of your screen the health statistics that you need to see. So you will see how your asset is actually degraded. and what every asset owner needs to see, which is revenues, in a daily, monthly, or whatever format you see. This is an asset-specific dashboard available 24/7 for your assets. We will make this happen in Greece with our partners from Inspired, and it will be available to most customers to make you understand a bit more how the market really, the complexity of it. And another importance of performance is the portfolio, the whole portfolio, how it performs. We hope that in a few years from now, once we have some batteries, we can follow Inspired's example. They are very transparent in showing actual revenues from the asset they optimize. It's important to note here that the maximum portfolio, the best performing asset from the worst performing asset, sometimes it comes down to your performance warranty, so the terms that we discussed previously. And this is also makes sense to see the volatility of these markets, with months with lower revenues and months with higher. So closing up, an important decision for you is the agreement and the financial structure of this agreement. At Optimus Energy and the Yakterna Group, we want to offer as much as possible all options for investors, starting from the tolling agreements, which give you stable revenue for a longer period of time. Then we have agreements combining a floor or a cap or mixed profiles so that you can have some guaranteed revenue, but you can share some upside. And then, of course, for the most optimistic people that have seen profits elsewhere and want to explore the full potential, we have only profit-sharing schemes that are fully merchant and will allow you to unlock the best values for your asset.
Probably we will move between option B and C, floor and profit sharing, or fully merchant. I don't believe that we will be able to provide tolling agreements because we think that a merchant asset should have the motivation of profit sharing.
Mm-hmm. And it also makes sense for you to be involved in operation and see the live dashboard and unlock with us all the revenues. So this concludes our small presentation. We're happy to share it with you after the event, and we can stay with you for a few questions.
Thank you so much, Stella and Elena, for presenting what you're working in Optimus Energy as an aggregator and flexibility provider. And it's fascinating to see how the interaction of business, finance, and law comes together in this example. And as you're mentioning, in a world where we have a lot of curtailment of renewable energy and we're installing more, at the same time, we need to have batteries that optimize the utilization of this and can offer a secondary market for this electricity not to be curtailed, but actually in a way saved and later on utilized when it's needed, because that is the world of a very variable supply of electricity that we have with renewables, which is both a blessing and a curse, but it opens up the door for battery storage solutions. So Stella and Elena, thank you so very much for being with us here today. As I mentioned, we will have a conversation later. And now I would like to introduce our third speaker of the day, and this is Dimitris Ratiotis. Dimitris is the head of regulatory of EU affairs of UNIS. UNIS is one of the also pioneers in Greece when it comes to the development of renewable energy projects. So Dimitris, you're going to be speaking perhaps from a different perspective. You're not talking as an aggregator, you're not talking about bids, but you're talking about your experience on what it is, the interaction of building and developing renewable energy sources and aggregation issues. So, Dimitris, I would like to give you the word, and thank you so much for joining us today and representing UNIS, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. And from my side, ladies and gentlemen, and all distinguished colleagues and esteemed representatives of Hellenic and European academic institutions, and as well as public and private entities. It is really a great pleasure to attend this session today. And I would like to thank you for the opportunity to engage in a dialogue with such an audience with deep expertise and significant influence. Your work at the forefront of energy policy, research, and regulation continues to shape the strategic course of Europe's energy transition, and it is an honor to contribute to this discussion. As Europe enters a decisive decade for climate action, the role of energy storage and advanced aggregation frameworks becomes increasingly crucial. Today's presentation aims to explore how battery energy storage systems, together with aggregation, serve as catalytic enablers for system resilience, market efficiency, and the achievement of our collective decarbonization goals. Sorry. We will also examine how the European and Greek regulatory frameworks are evolving to support this transformation. I hope the insights we share today will contribute meaningfully to the broader conversation on building a cleaner, smarter, and more secure energy system for the decades ahead. So let's start. Let us begin with the. I think it's. I don't know if you can see the. Okay, so the ongoing energy transition, as I said before, which is at a crucial juncture, is not merely a technological change. It is a profound systemic restructuring of how we produce, distribute, and consume energy. In this new environment, energy storage systems, the well-known as battery energy storage systems, emerge as one of the most critical catalysts for accelerating climate action. The increasing penetration of renewables, the need for decarbonization, and demand for flexible and resilient systems make energy storage and aggregation key drivers of transformation. In practice, this means that investments in technological infrastructure must be supported, by a stable and clear regulatory framework that enhanced the reliability, efficiency, and effectiveness of the systems. Battery energy storage systems are no longer simply a technological choice. They are a strategic tool for system stability, market efficiency, and achieving climate targets. Furthermore, through digital aggregation, energy storage can become an active participant, dynamically contributing to market operations and grid stability. How battery energy storage systems became a critical factor for renewables and regulation. The increasing penetration of renewables boosts the availability of clean energy, but their intermittent nature creates challenges for system balancing. Battery energy storage systems enable, first of all, management of intermittent renewables generation, smoothing fluctuations. Secondly, absorption of excess energy and reduction of curtailment, maximizing the utilization of generated energy. Provision of flexibility services as frequency regulation, voltage support, and services. Then we have to mention the reinjection of energy during peak hours, improving energy security. And last, the substitution of thermal units in critical ancillary services, reducing CO2 emissions, and many others. In simple terms, we can say that without storage, renewables have a penetration ceiling, whereas with storage, their potential is unlocked, significantly contributing to the achievement of energy transition goals. This is the points I mentioned before, the challenges and the impact at the end. Now we can pass to the European regulatory framework about this strategic and political context. The European Union sets clear targets through the Green Deal and Fit for 55 package, aiming for a 55% reduction in emissions by 2030. The REPowerEU plan seeks to accelerate energy independence and RES deployment. Energy storage is recognized as a central factor in achieving these objectives. Secondly, the EU, as guidelines for storage, promotes the recognition of storage as an independent resource category, allowing full participation in electricity markets. Additionally, measures such as the removal of double charging for charging, discharging, and the development of support mechanisms, including innovation funds and contracts for difference, are being considered to enhance the financial viability of projects. What are the challenges? Despite progress, challenges remain, including uneven in the integration into balancing markets, complexity in connecting with grid operators, and the lack of clear remuneration rules for flexibility services. One or two key Greek regulatory framework, because previous speakers described them in details. I present some key legislative developments regarding the framework of storage. First of all, it was the law 4951 of 2022, which marked a decisive step for the full recognition of battery energy systems in Greece. The law simplifies the licensing process and establishes clear rules for the integration of storage systems in both renewables and standalone configurations. Secondly, we have the ministerial decision 2048 of 2025, which this regulation opens the market for standalone battery energy systems, defines procedures for evaluation and granting connection terms, and releases a total capacity of 4,500 megawatts of new storage projects. This provides a clear investment perspective and promotes the development of storage infrastructure. Third, we have a key point is the Regulatory Authority of Energy Decision 65 of 2025, where it introduces a methodology of annual operation support, linking battery energy systems remuneration to their actual market participation. This enables storage systems to play an active role in markets and contribute to providing flexibility services. And as challenges, if we want to set some challenges for the Greek market, we could say that despite positive developments, challenges remain, such as the limited maturity of the ancillary services market, revenue structure uncertainties, the need for collaboration with aggregators, and compliance with technical grid requirements. At the next slide, we can see some things about the aggregation and the named as virtual power plants. First of all, what are the participating resources? The participating resources are the battery energy storage system, the flexible industrial or commercial loads, small and large renewable energy system units, and microgrids and energy communities. What are the regulatory requirements for aggregators? Aggregators must be certified as cumulative representation entities, have access to day-ahead, intraday, and balancing markets, and comply with rules for participation in auxiliary services. As a third part of this, we could say that as far as it concerns system benefits, we can say that aggregation allows for reduced balancing costs, increased predictability of production and consumption, optimal utilization of every kilowatt hour of renewables, and decentralized power enhanced energy security. What is the role of battery energy storage system in digital aggregation ecosystem? Battery energy systems are transformed from passive infrastructure into active assets using load and generation forecasting algorithms, optimizing charge or discharge cycles, participating in real-time markets, and providing grid services with a zero carbon footprint. How we can move towards a resilient energy future? The combination of advanced battery energy systems, a stable regulatory framework, and digital management through aggregation creates a system that is more resilient, less dependent on thermal units, economically efficient, and environmentally responsible. And just before the end, we can say some and present, according to our opinion, of course, some policy recommendation and what are the next steps on this. First of all, there must be a full integration of battery energy systems into ancillary services and balancing markets. Second, we should have clear and predictable revenue framework for battery energy systems for arbitrage and flexibility. Third, a simplification of licensing and grid connection procedures. Fourth, we need incentives for hybrid renewables combined with battery energy storage system projects. Fifth, we have to strengthen aggregators and virtual power plants with market access. And last, it is essential the development of data-driven rules for system participation to optimize operations. The final message. Energy storage, when combined with aggregation and renewables, we believe that is an indispensable catalyst for climate action. With a strong European and green regulatory framework, we can accelerate the energy transition and build a clean, safe, and accessible energy future. The message is that technology is ready, policies are maturing, so the time is now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dimitrios. That was an excellent presentation and very clear messages at the end on the importance of aggregation and batteries if we're going to continue developing the way that we should the energy transition on this. And I think your points of stressing the technology is ready, the legislation needs to improve and can improve. We need to try to remove barriers, and we will see what the outcome of the great package that came yesterday will have on this, because the storage and aggregation is mentioned here a few times. It's going to pan out in the future. So I would like to say thank you so much, Dimitrios.
Thank you.
Stay with us around because we will have a conversation at the end. And now I would like to reintroduce our next speaker, which is Apostolos Saltas. Apostolos is joining us from the head of Renewable Energy Sources Department of TEPA. And Apostolos, as far as I understand, has not a legal background because this is an interdisciplinary panel. We have had people coming from different elements of business, economics, finance, but also law, and now engineering. And I don't know if Apostolos is ready there to present, but he will be talking about renewable power and climate neutral systems, and in particular of the role of carbon capture and storage and batteries as well. So let's see if Apostolos is joining us. And I hear that he needs a couple minutes. And instead, we will move now with another colleague that is joining us from EPEC Spot, and this is Philippe Vasilopoulos. Philippe, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, good morning, Ignacio. How are you doing?
Yes. Good morning, Philippe. And you're joining us from EPEC Spot. Your work is as Director of Product Developmental Algorithms. For those of you that do not, EPEC Spot, you are a power exchange and one of the largest ones, if not the largest ones in Europe. And you're actually going to talk about these developments on the European power markets, on the interactions. I suspect a lot has to do with the more difficult work that is now when it comes to balancing, more integration, shorter answer times here. And I would like to say thank you so much, Philip, for joining us and discussing what is happening in European power markets, what are entities like, for example, EPEC Spot doing and facing with at the same time with this interaction of supply and demand, aggregators, as well as storage playing a role. And the floor is all yours. And I would like to say thank you for joining us today again.
That's great. Thank you very much, and also thank you for inviting me to this conference. I'm going to share my screen. Just let me know if you can see it in full screen. So
yes,
today
we can see it.
Okay, perfect, super. So today's presentation is about recent developments in the European power market, and I wanted to give it both a view of what has been happening recently, some recent developments, but also in line with the regulation, because it is the title of this conference and the main topic. And I have two parts in my presentation. The first one is about the energy market, so some of the developments that and the important developments that have taken place on the day-ahead market, and the second part will be on congestion management and important developments on the flexibility market part. But before going to flexibility markets, I wanted to share with you a little bit on what's been happening on day-ahead, and it's also very much linked to what the previous speaker was also mentioning about the important need for flexibility. What I'm showing you here on this slide is something that you might have seen on LinkedIn, maybe not the most recent figures, but it's been really a topic for a lot of discussions currently around the energy market. And this is about the switch to 15-minute granularity. Now, this has been a very important change that happened since the 1st of October 2025. So it's recent because it's been a little bit more than 2 months that the entire European day-ahead market for all the bidding zones has moved now into a 15-minute granularity. And that's important because it allows then market participants to react to the price signals. What we've been seeing since the go live, first of all, I think it's important to recognize that the go live for the entire European market went very smoothly because there were many exchanges involved, the TSOs, the regulators, the market participants, or hundreds of market participants across all of Europe, if not thousands. So this has been really an important development for the electricity market. What you can see here is that for the different weeks, so you have the evolution of 15-minute prices between week 40 and week 47. You can see that the prices are still very variable. And I think this is important because it does remind us that so what's been labeled the sawtooth pattern, because of these variations across the hour, really remind us that we do need more flexibility, and that is something that we at EPEX expect to see over the coming months, the coming years. This sawtooth pattern is not going to disappear overnight. It is one of the consequences of the go live in 15 minutes, because you see these differences among the different quarters of an hour that start emerging. But we do see that this has been narrowed already in 2 months. It is narrower than it was in the beginning, and we do expect this to smoothen out over the years. One important element regarding the 15-minute development is that now market participants are able to bid in 15 minutes, they're able to bid in 60 minutes, 30 minutes, and they're also able to offer blocks of 15 or 60 minutes on the market. And what I'm showing you here in this bar chart is for a month after go live, from the 1st of October until the 31st, you see that the share of 15-minute orders is very much now the bulk of the volumes traded. So out of 100% of traded volumes during that month, in most of the countries, more than 65% of the volumes are now in 15 minutes. So the transition has been very smooth. One of the topics that is linked to regulation, and it's coming in the very near future, because this is something that the European Commission is working on, is CACM 2.0. So that means that for the energy market, for the day ahead and intraday markets, there's going to be an updated or a modified regulatory framework. And on that topic, I'm a bit less optimistic that the developments that I was showing you here, because some of the elements in the CACM 2.0 are worrying, at least for EPEX and many other exchanges and transmission system operators. We do feel that there are some concerns that are on the current regulation, and there are concerns about three main pillars. These are the 3 pillars of the CACM 2.0 temple. The first ones are on the legality of the proposal, especially regarding the change of governance and the move from this multi-nominated electricity market operators to a single legal entity, which we are worried is likely to, instead of improving, it's likely to take away a lot of the efficiency of the market coupling organization that we have today. We do believe that the proposal, especially on this topic of a single entity, goes significantly beyond the implementing powers that have been politically mandated to the Commission. And we can remember, for example, the electricity market design work that has been done after the energy crisis, where it was explicitly agreed to take away the part of the single entity out of the EMD reform, and now it is back into the CACM 2.0. And the third point, which is also very important, is that it lacks solid evidence and empirical analysis. There has been no study or understanding with empirical findings that there is a solid basis to move towards a single legal entity, which one can perceive as probably very a monopolistic entity, which is also going to have, I would say, administrative rigidity, and will take us away from what we are trying to build now, which is a flexible electricity market and a resilient electricity market for the decades to come, and to accompany the energy transition. The second topic I wanted to mention today, this is really an important development for EPEX Spot, has been the development of local flexibility markets. And before going into what has been happening in the European setup and the European regulatory part, I wanted to focus on an initiative that has been very encouraging. Before going into the numbers, just remind everyone what these flexibility markets are. And just for everyone to share this idea, you have a system operator. In this case, I'm going to talk about UK Power Networks, one of the largest or the largest distribution system operator in Great Britain, who needs to manage congestions on its grid. And congestions are not something only in the UKPN area, it's something that you see all over Europe because of the emergence of renewables, because of the emergence of intermittency in the system. Congestions are becoming a real issue. Now, in the flexibility markets, what the system operator can do is that it can procure flexibility from flexibility service providers. The role of EPEX is to be in the middle with a platform that allows to make buyers and sellers meet at the best price and be able to manage the physical congestions on the distribution grid in this case, but it can also be on the transmission grid. UK Power Networks has been working with EPEX for the last year and a half now in developing this flexibility market for the London area, but also in a for the entire control area of UKPN, which ranges not only in London, but also very far on the southeast of England. The mission is to create savings for customers by using flexibility as an alternative to network reinforcement. So instead of just building lines and spending capex, the OPEX part is allowing to manage the congestions on the grid. The work that we have been doing together is to move this market to the next level in terms of customers, in terms of the numbers of flexibility service providers that are participating, and also so opening it to new market participants, but also, and this is important, we have moved from a long-term procurement that was done several months before, what we call the reservation of flexibility, into an activation market, which takes place on the day ahead. What I think is important, I wanted to share these numbers with you, is that this has been working very successfully. We have now 300,000 assets that are registered in the system. Out of them, 250 have been approved by the system operator and are able to provide their flexibility. This is done by working with more than 40 flexibility service providers and allowing them to offer their flexibility to the system operator on a long-term, but also on a day-ahead basis every single day of the year. And one of the remarkable successes of this initiative has been that in the recent months, UKPN has been managing to meet its first tenders with 100% flexibility sourced from green technology. This is one of the use cases that I wanted to share with you. So in this case, it was in Southeast England on the 12th of September of the current year. UKPN had to buy 22 megawatts of flexibility. And it did that, it procured this flexibility by dispatching 250 EV home chargers, 120 home batteries, 2,000 households with low carbon tech, and one can think, for example, of heat pumps, and a single BES, so battery energy storage system for 2.5 megawatts. And that made the procurement 100% low carbon, flexible flexibility, allowing to manage the congestions on the UKPN grid, and this is really a game changer. We do believe that this is something that has the capability of changing the landscape and facilitating tremendously the integration of renewables. And I'm just going to add my presentation with this last slide. This was, so I've been showing you things from Great Britain, but this is also something that is happening on the continent, in Central Western Europe, and more generally in the European Union. We've got a piece of legislation, of regulation that is arriving. It's called the Network Code on Demand Response. And this will set the future regulatory framework for local flexibility and market, for local flexibility markets in Europe. It will allow to harmonize processes, to harmonize the products across EU, and is forcing a full standardization. And this is really important if we want to scale these markets and really take them to the next level. The document is really going in the direction of pushing for market-based flexibility procurement by system operators. It facilitates also the multi-market access, because flexibility service providers, they need to do what we call revenue stacking. They need to use across market optimization, across wholesale, across ancillary services, and across congestion management services in order to manage to achieve the highest revenues that are possible. And it also includes a part on the local market operators, one of them being, for example, EPEX, that are bringing on the table neutrality, transparency, and their expertise in order to make these flexibility markets a success in the coming years, in the coming decades. 2 points more on the institutional part. So NRA, the regulatory authorities, are in charge of overseeing this process on the market design. And when we're looking at the next steps, Acer has submitted the network code demand response proposal to the European Commission in March this year, and is currently running, well, the consultation is over now, but we have a comitology procedure that starts with an adoption that is hopefully will be done by the beginning of next year, Q1 or Q2 2026. So with that, I'm going to close my presentation. I hope I wasn't too long. I just wanted to remind the importance of flexibility, not only in the energy market, but also for congestion management. This is really a topic that is going to be key when considering renewables, but also considering batteries integration and electrical vehicles, and even considering data centers, which are arriving and are going to create a massive load on the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Philip. That was an excellent presentation, and you're showcasing the importance of demand-side flexibility and demand-side management, because the markets should not be only focusing on production or supply. We need to think in a different way. And this is something that we have seen as a common thread in the panel. So, Philip, I would like to thank you, and I'll ask you to wait for a few minutes because we have our last speaker now of this panel, and it's Apostolos Saltas. I already introduced him very briefly, but now we have Apostolos with us. He's the head of Renewable Energy Sources Department of DEPA. Apostolos has been working on different elements of energy activities, and he's coming from a different background because, as I understand, Apostolos, you're not a lawyer, and Philip is not a lawyer either. He's an economist. Apostolos, you work as an engineer on many different aspects, and you're going to talk to us about storing two things. So storing as batteries, so electricity, but you're all going also to mention storage as carbon capture storage, CCS. So I would like to hear what you have to say, Apostolos. The floor is all yours. Thank you so much for joining us. And then after you're finished, Apostolos, I would like to invite all the rest of the speakers of the panel for just one quick question that is trying to summarize some of the discussions that we have here. Thank you, Apostolos.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Ignacio. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and we can see you well.
Great. Okay. Good morning. First of all, I would like to say that it's a great honor to be here with you today at this important conference. I'm the department head of Renewable Energy Sources here at DEPA, the Public Gas Corporation. And I would like to start my speech by saying that for many years, the conversation about decarbonization centered almost exclusively on renewable energy sources. And rightly so, renewables are the backbone of the transition. But today we understand something much deeper. Renewables alone cannot deliver the energy future we need. The system of the future must also be stable, controllable, efficient, and resilient. This brings us to the strategic role of energy storage and CCS, not as optional add-ons, but as fundamental pillars of a modern energy architecture. Why storage and CCS? Let me say that storage restores controllability. It converts variable renewable power into flexible, dispatchable energy. It eliminates the gap between production and demand, and turns determinate resources into reliable system assets. Meanwhile, CCS addresses the emissions we cannot eliminate through electrification. So when we speak about climate neutral systems, we are really speaking about the three main things. Renewables, the renewables clean the electrons, storage stabilizes and monetizes flexibility, and CCS tackles the residual emissions. So these three technologies form the complete decarbonization chain. Let's go now to storage as a regulated asset. Historically, regulation focused on generation and transmission, but the modern grid requires a new category of infrastructure, operational flexibility. Storage is not merely an investment opportunity, it is critical system infrastructure, especially as renewables penetration increases. Treating storage as a regulated asset reflects a fundamental truth. Without flexibility, renewables cannot succeed at scale. So this regulatory shift is happening across Europe, adapting its framework to allow storage to provide system services once delivered by thermal units. Now, we have three strategic use cases for energy storage. So when it comes to energy storage, there are three strategic use cases, and we will discuss each of them in more detail in the next slides. As we transition from centralized thermal power to decentralized renewables, the role of energy storage becomes strategic. And why is that? First, storage ensures the grid stability by maintaining the delicate 50 Hz frequency balance, responding rapidly to supply-demand mismatches. Second, in terms of adequacy, storage becomes crucial as demand grows. Without it, the grid could fail to supply power during peak conditions or when renewables underperform, especially under extreme weather conditions. And lastly, storage boosts renewables viability by aligning generation with price signals and demand. This not only makes renewable projects more profitable, but also enhances their system value. These three use cases define why storage is now a core infrastructure element and not just a market participant. So now let's go to the grid stability. Maintaining a grid stability frequency of 50 Hz is not optional, it is foundational. Every appliance in Europe is designed to operate at that standard. Even slight deviations, if sustained, can trigger cascading failures. Historically, this stability came from the inertia of rotating masses in thermal plants. But as we retire fossil-based generation and introduce inverter-based renewables, we lose that natural inertia. Energy storage steps in, offering near instantaneous frequency response. Batteries can detect and react to deviations within milliseconds, often faster than traditional systems ever could. Furthermore, batteries can be placed near grid stress points to provide localized support, ensuring that both urban and remote areas benefit from frequency resilience. This makes energy storage not just a technological upgrade, but a grid-wide stabilizing force. The grid adequacy is about more than just having enough installed capacity. It's about ensuring that power is available when and where it's needed. With electrification of transport, heating, and industry, peak demand is surging, while renewable generation remains inherently variable. Energy storage steps in to smooth this mismatch. During sunny or windy periods, batteries charge. When conditions turn unfavorable, like cold or still nights, those batteries discharge to meet demand. This makes storage an indispensable asset for grid adequacy. It also enables peak saving where high loads during the evening are flattened, relieving stress on the grid. And most importantly, batteries deliver not just megawatts, but duration-secure power, adding confidence to grid operators' adequacy assessments. Renewables are clean, but not always convenient. The sun shines, the wind blows on their own schedules, not when demand peaks. This leads to a temporal mismatch that undermines revenues and can even force curtailment of clean energy. Energy storage systems solve this by enabling price arbitrage. They charge when prices are low, often when renewables flood the market, and discharge when prices surge. This not only maximizes returns, but also reduces waste. Moreover, batteries support the investment case for renewables. Stable, dispatchable output improves financing terms, attracts capital, and accelerates deployment. In this sense, storage doesn't just support renewables technically, it empowers them financially. Storage increases renewables investment certainty by first, recovering energy that would otherwise be curtailed. Second, improving price capture in competitive markets. Number three, reducing volatility risk. Number four, strengthening merchant exposure resilience. And this is perhaps the greatest economic value of storage. It enhances and protects the investment case for renewables. One of the most misunderstood aspects of modern power system is that adequacy is no longer purely as a capacity issue, it's a temporal mismatch issue. Storage allows Europe to save peak demand without new generation, shift renewable production to the hours it is most valuable, increase system resilience during stress events, and limit reliance on expensive carbon-intensive reserves. Let me also talk about the Greek storage framework, and I can say that Greece has taken a pivotal step by structurally integrating energy storage into its national power planning. There is this 4.7 gigawatts battery program, which is not just about permits. It redefines the grid. For the first time, storage is spatially allocated based on grid constraints, aligned with rare saturation zones, and targeted to areas with voltage and inertia deficits. This transforms storage from a free market optional asset into a system-oriented infrastructure layer. By aligning storage deployment with real grid needs, like voltage instability and renewable saturation zones, the framework ensures that batteries deliver value where it matters. There is a project in Kozani. Kozani is in the northern part of Greece. There will be a hybrid system that signals the architecture of the future, if I'm allowed to say that. Clean and dispatchable and resilience-focused grids designed for the post-fossil era. With the phase-out of lignite, Western Macedonia faces not only an economic transition, but also a system stability deficit. The region experienced up to now loss of dispatchable generation, collapse of system inertia, and voltage regulation challenges. The regulatory solution is therefore not only new generation, but system service replacement. The strategic answer is the combination of batteries with synchronous condensers. Batteries provide ultra-fast active power. Synchronous condensers restore inertia and fault level. The hybrid configuration defines the new architecture of fossil-free grids. Building the climate-neutral system. I can say that our journey to a climate-neutral economy hinges on system intelligence, not just clean generation. This is not only about building solar panels or turbines, it's about building responsive, integrated ecosystems. Storage provides the bridge from variability to reliability. CCS offers the safety net for emissions we cannot avoid. And both require forward-looking policy, bankable markets, and strong digital infrastructure. We are not just transitioning energy, we are reinventing how entire systems behave and what is the true scale of the opportunity before us. This is one of my favorite slides about the reserve capacity advantage, and I would say that this slide captures one of the most powerful features of grid-scale battery storage. Its ability to deliver more power than its rated continuous output, but only for brief moments, right? So what you see in the graph is not theoretical. It reflects how battery systems can serve as the first responder to frequency drops. While a thermal plant may take seconds or minutes, a battery can react in under a second, providing crucial system stabilization. This diagram shows one of the key technical advantages of battery storage over conventional power plants. On the left, you see a battery with a rated continuous power of 50 megawatts, and on the right, the same battery is providing 100 megawatts of reserve power. This is possible because batteries respond almost instantaneously through power electronics and inverter overloading. While a conventional power plant needs several seconds or even minutes to ramp up, a battery reaches full reserve output in less than 1 second. In practical terms, this means that a 50 megawatt battery can temporarily behave like a 100 megawatt reserve unit, making it the most effective tool for fast frequency control and grid stability. This characteristic is a cornerstone of the business model for fast reserves, and it reinforces why software, hardware, and system design must be tightly integrated in modern energy systems. Permitting delays a system risk. One of the least appreciated yet most dangerous obstacles to grid modernization is permitting delay. Permitting is often perceived as an administrative step. In reality, it is a system risk factor. Delays shift projects out of viable price windows. Delays shift projects out of, they weaken financial performance, they increase uncertainty and financing cost, and they expose developers to rapid technology price movements. In fast-moving sectors like storage and solar, a one-year delay can fundamentally alter the project's economics. Fast permitting is not a luxury, it is essential for system reliability and investment security. Delays in approval for grid connection, land use, or environmental licenses can erase the business case altogether. We must treat permitting speed not as an administrative matter, but as a core element of system reliability. Because every loss year is a missed opportunity to stabilize the grid and secure climate targets. Now, storage may be technically indispensable, but that doesn't mean it's financially viable. No investor funds batteries because they are green. They fund them because they generate predictable, policy-supported cash flows. Without market mechanisms that reward system services, batteries remain economically fragile. We need a banking layer in the market design, one that translates engineering value into investor-grade products. This means standardized ancillary services, minimum contract durations, penalty certainty, and transparency in dispatch. Only then we scale storage at the grid relevant levels. I have also a presentation about CCS, and I can say that CCS is not a backup plan, it's an essential player of industrial decarbonization. Many sectors emit CO2 from core processes, not energy use, making CCS the only viable solution. Europe is building a cross-border CCS ecosystem with hubs like the North Sea, but also Greece must move fast to secure its place in this network, particularly for cement and refining, the heavy industries here. Without clear regulation, financing tools, and long-term liability management, CCS cannot scale. We need climate policy that matches industrial reality. This graphic provides a comparative overview of Europe's geological CO2 storage potential. On the left, the map shows the theoretical storage capacity for each country expressed in gigatons, with both high and low estimates represented. And the circles illustrate the relative scale of potential storage, while the background shading highlights the major sedimentary basins where CO2 storage is geologically feasible. On the right, the chart presents a ranking of storage capacity estimates by country, distinguishing between high and low estimates and indicating the reliability level of the underlying assessments. Together, the two visuals reveal the significant variability across Europe, not only in total storage potential, but also in the quality and certainty of the available geological data. And I'm finishing now my presentation, and allow me to conclude with the central message of this presentation. We are no longer building energy projects, we are building energy systems. Renewables decarbonize power, storage stabilizes, controls, and monetizes flexibility. CCS addresses the emissions that renewables cannot touch, and digital optimization ties all three into a coherent, resilient system. Our responsibility as policymakers, market operators, developers, investors is not only to respond to today's challenges, but to build a system capable of supporting the next decades of electrification and climate ambition. We are not simply, Mr. Ignacio, transitioning, we are transforming. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. Hope it wasn't too long.
Thank you so much, Apostolos. I like the idea what you say, that we're not building energy projects, we're building energy systems, and I think that's something that we need. We need to take into account not only energy, but we need to take into account also mitigation measures, as you're speaking about CCS and storage, because this is an ecosystem of solutions if we want to achieve this. So I would like to invite the speakers of this panel just briefly here to the floor. We are a little bit over time, but we're not too much over time. And the first thing is I would like to say is Efkaristo, because I don't know if you realize that all the panel is a Greek speaker, even though not everybody is based in Greece, because Philip is based, for example, in Paris. But it has been a great pleasure to have you again with us. And we have covered issues of storage, we have covered issues of climate, but we have also covered aspects of different entities and value chains issues. So what I want to ask to all of you for 20 seconds of your knowledge on what is the most important regulatory or policy step that you feel that Greece or Europe needs to take in the next 2 years to unlock large-scale storage deployment or flexibility solutions for aggregators or demand-side response. So keep it very short, and let's start with Olga, then we go to Philip, then we go to Dimitris, and then we go with Apostolos. Olga, you're first.
Thank you, Ignacio. I have to say very briefly that it was very interesting because there was a legal and engineering and financial perspective to everybody, to all the presentations. Well, for me, I think that it has to be given to all the storage projects a priority in the grid. I know it's a very tricky thing to say right now in Greece, but I think they have to be prioritized. And of course, I believe also that the collocation of battery energy storage systems with all the RES projects we have and the new projects that will be developed can be also a good solution towards this target. Of course, the regulatory framework needs to be clear because the appetite we can see is there. And without this clean and clear regulatory framework, nothing will be concluded in the end.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I keep priority in the grid as the main message from you, but also clearance in the regulation. Philip, your turn now.
Thank you, Ignacio. So I would say twofold. The first one is, as I was mentioning in my presentation, to avoid unnecessary regulations such as the single legal entity, which I think is not going to help making electricity markets more flexible and more fit for purpose, quite on the contrary. In terms of demand response and wider flexibility regulation, clearly the network code on demand response. And I think with a very simple idea we need to give incentives for system operators to use flexibility more rather than just building grids. They have been doing that for decades. And now it was very clear in the previous presentation, it is a really big challenge. We need to build a new system for tomorrow. This is a challenge because we're going to connect millions of different devices, flexible devices and renewables, and that is a big change. So moving to a TOTEX approach and giving incentives for OPEX rather than just CAPEX is what seems to me one of the most important elements. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Philip. Now I give the word to Dimitrios and then Apostolos.
Sorry. Okay, I think now it's okay. In brief, I could say that to unlock the full value of battery energy storage systems, a policy and regulatory framework is essential. So if we just mention one or two recommendations as outline key steps to scale deployment and maximize system value, I could refer, first of all, the possibility to have full integration of battery energy storage systems into ancillary services and balancing markets. This means that they could establish technologically neutral market rules so to allow battery energy systems to provide all relevant ancillary services as frequency control, voltage support, black start capability, etc. This means also to remove minimum size thresholds and allow sub-metering to enable aggregated participation for smaller distributed batteries. Third, to enable fast responding technologies like battery energy systems to be compensated for speed, accuracy, and performance rather than traditional plant characteristics. And for the last, we have to ensure transparent and non-discriminatory pre-qualification procedures tailored to the technical capabilities of storage.
Thank you so much. And Apostolos, you have the last word before we close the panel.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, if I had to pick just one step, I mean, I would say, for example, I would say for sure that policy and regulation are essential, but also I would say that we need also a fully bankable flexibility market, a market that rewards stability and not just production. Storage is technically indispensable, but financially exposed because its value to the grid is not commerciated in a predictable long-term way. We need a clear, standardized products for frequency, response, inertia support, voltage regulation, and most importantly, congestion relief. And we need them with multi-year contracting horizons. A bankable flexibility framework is the bridge between, I would say, the energy transition and the system stability. And I think in Europe needs to cross that bridge now.
Excellent. With this very wise words from the panel, I would like to say thank you to you and also our colleagues from Optimus Energy that had to leave. And with this, we finish the first session of our conference. And now we will continue with the second panel. But before that, we will have a short video of our sponsors and event. And then Professor Metaxas will be with you again. Thank you so much.
So, after the very interesting panel session that was moderated by my distinguished colleague, Professor Antoustegui, we now proceed as planned and on time to the second panel, which is titled Technological Innovation and Advanced Energy Systems, with a very distinguished lineup of speakers. The first speaker will be Dr. Lisa Kapler, who is an associate partner at Gleis Lutz, in Stuttgart. Hallo, Frau Dr. Kappler.
Hello, Professor Metaxas. Thank you for having me here.
Very much looking forward to your presentation that will focus on sustainable aviation fuels. The question of the issue of its regulatory framework that governs this important topic, and of course compliance issues. Sie haben das Wort. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here today, and I will provide a short overview of the regulatory landscape for sustainable aviation fuels, or short SAF. So there are various regulatory frameworks aimed at reducing emissions in the aviation sector, and I will highlight two of them. But first, I will briefly touch upon what sustainable aviation fuel actually means, and then I will outline the relevant international agreement and the EU's Refuel EU Aviation Regulation. Third, I will touch on complementary EU instruments such as the EU ETS. And finally, I will discuss briefly certification systems essential to market integrity before closing with a few key messages. So before we go any further, there's currently no standardized definition of SAF. So both the International Civil Aviation Organization and the EU have adopted their own definitions. So under the Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, short CORSIA, a distinction is made between SAF and lower carbon aviation fuel. When we look what is SAF, SAF is defined as a renewable or waste-derived aviation fuel, which also meets the CORSIA sustainability criteria. Additional objectives of this SAF use include the conservation of land and biodiversity, as well as the protection of human and labor rights. On the other hand, lower carbon aviation fuel, which is also a fuel defined by CORSIA, refers to a fossil-based aviation fuel that meets the CORSIA sustainability criteria, and thus this term encompasses a mixture of fossil fuel and SAF. Both of the fuels must result in at least a 10% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. The EU also has a definition for SAF defined in the Refuel EU Aviation Regulation, and this is aviation fuel that is either synthetic based on biofuels, or based on recycled carbon. So what does synthetic aviation fuel means? It means that it's a fuel made out of renewables from non-biological origin. Aviation biofuels, on the other hand, are liquid fuels produced from biomass, such as feedstock, with exception of food and feed crops. And recycled carbon aviation fuels are fuels that are produced from liquid or solid waste streams of non-renewable origin that are suitable for material recovery. And the EU definition is therefore slightly more precise and differentiated than the definition used under CORSIA. So as already mentioned at a high level, what does CORSIA actually means? It's the Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation that the International Civil Aviation Organization has developed for methods and standards for the reduction of greenhouse gases. So this agreement was adopted in 2018 and is being implemented in 3 phases. The first 2 phases are based on voluntary participation, whereas the participation in the 3rd phase, starting in 2027, will be mandatory for all 192 UN member states. And as of next year, a total of 130 member states will participate voluntarily in the CORSIA, including all 27 EU member states. So what is the aim of the CORSIA agreement? The aim is to ensure that future growth in the aviation sector becomes carbon neutral from 2020 onwards, and to achieve climate neutrality for the entire aviation sector by 2050. And of the targeted emission reductions, it is planned that 65% are achieved through the use of SAF. And to ensure compliance with these goals, CORSIA implements reporting duties and offsetting mechanisms for the party states. So there's an obligation to monitor, report, and verify CO2 compliance, CO2 emissions from flights And this applies to all airplane operators conducting international flights and producing annual CO2 emissions above 10,000 tons. And these reporting obligations apply to those airplane operators, even if the states between which they operate the flights are not yet voluntary participants in the CORSIA offsetting. And by contrast, the CORSIA offsetting, on the other hand, these requirements apply only to the states that voluntarily participate to CORSIA. And since 2021, operators can reduce their CORSIA offsetting requirements by claiming emissions reductions from CORSIA eligible fuels. So as of 2027, all UN member states will be required to comply with the offsetting requirements under the CORSIA regime. So consequently, the distinction will largely become obsolete. So when turning to the EU, the Refuel EU Aviation Regulation is part of the European Green Deal, and it aims to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. And under the European climate law, member states have committed to reduce the net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55%. And the regulation is intended to contribute to achieving this target and entered into force on January 1st of this year. So the goal is basically to implement economic instruments that aim at reducing the carbon emissions from any aircraft departing from EU airports. And it also wants to develop a market for the production and the supply of SAF. So the regulation specifically sets mandatory requirements for the use of SAF, which is the key difference from the CORSIA agreement. So while CORSIA provides incentives for SAF use, it does not impose any mandatory obligation, but under the EU regulation, there is an established minimum SAF blending requirement in aviation fuel. So SAFs have the potential to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the aviation sector, but nevertheless, their use have been largely untapped so far. Prior to the adoption of the EU regulation, SAF usage amounted only to 0.05%, which is almost nothing, of total aviation fuels. So in addition to the mandatory blending quotas for SAF, the regulation also includes provisions regarding refueling obligations for aircraft operators in the EU, and also an obligation for airport managing bodies to facilitate the access to SAF. The regulation has also an enforcement of rules and penalties applicable to certain infringements. So when looking at the quota, concretely, the regulation sets out a clear escalating schedule for the minimum SAF shares in aviation fuels supplied at EU airports, which you can see here, and include the minimum synthetic subquotas. So the minimum shares of SAF are from January 1st this year. It's a 2% share of SAF, which should be entailed in aviation fuel. And then this figure increases every 5 years until from 2050, each year a minimum share of 70% of SAF and a minimum share of 35% of synthetic aviation fuel is required. So this trajectory kind of provides the core commercial signal to producers as well as to suppliers, anchoring to plan, to contract, and also to project financing for both bio-based and power-to-liquid pathways. In this context, the European Union Aviation Safety Agency has also published their first annual technical report reflecting on 2024 data, and it contains information on the status of compliance as well as insights into the state and development of the SAF market within the EU. So even if the regulation was not yet applicable when the data was collected, the report provides a valuable overview of the current state and can also serve as a reference point for assessing future progress. So in total, when looking at the data, 32.1 million tons of aviation fuel were supplied to EU airports, of which 0.6% was SAF last year. So that's already an increase to the 0.05% mentioned earlier. So despite this progress, there remains substantial optimization potential. And according to the reports submitted by aviation fuel suppliers, the 2024 SAF supply to EU airports consisted almost entirely of aviation biofuels. That is the 98% mentioned here, with the majority derived from used cooking oil as feedstock. And most of these feedstocks supplied did not originate from EU countries. The reported SAF achieved average greenhouse gas emission savings of 91% compared to the conventional jet fuel it replaced. So when touching on complementary EU instruments, alongside the CORSIA offsetting system, the European Emission Trading System, short EU ETS, continues to apply. And the EU ETS has covered CO2 emissions from the aviation sector since 2012, and it imposes an obligation on airline operators to not only monitor, but also to report and verify their respective emissions. And they also have to surrender corresponding allowances corresponding to those emissions. The carbon pricing under the EU ETS is higher and thus more ambitious than the CORSIA system. However, the EU ETS only applies to flights within the European Economic Area or Switzerland or UK. Flights to other countries are compensated under CORSIA. The currently applicable version of the Energy Taxation Directive has remained unchanged since its adoption in 2023. But however, due to radical changes in the underlying climate and energy policy framework, the directive does no longer align with current EU policies. Therefore, the EU Commission adopted a proposal for a revision, which aims to not only harmonize the taxation of energy products, but also to promote clean technologies, as well as to remove outdated exemptions and also to reduce rates that currently encourage the use of fossil fuels. However, just a few weeks ago, the EU finance ministers failed to reach an agreement on this. So therefore, the negotiations will have to continue under the next council presidency. And thus it remains still uncertain whether and in what form taxation will be introduced in the aviation sector. When also turning to the Renewable Energy Directive 3, RED 3, the EU has strengthened its binding targets for the expansion of renewable energy sources compared to the RED 2, which was previously applicable. And with respect to the aviation sector, no amendments have been introduced compared to RED 2. So it's still a partial exemption continues to apply in the calculation of the gross final consumption of energy for the aviation sector. In the context of the SAF use, however, it's also of great importance to verify the sustainable production of those fuels in order to avoid negative environmental or social repercussions. So put simply, certification underpins trust in SAF claims. Two families of schemes are central. It's the ISCC and the RSB. The ISCC, the International Sustainability and Carbon Certification, addresses this need and enhances traceability through site-specific audits. So it's basically a globally applicable certification scheme for the sustainability of feedstocks and products, traceability through the supply chain, as well as the determination of greenhouse gas emissions and savings. The ICC operates under different certification systems for different markets. So for example, the ICC CORSIA or the ICC CORSIA Plus, those are certification systems that demonstrate compliance with the CORSIA requirements for aviation fuels. The difference between those two systems is the scope of sustainability requirements that they cover. There's also a certification called ISCC EU. It's a scheme that has been fully recognized by the EU Commission. So with this certification, the compliance with the legal requirements for sustainability and greenhouse gas emission savings as criteria of the RED 3 for all EU member states can be verified. And then for the non-regulated markets, there's the ISCC Plus certification, which is often used for making self-claims in those non-regulated markets. The second scheme of certifications is the RSB standard. It's the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials. This is a certification system for sustainable fuels and materials derived from biomass, waste, and residues. And this standard recognizes producers and processors of biomass and biofuels who comply with rigorous criteria for social responsibility and environmental protection, and thus thereby exceeding both as the minimum requirements set out in RED 3, as well as the CORSIA sustainability requirements. So the requirements are even higher. And also this certification scheme for fuels offers several different variants. So for example, there's the RSB Global Fuel Certification. This applies to fuels produced anywhere in the world, excluding the EU regulated market. For the EU regulated market, you can obtain the RSB EU Red Fuel certification, which is also recognized by the European Commission for certifying compliance with the RED 3. And finally, there's also a CORSIA specific certification, which is the RSB CORSIA certification, and it's a scheme specifically related to SAF, and it specifies requirements for operators along the supply chain to produce SAF that is eligible under CORSIA and complies with RSB sustainability requirements. So to wrap up, I have 3 closing points. So first, SAF is a primary lever to decarbonize aviation in the medium term, reflecting in both international and EU policy. Second, the EU's Refuel EU regulation makes SAF blending mandatory on an accelerating trajectory, while CORSIA embeds global measurement, reporting, and verification, and thus creates value for certified low-carbon fuels. Third, robust certification is indispensable to market credibility and credible enforcement, which will also drive compliance. For the industry in total, the strategic imperative is to secure certified SAF supply, to align corporate transition plans, and to scale investments in advance and synthetic fuels to meet the binding 2030 to 2050 milestones. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much. This was indeed very insightful. You also highlighted the flanking EU regulatory instruments, certification issues, but in general, this subject is a very important one for the energy transition. So it's very important and significant to assess the regulatory maturity as regards the penetration of sustainable aviation fuels. And I also look forward to a possible short discussion after we have the pleasure of having all the speakers in this panel presenting their contributions, and I would be very much looking forward if you could, if your program allows you to stay with us.
Yes, most certainly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kapler. I now have the pleasure of welcoming Dr. Stefan Schröder, who is partner at Freshfields in Düsseldorf, as well as Dr. Hendrik Westling, who is the principal associate at Freshfields, also in Düsseldorf. They will be jointly presenting on the title of the presentation will be Developing Germany's Transmission Grid Infrastructure Between Regulated Return on Equity and Public Interest, a Race for Investment and Fair Prices. You somehow brought everything in the title of your presentation, and let us see how the German approach finds an equilibrium as regards all these significant issues. Sie haben das Wort, meine Herren.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Metaxas. And yeah, indeed, when you look on the title of our presentation, you realize very quickly that this is a topic we could probably spend an entire conference on with several sub-presentations. But we only have 15 minutes. So what we will do in this 15 minutes is breaking it all a bit down with a particular focus on the development of the hydrogen grid infrastructure, which is currently ongoing in Germany. Yeah, looking on how the German regulatory regime aims to tackle these issues in particular when it comes to amortization risks and incentivizing investors to make these investments urgently needed into the network infrastructure. Having said this, handing over to you, Hendrik, for the first slides.
Yeah, thank you, Stefan. So before we go into the details, we would like to give an overview on general risks you are facing when developing a hydrogen grid. So not specifically only in Germany, but also if you would develop it in another country. So first of all, developing a hydrogen grid involves a high initial capex. You have to repurpose natural gas pipelines, but you also have to build new pipelines, and this causes some capex. You have also cost uncertainty because there is volatility in raw material cost. You have risks of delay. There's also a risk that resources that you need are constrained because also other sectors need the same resources. And then furthermore, I mean, your entire business model actually depends on subsidies, and subsidies, at least in Germany and the European Union, are often pretty complex and involve uncertainties also. So that are general challenges you face. I would say they are not specific to a hydrogen grid. They also apply if you develop other infrastructure in the energy space. However, a particular risk we have here is this amortization risk. So the success of developing a hydrogen core grid or a hydrogen grid as such depends on the success of the hydrogen ramp up. And different than in the natural gas world or also in the electricity world, your customer base is limited to certain anchor customers. So mostly companies that are producing steel, that are producing chemicals, power plant operators. These are the main players in this market, and the ramp up of the hydrogen economy will only succeed if these players have sufficient demand. And they are facing a bunch of different challenges. So first of all, the technological challenge. I mean, hydrogen is one option, but depending on which subsector you look at, electrification could also work, direct electrification. CCUS could be an option, biomethane could be an option, or another option could also be that the legislator does not implement the incentives that are necessary to make hydrogen bankable. For example, that it intervenes into the EU ETS price, that certain quota requirements are not coming, and so there is a risk that in the end hydrogen is not consumed to an extent that is necessary to utilize this grid. Obviously, there are also other scenarios that are applicable, but it is simply uncertain. And then in the end, you also have this competitive risks that carbon leakage could occur, or that simply production conditions in other countries are cheaper. And so it's not a guarantee that the hydrogen ramp up works. And so what do you do normally if you invest into infrastructure, but you're not certain whether the infrastructure will be utilized? You will require a risk premium, and actually you would like to have then higher network tariffs. However, if you increase network tariffs, then obviously the anchor customers have to pay more, and their competitiveness would be under threat. So to sum it up, if you would develop a hydrogen grid in the current environment under free market conditions, I think we would see this would be pretty difficult to succeed, and this is why you need certain regulation that reduces the risks and makes the development of hydrogen grids bankable. And so with these initial thoughts, I'm handing back to Stefan. Oh, yeah, actually, no, sorry. We said I also going to do this slide. Sorry, confused that. So the solution of the German government is a core grid, and the core grid should be completed by 2032. And on this slide before, you can see how the core grid could look like. So it actually shows that there are certain spots where where the core grid will go to. So just a short overview on what the core grid is. It's a combination of different hydrogen projects which are operating under specific regulatory and funding conditions. These projects are assigned to responsible parties. Most of them are TSOs, some are DSOs. This core grid concept has been approved by the Federal Network Agency in October 2024, and it potentially consists of 9,040 kilometers with an entry capacity of 1.1 gigawatt and an exit capacity of 87 gigawatt. So now I'm handing back to Stefan.
Yeah, thank you, Henrik. Yeah, and now after having seen what are the challenges and how far we are already on the hydrogen core grid planning, let's now look on the measures which, as Henrik mentioned, are urgently required to incentivize investments, and let's see how this has been figured out for Germany and the German market. So first, these hydrogen grid we saw on the previous slides was based on a planning which was significantly done by the German natural gas transmission system operators, and it then had to be approved by the Federal Network Agency. And within this application, for each of the projects, a so-called project responsible party was to be determined, which, and that is a very important key element, upon approval of the application for the hydrogen core network, are now really legally required to realize these projects, unless there's any change in circumstances. But generally, they cannot say, yeah, no, we don't want to take this final investment decision. So it's kind of taken already with the application being filed for the hydrogen core grid, and then the confirmation of this. And then how is the amortization risk tackled? I mean, first, the regulatory regime for the hydrogen core grid will still be based on a cost-based regulation, as we know it from other energy networks. So you basically look what is the cost base for the infrastructure, and then on that basis you determine the allowed revenues for the particular hydrogen core grid operator. These prices then, which are ultimately need to be paid by the shippers, can be reduced by support payments, in particular under IPCEI, but let's forget this for the moment and say, okay, and this goes back to what Henrik said on one of the first slides, if you would apply a pure cost plus regulation, in particular in a market with rather few network users, you would end up with prohibitive high prices, and it would not even be able to have a successful market ramp up. So what the German regime contains is basically a two-phase approach. So in a first phase, the actual transportation costs will not be based on a pure cost plus basis, but will be determined as a price which will work to achieve a successful market ramp up. And Henrik will tell us a bit more about this price on the next slide. And then clearly, if you don't charge a price which is based on actual costs, but a price which is below costs, you then at the end of the day have a gap on your bank account, and this gap now here is not on your bank account but on the so-called amortization account, which is an account which has been established then by law and by the German government and their ideas. And then in the second phase, the idea is to charge prices to the customers which are actually above the level which would be needed on a cost-based prices, so that this gap can then be closed in the second phase, so that at the end of the day, the amortization account, ideally in the year 2055, is back to zero. However, to tackle the amortization risk, this is combined with a state guarantee, so that if a financial deficit on the amortization account in 2055, then the German state will cover this, with the exemption that a share of 24% is to be borne by the hydrogen core grid operators, and it's shared between them on a pro rata basis. So the amortization risk is very much limited by this instrument, which was a very important step for the investors to at all decide filing the application for the hydrogen core grid. Having said this, I'll gonna move to the next slide. Hendrik will tell you a bit about how these actually charge prices are calculated.
Yeah. So the Energy Industry Act provides that the Bundesnetzagentur has to set up has to stipulate a ramp-up tariff, and there are two principles that have to be considered. So first of all, obviously, the ramp-up tariff should allow to balance this amortization account by 2055. On the other hand, it should also stimulate demand for transport capacity, or at least refrain from discouraging demand for transport capacity, and specifically then refrain from prohibitively high prices in the initial phase. So the Federal Network Agency says interprets that in the following way. They're saying, on the one hand, we need as the industry act says, we need a tariff that allows amortization by 2055. On the other hand, this tariff should always be stable. It should actually always be the same, subject to inflationary adjustments. And based on these principles, BNetzA decided that this tariff for firm annual capacity will amount to 25 euros per kilowatt hour per year. For the intra-year capacity products, the Federal Network Agency will specify the price in its Wakanda decision. Now I'm handing back to Stefan.
Yeah, and then because we are also already running out of time, let's just spend a few words on this last slide here. Because we now spoke a lot about the amortization risk and how this is tackled, and that it's quite fairly tackled by the regulatory regime. But clearly, there's a second very important element. It's not only will I get my money back that I've invested, but also will I receive an adequate return on investment on my capital which I have invested. And you see this big red question mark here. This is still one topic where, in our view, the German government and the German legislator needs to find a solution for. There's some initial price level in the laws, but there are only very holistic rules on how this is to be determined in the future. And this still brings a lot of uncertainty into the market. And it has also led to a situation where, at the end of the day, not all projects in the hydrogen corridor application had project responsible parties, but it's in particular for some projects with a starting point in a few years, we not yet have commitments from entities which are willing to realize these projects and giving a binding commitment. So this is still an open question which needs to be brought to a solution by the German state and the German government. And I think then we are right on time at the end of our presentation.
You're indeed on time, and it was indeed very insightful. I can remember I was 3 years ago, I was asked to chair a conference session here in Greece about the prospects of the hydrogen market, and there were, I wouldn't like to exaggerate, but there were hundreds of people in the audience, and at least here in Greece, I have the impression that this hydrogen enthusiasm has somehow weakened. So it's important also to get this input from Germany, who is that can be regarded somehow as a pioneer of the hydrogen market in this common European energy landscape, and see the challenges and the problems, but also the suggested solutions that you have presented and the approach of the Bundesnetzagentur. So it was indeed very interesting. I would like to kindly ask you to stay for perhaps a very short conversation afterwards. We're really on time, and I'm planning to be strict on that, so I don't somehow ask you to delay other activities that you have during the day. Again, thank you very much, both of you, for this very interesting presentation. I will now give the floor to Dr. Diego Manuel Cebreros, who is a postdoctoral researcher at the Université Paris-Saclay. Dr. Cebreros.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Good morning, first of all. We're really happy to have you on board, and with a very interesting issue that you will be presenting on. I'm really happy that we have what also my good colleague Professor Antoustegui mentioned, to have in this annual conference that we're organizing every year, aspects regarding core issues of the energy transition coming from many perspectives of member states that have, of course, their peculiarities, but after all, we're talking about common challenges for the European energy market. So I'm really looking forward to your presentation. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm going just to brought you some ideas about how EVs can be, electric vehicles can be an asset to decarbonize electricity systems if we adapt our regulations. So the way my presentation will go first by talking a little bit about the opportunity of electric vehicles, then about the differences that requires an adaptation or thinking differently about the electricity systems, and what are the challenges that emerge from this process of adapting. So the opportunity is quite straightforward, is that electric vehicle batteries can be used as a source of electricity storage, which is very much needed to have electricity systems that have a high share of intermittent renewable energy, such as solar or wind. Just to give you a sense of what type of benefits electric vehicles can provide, we can look at, for example, at the CO2 emissions, the emission factors per kilowatt hour produced in California of today, which has a shift on the middle, a little valley, which shows that there are less CO2 emitted per every kilowatt hour consumed. This is mainly driven because there is a more renewable energy at this time, which are typically solar. So what can electric vehicles do is they can try to charge during the times of low CO2 emissions, or when you have a lot of renewable energy production, or even if you have excess, to charge it and store it on the electric vehicle batteries, to then discharge it during the times of peak consumption. So this is a basic idea. And this basic idea is called vehicle-to-grid, more standardly. And it has two main advantages for the electricity system perspective. On one hand, it is, in terms of capital investments, it is 1/20 of the cost of a battery energy storage system, which are basically the large-scale storage systems that you will have to install in case you don't have other sources of electricity storage, such as pumped storage or hydro. It also has big potentials because we are expecting to have a lot of electric vehicles. So there's a study that was done in 2023 from Nature, which basically compared the storage needs that the electricity needs until 2030 and the amount of electric vehicles that we are expecting to be introduced. And under the assumption that all electric vehicles have these bidirectional capabilities, he determines that the amount of electric vehicles alone could be enough in terms of batteries to satisfy our storage needs. If you want to think a little bit in more precise numbers, if in 2024 there were sold 70 million EVs, which represent roughly 850 gigawatt hours of storage capacity, which, to make a sense of it, is basically kind of 70% of daily electricity consumption in France. And in terms of capacity, there is almost 127 gigawatts of power capacity. Now, I don't want to get us confused that these electric vehicles that were sold in 2024, most of them are not bidirectional and are not able to seize this opportunity. So this is part of the challenges that I'm going to talk later on. However, there is also a process of adaptation. It requires us to look at electricity systems in different ways. And the way to look at it is maybe to compare what would be a 1 megawatt capacity between a stationary storage and an electric vehicle. And what is very obvious is that you need many electric vehicles to provide the equivalent of one stationary storage. And providing these many electric vehicles is going to be a key source of the challenge, because rather than managing one asset, you need to manage many assets. The second thing is that stationary storage are typically parked in one place, while electric vehicles move and most importantly are used for mobility. So a good way to make sense of it is first to look at the process of how electric vehicles can be used as electricity storage. So typically there are 3 stages. The first stage is when the electric vehicle comes and gets parked, and there is a transfer of information to some scheduling algorithm. So this transfer of information is about communication on the amount of energy in the battery and how many what are the mobility needs of the EV users. Then there is an intermediate phase where you have some decision process that decides what is the best charging and discharge schedule for the EVs to perform this. But this requires several levels of components. The first thing is a hardware level. The electric vehicles needs to be equipped with bidirectional power capabilities. This is basically a modification of the onboard charger, which provides them with more controllability over the capability of discharge, not directly to the wheels, but rather through the cable back to the system. This is not necessarily an expensive upgrade, but indeed it requires an upgrade. The second one, it requires also some new levels of communication capabilities. So you need a process of recording of information within the electric vehicle and process of transmitting information, which takes us to interoperability. This information needs to be transferred either through cables by the charging station or either wireless, and there needs to be interoperability of how the EV can communicate all the information that is needed for optimizing the charge and discharge time, and also the receptors, who can be different types of actors. And finally, we need information to make sure that the decision of charge and discharge do not limit EV owners' mobility, and at the same time, it is matching what the electricity system requires in terms either on prices or in emissions. For example, we will not want that electric vehicles discharge energy whenever the electric vehicle is just going to leave its parking space, or we don't want to discharge energy when there is congestion on the grid where there is maintenance. So a way to think about the opportunity and the adaptations that we need to do for using electric vehicles as decentralized storage is through these 4 levels that guarantees that the charge and discharge is actually efficient and smart. So now let's move to some of the challenges. What do we need to do for making sense, for taking advantage of this opportunity of electromobility and to decarbonize electricity systems? So the first one is quite obvious, and is that we need that the hardware is ready, which means that we need that the electric vehicles have versions or models that are bidirectional. And today there are starting to be more models, but we can only find some of them that are completely operable. And just to mention some brands, without doing any marketing, we have the Renault R5, which is bidirectional. We have Hyundais, which are bidirectional. We have some BYDs, which are bidirectional, and many other car manufacturers who are committed to release in the next years more bidirectional vehicles. But we also need bidirectional charging stations. one of the problems of why we have less offer of bidirectional EVs or charging stations is that using electric vehicles as an energy asset requires us to make more robust certain parts or certain components that before were not necessarily or were only thought as mobility. So, for example, if we think about an electric vehicle charging and discharging many times during the day, the amount of flow of energy that the electric vehicle battery is going to have to do changes way. It might increase a lot more to what today warranties are considered. So there is some work to do in terms of monitoring the battery state of health and trying to adapt the current warranties in order to make sure that the charging and discharge is not impacting negative what is the expected lifetime. So now there is a lot of studies who have shown that the capabilities of charging and discharge do not decrease battery state of health, but we still require a monitoring to make sure that the electric vehicles are, after being used for energy purposes, are still useful for their mobility needs. So this is more an administrative and legal process of integrating the risk into the sales process of electric vehicles. We also need interoperability and data. So today, the communication between the electric vehicle and the charging station can be performed at different levels, and the level of having bidirectional capabilities requires a communication protocol, to which we don't have in Europe a certification process that guarantees that the electric vehicle and a charging station are going to be compatible. So most of the cases that we see today of charging stations and EV that are bidirectional are typically of the same brand or the same company. So it's hard for me, for example, if I'm a Mercedes owner, to go and connect to a charging station from Renault and use it to discharge it, because there is going to be most likely an interoperability problem. Now, there is some push to create a standardized process in Europe and United States, but we are still on the early stages of this. We also need some regulation for data sharing to allow that the EVs exchange the data with the actor that is going to decide how to charge or how to discharge. And in this case, this requires the giving the capabilities of the EV owner to the EV owner, who makes sure that to the person that, or the actor that is going to use their data for coordinating the charge and discharge, is going to be respecting their privacy needs, and also, in first case, just to have the data portability to share it with whom they want. We also need to think about network codes. So network codes are basically the certifications that the generation assets in any electricity systems needs to respect, which, for example, includes things such as do not provide power whenever there is a maintenance on the grid, or, for example, respecting the voltage levels of the grid. In the case of electric vehicles, this is quite complex, because in contrast to some energy assets who are based on one place, most of the assets only need one certification because they need to speak with only one system operator. But in the case of electric vehicles that move, for example, they can go from France to Germany or to the Netherlands. If they would like to do bidirectional charging in the three places, that will require them to be certified at each of the system operator according to their rules. So if you think as a car manufacturer trying to provide cars that are going to be sold wide, global, or the whole of Europe, you need to make sure that your EVs are compatible with all the system operators, and this is quite costly today. So we need to harmonize the rules for network connections among Europe at first level, and then globally as well. We also need to acknowledge that energy is traded through markets, and these markets have minimum bit size, so it requires a minimum size of energy that can be offered. So, for example, if it's 1 megawatt hour, it would require that someone is aggregating 80 vehicles at a time or 70 vehicles at a time. So reducing the minimum bid size allows for more market actors to be able to participate without having to require big scales. We also need to think about temporality. So there is a lead time in energy markets between the time at which you offer the energy and the time that you provide the energy. So the longer is the lead time. So for example, day-ahead markets, which are well known, have to be submitted 24 hours before. And therefore, it requires predicting when the EVs are going to be available with much more time than, for example, if you are able to participate in markets in the same day, which are intraday markets that can happen 30 minutes up to 50 minutes before time. So temporality is a key aspect for the integration of the electric vehicles. We also have the possibility of using electric vehicles to provide flexibility to the local systems. Basically, because they are located close to the sources of consumption, the electric vehicles can be module, but only if there is locational signals and if there are network tariffs that help electric vehicles or incentivize electric vehicles to respond to places of congestions. And here, what is important as well is that the network tariffs are aligned with the energy tariff. So these are two components of electricity tariff that consumers must pay. And sometimes the energy tariff represents the global performance of the system, and the network tariff can represent a local congestion. So we require an alignment between the local signals and the global signals. And we also think about business models. There's this question about metering. So whenever you want to pay a transaction, energy transaction to the EV owner, which meter you should take into consideration, the meter of the house or the meter of the EV. These differences are important because it have implications in terms of losses and in terms of the revenue that the EV owner might receive. There is an important discussion about taxes, because if consumers have to pay for TVA, for example, for sales tax, and they have to charge and discharge several times during the day, the margin or the difference between the discharge price and the charge price needs to be significantly enough, or increases this difference with the taxes if there are taxes at the consumer level. So this is an important issue. And finally, how to divide the value between EV owners. These are many questions about how can these services be transparent so that the value that is created is divided fairly with the EVs. And just to finish, I just want to let you know that there is a lot of advances on this over these last years. There are 4 new types of business models that have emerged, performing vehicle-to-grid for any EV owner who owns a specific electric vehicle that is bidirectional. So this is shown that we are starting to advance in the right direction, but there are many things that we still need to resolve for every electric vehicle be able to be bidirectional at least, and to take out the maximum opportunity of the electromobility transition. Thank you.
It was indeed very interesting, Mr. Sobreros, and I don't just mention that because I have to, but because I do believe that. Perhaps I found it so interesting because I must say, although I have spent, let's say, at least the last 25 years of my academic life focusing, of course, on the legal aspects of energy regulation. And that is why this interdisciplinary approach always is very helpful. I must say that I didn't have such an accurate perception of the role that electric vehicles can play in, let's say, the overall framework of difficulties and challenges that the electrical systems here in Europe face. And it was indeed very insightful. I would like again to ask you if this is okay with your availability and other commitments, that you stay until we finalize this session, because perhaps you might want to add a comment or two in a short time frame that we have after the presentations. And I would like to thank you very much again.
I'm sorry, but I have to leave because there is a class I have to provide.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you very, very much for your participation. And I will say something to you that, of course, applies to all our distinguished guests and speakers today, that if you have an outline of your presentation, as I said in the beginning, perhaps you weren't present yourself. The added value of this annual conference is also trying to leave something behind, not just for the very broad audience, as I was informed, that is currently watching us, but also for potentially interested readers of the scientific input that we're providing. So we will be in touch for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sebreros. Thank you very much. Now I do have the pleasure of inviting to the floor of my very good colleague and friend, Ms. Sofia Michelaki, who is the Chief Officer of Legal Affairs and Governance in DESFA. It is always a pleasure to have you with us, Sofia, and Ms. Michelaki is not always every year here with us, but I have to highlight the fact that DESFA has also the, let's say, the sensitivity to factually also support this initiative. And I was indeed very pleased to hear many distinguished colleagues of mine from the academia that said that we somehow managed all these years to bring Greece in the framework of this conference in the center of scientific debates on energy regulation. And this could not have been done without the active support of important actors as DESFA. So, Ms. Michelaki, you have the floor. It's very interesting also to hear your presentation today.
Thank you very much, Professor. It is a real pleasure to be here today to discuss a topic that is truly strategic for Europe's energy industry, climate goals, as it focuses on the evolving position of transmission system operators within the emerging legal architecture for renewable gases, CO2 transport. So let me share. So I think it's a little bit forward. Let me go back. To start from the beginning. So the big picture, energy transition, as a legal, geopolitical, and industrial shift, we are moving into an era where transmission system operators are no longer simply custodians of gas pipelines. They're becoming climate accelerators, enablers of the new industrial economy, and stabilizing anchors in a region that is undergoing deep geopolitical transformation. Hydrogen, biomethane, CO2 networks. All these renewables and gases, other gases require new regulatory structures. Southeast Europe is emerging as a strategic corridor for future molecule flows. The energy transition is therefore not just an engineering project. It is a legal transition, a geopolitical transition, and ultimately an exercise in institutional design, deciding who does what, under which rules, and with which responsibility, all at once. Where is the EU framework today? Currently, we have EU legal instruments already. The new directive for hydrogen gas markets, the accompanying regulation, CCS directive. But what they actually provide is a first legal basis for the hydrogen infrastructure, and Professor Metaxas correctly mentioned before that there is only the legal basis, but apparently seems that these ambitious steps are a little bit weakening. Why? We shall see that in next. But we do have also some rules for biomethane injection, CO2 chain development, which is also very important, and the strategic goal for the European legal framework. So all this need what exactly for the forward step to become more active, more efficient? First, we need legal clarity. So we do have a legal basis, this is true, but we need more elaboration of the legal regulatory framework. Who is going to do that? The member states. So the European framework has left quite a lot of issues to be clarified at the level of the member states. So more clarity is needed. We very well know that the investors are only willing to move forward when there is stability on the legal level. Otherwise, with secondary legislation, which, as I said, is missing at this moment, there is an investment uncertainty. So let's look a little bit at the geopolitical dimension. Geography is quite important. To understand the urgency, we must very diligently look at it. Southeast Europe is becoming an important corridor for both current and future molecule flows. LNG already enters the continent through the region, and hydrogen imports are expected to follow. At the same time, many industrial clusters in Central and Eastern Europe will need export routes for CO2, and the Eastern Mediterranean is a natural interface for future storage. In such a landscape, TSOs, what is their role? In this region, including DESFA, of course, they play a strategic role far beyond national borders. Their ability to build and operate multi-molecule infrastructure is becoming part of regional energy resilience and Europe's broader geopolitical architecture. Greek framework. We have the first key legal instruments. Greece has taken important steps. First laws are being adopted, and the draft Greek CCS law has already been voted by the parliament. So this is a good basis for hydrogen transmission, biomethane injection rules, and the CO2 value chain, where the regulatory framework needs to be further elaborated. This is secondary legislation. This means that the competent bodies, the independent authorities such as the regulator, the regulatory authority for energy, and the Ministry for Energy need to elaborate licensing model and the tariff regulatory framework, very important, and the interaction of hydrogen, biomethane, and CO2 systems. So secondary regulation will determine the implementation. Key questions remain open. As I said, these issues are not the licensing, treatment of CO2, liquefaction, allocation of responsibility, liability. All these are not just technical footnotes. They are the decisions that unlock or block investments. DESFA's strategic role. The company already manages a mature natural gas system and is preparing for the gradual incorporation of biomethane through injection points. It is also preparing the basis for a dedicated hydrogen transmission network through IDRIA project and is actively contributing to the emergence of the CCS market with the Apollo CO2 project, which recently secured 170 million in support European Funds Innovation Fund for the collection of CO2 from emitters, liquefaction, shipping toward permanent storage facilities. So the new CCS law focuses mainly in storage. This is the most urgent part that needs to be and has been adopted, but we also need transportation and liquefaction. I would also like to focus to the important role of Revithousa, strategic role actually, because this is one of the most important Europe's critical LNG terminal, which with its unique geography, infrastructure, and proven operational record, Revithousa is emerging as a future platform for CO2 liquefaction, handling, and export, and as a site that could interact with hydrogen-carried molecules such as ammonia, and this future is not theoretical. It was reinforced only recently here in Athens through high-level signatures and cooperation announcements involving the United States and regional partners, developments that recognize Revithousa as a central node in Europe's evolving molecule corridors. Few assets in the Eastern Mediterranean combine this geographical position, infrastructural maturity, and cross-commodity potential. Let's focus a little on the important legal conditions for the transition and what TSOs all over Europe need. They need some tools, which is the regulatory and legal framework, as I said before, the national interpretation, since the European Union and the institutions have left quite a big discretion to the member states in order to adopt the tools that are needed for the next steps. So here we need legal clarity, legal certainty, which is the foundation for investment. We can see the TSOs that are active in Europe and especially in the southeastern part of Europe. We are all very well aware of the vertical corridor and other initiatives that involve TSOs whose important competency and experience and the implementation of a very complex legal framework, which the TSOs are very experienced in operating efficiently. So all this important experience is an asset that can help and contribute to the achievement of the new era, which is the goal of the European Union. It's not a TSO's only ambition and ambitious and challenging era. It is a union-wide one. So Europe needs TSOs that can act as climate accelerators. TSOs need the legal certainty in order to build the future. So each stakeholder needs to undertake all and every important responsibility and action. We need all together to work in order to achieve this new era. This is where I can finish. Hope I helped them.
Thank you very much. You highlighted a very important precondition for the energy transition, which is strengthening the role of TSOs, and of course, in all aspects of the energy market, safeguarding legal safety and security, without which investments cannot be undertaken. I also welcome the very important development as regards the funding of the Apollo project. This is an interesting step as regards strengthening the CCS value chain, and the work that you are doing at DESFAT together with Ecolog. It's a very significant one and has to be underlined. Thank you very much, Sophia. And perhaps if your other commitments allow it, you will have 1 or 2 minutes then to provide 1 or 2 last remarks. Thank you again, and thank through you, let's say, DESFA for this stable support that you're providing to our scientific initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like now to give the floor to Dr. Maria Likidi, who is a Senior Research Fellow at our institute, at the Hellenic Energy Regulation Institute, a very capable person and scientist. Not a lawyer, but no one is perfect. Okay.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
She's also responsible of compliance and operational risk management unit at the Hellenic Energy Exchange. And I take also this opportunity to thank the HENEX because they also support this scientific initiative, and I would like to thank them for that. Maria, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. We thank you also for the invitation and for the participation in the conference. So today we will speak about the nuclear and how the development of advanced technologies like SMRs can contribute to the energy transition. So we will start by presenting the general challenges in achieving the energy transition within the time frame of 2050. So there are several factors that need to be considered in the transition towards the renewables. Some main factors are the following. The investments in renewable energy infrastructure and energy storage to ensure a stable and consistent energy supply, the technology innovation and research and development for the deployment of new technologies to support energy transition, the energy efficiency measures to reduce consumption of energy resources, the policy support and the regulatory frameworks to facilitate the energy transition, the global cooperation and collective action to deal with challenges including technological, environmental, economic, and geopolitical issues and make transition just and sustainable, the societal challenges regarding job displacements and reskilling resulting from shifting from reliance on fossil fuels to renewable and cleaner energy sources, and finally, in view of renewable intermittency, the integration of a high number of renewables in the energy mix, which requires important adjustments in energy and distribution system management in order to balance supply and demand. So here we presented a little bit the main challenges regarding the energy transition. So now we will focus on the nuclear power technology as an energy technology. So we will provide some main features of this technology. So nuclear power is characterized by its high fixed cost and low variable cost. It's a technology with zero carbon emissions and produces long life, highly radioactive waste. It mainly provides baseload operations. So it's a technology that we call yearly in order to cover the demand. The nuclear fuel is an extremely dense fuel. As we can see that one uranium pellet is equal to 1 ton of coal. The European Union depends on nuclear for about 1/4 of its electricity and a higher proportion for baseload operation. And finally, all commercial nuclear power plants today use nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion is still in the research phase. So these are the basic characteristics of nuclear power technology. As we can see here in the map, the EU depends on nuclear power for about 1/4 of its electricity, as we mentioned before. Nuclear provides half the low carbon electricity. And in 2022, we observed that 13 EU countries had operational nuclear reactors. In terms of electricity globally generated by nuclear energy, France holds the top position with a share of 65% of electricity coming from nuclear, followed by Slovakia with 61%, Hungary with a share of 48%, and then Finland with a share of 42% in 2023. To July 2024, there is a total of 167 nuclear power reactors with an installed electric net capacity of 148,000 megawatt in operation in Europe. And there are still 10 units with an electric net capacity of 12 gigawatt, where these units actually are under construction in 5 countries. So these were some statistics regarding the operational nuclear units and the capacity that we observed in the European Union. Now, regarding the growth of nuclear in relation with hydro and solar power, we can see that solar power growth and a hydro and nuclear rebound dramatically reduced the European Union's coal and gas generation in 2024. In particular, hydro and nuclear generation increased by 10% and 5% respectively, reaching shares of 13% and 24% from regarding their 2022 lows, and pushing clean sources to a record of 71% of the EU power mix. So we can observe a very important rebound regarding not only the renewables, but also the nuclear energy in the total energy mix. And solar, of course, as we can see here, was the fastest growing EU power source in 2024, with a generation 22% higher than 2023. So it provided solar only 11% of EU electricity. So it's the type of renewables that we can distinguish with respect to the other renewables energy types. Regarding the possibilities and challenges, so now we will see a little bit what happens with nuclear, and especially what are the main advantages and disadvantages with this technology. So here we will focus on the main advantages. The first one is that nuclear is a carbon-free energy that produces electricity with a small carbon footprint compared to alternatives like fossil fuels. Natural gas and nuclear energy are included in the European Union's sustainable finance taxonomy. It is a long-term dispatchable energy solution that can help meet demand and enhance the stability of the energy system. It is also a considerable choice to combating climate change and reaching net zero CO2 emissions, if we take into consideration the characteristics that we mentioned before of nuclear that we mentioned before in the previous slides. It is also an important option to ensure security of energy supply given the high level of intermittent renewable share in the energy mix. Also, there is also a strict regulation of all waste from the nuclear power generation process. Fuel costs for nuclear plants are a minor proportion of total generating costs. And for this reason, actually, it's a cost competitive technology with respect to other forms of electricity productions, having a low marginal cost and also offers low price volatility. As we can see, for example, in September 2024, nuclear fuel cost was at 44 euros per megawatt hour versus coal fuel cost that the range of prices it was between 75 and 96 euros per megawatt hour. So we can see the competitiveness of regarding the cost of nuclear in regards with other with fossil fuels. The main challenges regarding the production and use of nuclear. So constructing nuclear power plants is technologically challenging and complex, and there is a weak track record of keeping costs down and rebuilding new plants on time. We have the example of the EPR Flamanville plant that the time duration for constructing this plant was very significant. Nuclear plants actually are expensive to build, so they have very high investment costs. Despite their very low frequency, incidents associated with nuclear power can be extremely serious, as we have seen in the past, for example, the Fukushima accident, nuclear accident. Nuclear plants need to be in areas with low vulnerability to physical risks. Radioactive waste has a very long lifespan and can be difficult to store safely. Uranium mining can have a negative impact on the environment. Moreover, the long building process is considered a significant obstacle in the run to net zero emissions that countries around the world have committed to. And finally, societal challenges related to opposers of the energy source. We see nuclear energy as being deeply intertwined with nuclear weapon technologies. So we can see that the challenges are also important, and we have to take them into consideration before investing before proceed with an investment in nuclear. But we have also a great range of advantages. But as we can see, we focus on nuclear in general. Now we will focus on small modular nuclear reactors. Regarding small modular nuclear reactors, as the words say, their names say, they are small. So physically, there is a fraction of the size of a conventional nuclear power reactor. They are modular, so it is possible for systems and components to be factory assembled and transported as a unit to a location for installation. And reactors, it means that the heat to produce energy is generated through nuclear fission. So we have to do with advanced nuclear reactors that have a power capacity of up to 300 megawatts per unit. And this is about 1/3 of the generate capacity of a traditional nuclear power reactor. These reactors have the following characteristics. They dispose advanced engineered features. They are deployable either as a single or multi-module plant. They are designed to be built in factories and shipped to utilities for installation as demand arises. And they aim to diverse outputs and applications such as electricity, hybrid energy systems, heating, water desalination, and steam for industrial applications. Nowadays, there are more than 80 commercial SMR in various development stages, and some are claimed as being near-term deployable. In 2024, we had 2 SMRs that were in operation, located in Russia and China, and some SMRs are under construction in other countries like Argentina, China, and Russia. And of course, there are several countries that are conducting SMR research and development in order to rapidly advance towards deployment, aiming for 2030 operation and focusing on diverse applications, as we saw before. The main advantages regarding the small modular reactors, their design, they are small and modular, so they can be seated on a wide range of locations in relation to large nuclear power plants. Moreover, they offer savings in costs, less upfront costs and construction time, and they can be deployed incrementally to match increasing energy demand. Moreover, in view of the low level of grid capacity which they occupy, SMRs can be installed into an existing grid of remotely off-grid in regions lacking sufficient lines of transmission and grid capacity. Their small size and passive safety features lend them to countries with smaller grids and less experience on nuclear power. Their size, construction, and efficiency passive safety systems actually can lead to easier financing compared to that for larger plants. We can achieve, of course, economies of scale, and the lower power lead to smaller radioactive inventory in a reactor. So it's we have a great range actually of advantages, and we have more advantages in this slide, and we can for example, speak about their ability to remove reactor module or inside the commissioning at the end of their lifetime. SMRs actually have lower fuel requirements since they may require refueling every 3 to 7 years in comparison to between 1 and 2 years for conventional plants. SMRs can be located underground or underwater, providing more protection from natural hazards. The modular design and small size can also facilitate implementation of higher quality standards, and they have the ability to provide flexible power generation for a wider range of users and applications and replacing aging fossil fuel-fired power plants. Actually, they dispose increased safety margins so they can eliminate or significantly lower the potential for unsafe releases of radioactivity for the environment and the public in case of an accident because of their simpler design and passive safety systems. Another characteristic is that we can repurpose fossil plants with SMRs, meaning accelerate the use of SMRs and at the same time shut down coal stations. So we can install SMRs on or near the site of retired coal-fired plants. In the US, for example, the coal to nuclear program is already underway, where old coal power plants are converted to nuclear power plants. What could be the future of such a technology in Europe? SMRs, as we saw, they can contribute significantly, to tackle climate change and national energy supply security. In order to do this, it is necessary to develop a common regulatory framework and standardized industrial approaches for design, manufacturing, construction, commissioning, and operation of SMRs to pave the way to greater harmonization. For this reason, there is the Nuclear Harmonization and Standardization Initiative that was established in 2022. And this initiative aims to facilitate the safe and secure deployment of SMRs to maximize their contribution to achieving the goals of 2030. Under this initiative, the goal is to bring together decision makers from governments, regulators, designers, technology holders, operators, policymakers, vendors, and other international organizations. And nowadays, we can, from the part of US, we have the Atlantic Partnership for Advanced Nuclear Energy, which is a major UK and US agreement that was announced in September 2025. And this Atlantic Partnership, the goal of this Atlantic Partnership is to fast-track deployment of advanced nuclear reactors through deep regulatory cooperation, aiming for faster approvals, shared research and development, and resilient supply chains. Moreover, they aim to leverage private investments to boost energy security and independence from Russia. Actually, we have some other agreements like the Amazon and Google signed agreement in order to deploy SMRs in the US to meet increasing energy needs of data centers. We have the US Department of Energy that announced that it will allocate up to $800 million to support dollars to support the development of SMRs. We also have the US and Saudi Arabia agreement. They signed actually a framework agreement on nuclear energy for civil use. And finally, we can see actually Japan that gives the green light to restart world's largest nuclear power plant. And by then, the end of October 2025, Japan had already restarted 11 reactors with a total capacity of 11 gigawatt. Finally, this is the final slide. From the European perspective, we have the European Industrial Alliance for the SMR. The aim of it is to strengthen the nuclear energy supply chain in Europe, leveraging its manufacturing innovation capabilities and enhancing cooperation and competitiveness of EU industry, and to contribute to strengthening the nuclear skills, enhancing public participation, securing fuel supplies, and exploring potential markets for SMRs, while ensuring actually the highest level of nuclear safety and unlocking investment potential. The General Assembly of the European Industrial Alliance for the SMRs took place in September of 2025 with the aim of approving the strategic action plan for the period to 2025-2029 and further improving the actions required to support 9 SMRs projects. Actually, the Commission's in September, launched an open consultation on development of a strategy on SMRs, and which is expected to be published in the first half of 2026 to accelerate the development and deployment of SMRs in Europe over the next decade. And finally, for the Greek economy, the 5 strategic sectors in which nuclear energy can play a significant role are the following: shipping, shipbuilding and industrial production, desalination and water resources, energy-intensive industry. So the Hellenic Atomic Energy Commission announced that preliminary work has begun on the formation of a regulatory framework regarding nuclear energy, and in particular for floating nuclear reactors. And finally, EU member states have proceeded with the formation of the Nuclear Alliance, which Greece is expected to join. So we can observe an activity regarding the introduction of nuclear energy technology in Greece, but it's still early to say more. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Maria. I think that in the process of energy transition, nuclear energy is something that one cannot avoid of further analyzing and assessing. I would put it with this, let's say, somehow cautious words, but you highlighted many important aspects of this approaches adopted with regards to nuclear energy, of course, highlighting also the problems and the challenges related to that. And I'm indeed looking forward that you also contribute in this common scientific publication, because a part of regarding a chapter regarding nuclear energy and its challenges is indeed something that is necessary in providing a more, let's say, accurate view on the challenges for the energy transition that lie ahead. Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I now give the floor to Dr. Le Wen, who is a senior lecturer at the economics department of the University of Auckland Business School and the University of Auckland in New Zealand. It's my pleasure to have you here, and it's your participation is, among others, a sign that energy is somehow a common playground for all the world and the scientific community, not just in Europe, but also in other distinguished academic institutions outside Europe, such as yours, should work together and provide their valuable insights and input. So, Dr. Lewen, we're very much looking forward to your presentation. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you, Professor Metaxas. And and I'm feel honored to be here to join such a distinguished group of colleagues and to share my work with you. I also would like to express my appreciation to the conference organizers and for the invitation to speak at this conference. And so today I would like to talk about, and something around New Zealand. And so what makes it unique? So what policies are in place and our empirical research projects on electric vehicle uptake, offshore and hydrogen trucks, and the industrial and decarbonization. I would like to talk about, and some research I get involved. And New Zealand, has a small isolated energy system, which make it a useful test case for countries and facing similar constraints. So here, and start with this world map. New Zealand sits all the way down here. And you can see this is a little, and corner down there. So it's literally at the edge of the global energy system. So this geographical isolation is central to today's my topic. So energy transition at the edge. Because we have no interconnection to neighboring electricity markets, New Zealand operates a fully isolated electricity system. So which shapes every aspect of our decarbonization pathway. New Zealand is a small country, and we have a population of about 5.3 million and a GDP around 250 billion US dollars. And although our size is small, we have strong climate ambition. So, net zero carbon target by 2050. And the good thing for us is we have, a good renewable electricity system. And I will touch on more for this. And however, emissions from the transportation sectors are very high. So this features ambition, isolation, and structural constraints explain why our work focuses on practical and system level decarbonization pathway for New Zealand. And here is the current energy profile. Renewable energy accounts for about 20% of New Zealand total energy consumption. And electricity sector is already very clean. So with 89% to 85% renewable electricity generation. And the system is hydro-based system. So with hydro contributing 55 to 60%, depending on dry or wet season. We have very good, geothermal resources. It contributes around 17%. And wind is growing, so close to 9%. And the other, is complemented by gas and coal. And so this is, and although it's a small percent, but, it's still, and coming from the, and increase the emissions for the electricity sector. So the right-hand figure shows the wholesale, regional, and electricity price. And you can see the map. We have the North Island, the South Island, and also the regional price, and are different. And because of the, the line and constraints, capacity constraints. So And you can see the system, the right-hand side, the figure shows the, the generation by type. The purple color indicates the generation by hydro, and this is big area. And you can also see, and the gas generation is the green color, that is geothermal generation, is quite big, it's very consistent, generated over time. And for the gas generation, and in particular, you can see, and June, July, August, basically is the winter time for New Zealand. Now we are, in the summer period. Today is very hot. And now is the nighttime here. And but during the winter time, the electricity demand is very high, and we need to significant supply, and the system that is basically generated by gas and coal. So you can see the right-hand figure and the big area that is for the gas generation, and in particular is high during the winter period because of high demand. So this slide shows the emissions profile for New Zealand. It's very interesting if you can see, and the circle, the figure, and shows around 48% of emission coming from agricultural sector, and this is coming from the livestock, and particularly this is methane. It's very hard to decarbonize, and energy-related emission accounts for 40%, and we also look at the energy emissions, and within that you can see 20% emissions come from the transportation sector, and also industrial process accounts for 6%. So this emissions profile tell you where you can decarbonize. So this is also shaped our research focus area. And let's look at New Zealand's decarbonization target pathways, and also the government policies. And the long-term target, as I mentioned, this is net zero carbon emissions by 2050, and 100 renewable electricity by 2030, and also the other biogenic emission reduction of 10% by 2030 up to 47% by 2050. And to achieve these goals, the national strategy focuses on electrifying transport and industrial heat, and also hydrogen. And in hard-to-abate sector, we also want to expand bioenergy and forestry, and improving energy efficiency, rolling out agricultural mitigation technologies to reduce emission. So these strategic areas also shape the direction of our research portfolio, and I'm going to talk about my research work later on. So New Zealand has developed policies and plans to support this transition. For example, the Zero Carbon Act in 2019 set up the long-term target, this is net zero by 2050, and also the emission reduction plans, this is, and we set up every 5 years plan, and allocate a certain amount emission budgets to specific targeted area. And we also have the clean car discount, and this is from the consumer and demand side. And also from the supply side, this is clean car standards. And both policy can help shift the vehicle fleet toward lower emission technologies. And the other area is a hydrogen action plan. outlines the regulatory steps needed to support hydrogen deployment. And the offshore renewable energy bill also established a clear framework for offshore wind and marine energy development. So NZETS, this is New Zealand emission trading scheme, is a very important policy instrument and in New Zealand. So two features and distinguish it from the European ETS. So the first one is we have direct participation of the forestry sector, so into the trading and market and scheme. And the second one is the current New Zealand trading unit is a domestic market. We don't have any international linkage. But before June 2015, we do have the trading units, and we do trade and allow international units to trade, and in the domestic market. This is basically is an international market, but because with the international market, the problem is the carbon price is very low. So you can see the the bottom figure, and the price, the carbon price, is almost about $5. So basically at that time it wasn't effective, and for using this instrument, to reduce the carbon emissions. So later on, the government just just said this regulation, we don't allow the international units to trade and with the emissions, so become a domestic only and carbon market. So this is very unique from the European ETS. So one of my PhD students, and she's very smart, she is actively researching this area, including how NZU price movements affect forest owner and other landowners' behavior response. And basically, when carbon price is high, because the profitability maybe is going to incentivize the farmers' behavior, maybe, and they want to change their land to forest land. So, and we are going to do some empirical work on this area. So the other area is transportation decarbonization. So it is one of the New Zealand's most urgent challenges. So, electric vehicle uptake is growing. However, it is still, make up only 2 to 3% of the total vehicle fleet. It has a lot of potential, and for New Zealand to decarbonize, and through this sector and some initiatives. And another area is for highway transportation, and even harder to, because this, highway vehicles is hard to electrify. So which is why hydrogen is likely to play an important role in this sector. And here I just talk about, and just briefly talk about the research I work on, and I really enjoy, and Diego's, topic talk about, vehicle to grid. But here I would like to, research on the interconnection between solar PV and electric vehicle. So because this is co-design, can basically boost up both technologies, and both technologies are good for New Zealand, because both electric vehicle uptake is low, and also solar PV and uptake is also low. And so we really want, we look at what's the relationship between this, is that these two technologies combined together can, help to reduce the emission, what's the relationship between them. So this is focus of this research, and so this is very good research piece. So another area we look at green hydrogen pathways. And as I mentioned earlier, the New Zealand government is highly supportive of hydrogen's role in decarbonization and has funded several hydrogen-related research projects. So this is one of the projects I worked on because I'm an energy economist. So basically, would like to analyze the cost and the economy and, aspects of those new technologies. So the New Zealand, has identified this area. So for offshore wind, we don't have the offshore wind farm right now. But, and we have some studies to identify this is a good area for offshore wind. And because this is, 20 kilometers away and south Taranaki coastline, and we have the gas and, and platform over there. And maybe we can use that platform and to, and transport the gas, the hydrogen generated, and offshore, and offshore wind generation. So we look at, okay, this is the initiative, they want to build the offshore wind. What about hydrogen? So are they good combination? So because I think the initial design is very important, should we and build the offshore wind also build on build the hydrogen and hydrogen plants, just along with the offshore wind, and or we should build the offshore wind there and build the onshore hydrogen, and we use the electricity generated from the offshore wind, and to power the hydrogen plant. And then we build on this idea, and we figure out we can analyze 4 configurations and to examine the levelized cost of hydrogen. And based on these 4 configurations, we consider a lot of cost parameters into the model and to optimize and to minimize the cost. So the results show that, okay, and based on our results, we found, okay, we should build the offshore wind and the hydrogen plant together, and because this is a cost-effective way, and when we compare the cost produced by from the other 3 configurations. So this is research regarding about the green hydrogen produced by from the offshore wind. And the other research, we look at the total cost of ownership. If we really would like to replace the highway and vehicle fleet, how to do so, and how to use hydrogen to replace. For example, this is a case study, and how to use hydrogen and to replace diesel trucks. So we developed a total cost ownership model for highway and trucks, and optimization model for fleet operators. And our findings show that hydrogen trucks become cost competitive only at high annual mileage, and improving fuel efficiency, for example, from 10 to 15 kilometers per kilogram, and substantially reduce the total cost of ownership. And under daily and service demand, hydrogen trucks can reduce the required and fleet size, improving operational efficiency, and also hydrogen price is another factor to reduce, emission to affect the economic feasibility. Subsidies is also another factor. So overall, the key finding and the key insight from this research is that utilization rate is very important, and is a primary determinant of hydrogen trucks' economic feasibility. And what about the industrial process? So this is another research. We look at user times model, and this is a bottom up, and least cost energy system model. look at the applications of hydrogen and in the industrial heat area. And we found that the hydrogen becomes a feasible solution only under specific conditions. It plays a targeted role in high temperature industrial process heat, and where electrification is technically difficult. And also hydrogen can be applied to hard to abate and industries such as cement, steel, and certain chemical processes. And a good thing for our model, we set up different scenarios. So the hydrogen uptake begins around 2040, and carbon prices that is addressed by and ETS and the ETS and the electrolyzer and capital cost decline. So the green hydrogen cost competitive for these specialized applications. Can be realized. And so to decarbonize, we can't ignore urban emissions. This is our another funded research, government, and this we UOA lead for the economic analysis. And basically, this project is going the main focus for this project is produce the emissions, and map for 10 years emission map, and the emissions will be, an estimate and measured, and every corner, all the cities at the urban level, and we are going to use the economic model to analyze the trend, analyze the factors that influence the emissions for the residential sector, for the commercial sector, for the transportation sector. And we began with the residential sector. We would like to see how technology used by household the heating system used by the household, and what kind of heating system is going to reduce the emission or increase the emission. And so we look at, for example, for this one, we specifically target the Auckland area. This is the area I live in. And you can see we look at the income levels, and we divide the income into 3 different groups. We have low income group, high income group, medium income group, and we look at these 3 groups and to look at the percentage of the heat pump they adopt for those kind of household. And from the map you can see you can observe. And the darker area, that is indicates the high income area, and is overlays, with has a significant, high concentration for the heat pump adoption. And then we use an economic model to analyze, and is that high income level, and the heat pump is going to reduce the residential emissions. So we found this is a very preliminary results. We found okay, so heat pump adoption is going to reduce the emissions on average by 13% and by 29% in low income household. So this highlights an important equity dimension in energy and climate policy. Targeted investment in energy efficient technologies can reduce emission and help alleviate energy hardship for vulnerable households. And looking ahead, New Zealand has significant opportunities, abundant renewable resources, and strong potential for hydrogen and bioenergy, and growing integration of digital technologies to support system optimization. But there are also risks, policy uncertainty, and in particular, under different, leadership, the government, the political, is going to, have the different focus on, and energy policies, and also slow progress on agricultural mitigation and transmission and distribution constraints, and social license challenges for new infrastructure development. So if these are not, carefully managed, and this risk could slow progress towards our decarbonization goal. So this is my last slide. And to conclude, New Zealand
Yes,
offers
please.
an important
Thank you.
text case of how high renewable energy system can transition to net zero, while policy architecture is strong, and implementation challenges remain, especially in transport, industry, and agricultural sectors. So achieving our goal will require stable policy settings, sustained infrastructure investment, and continuous innovation across the energy system. So thank you very much. So
We thank you very much, Dr. Le Wen. It was not only it was interesting, but I somehow got really the full picture of the energy landscape. Okay, of course I'm exaggerating, but first, let's say, a concise impression of the energy system and its challenges in New Zealand, and this provides somehow, to a certain extent, of course, New Zealand is a somehow autonomous, not heavily interconnected system, but sometimes this gives us also, from a methodological approach, the opportunity to see things clearer and to see also the common challenges that we're facing. I would really like to ask you if your other responsibilities and commitments allow you to participate in the scientific publication that will follow after our conference.
Thank you.
I would like to thank you very much, and I would like to thank very much also all the participants of this session. Unfortunately, some of them, or the majority of them, had to leave. I want to keep very tight today's schedule, so there will be a very shorter than originally planned lunch break, and at 13:40 sharp, we will start again. At 14:30 sharp, in about 20 minutes. We will have to start with the panel focusing on energy and shipping dispute resolution that will be chaired by my colleague, Professor Mary Mitzi. So 2:30, we will be again with you. Thank you very much.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power, bioenergy and solar energy are leading the way worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink.
A future built on clean, sustainable, and green energy. Energy invisible, gaseous, and renewable. Energy that will travel further, reliably and effectively. This is the future we at DESFA envision, creating the conditions starting today to make it come true. With the know-how of our over 600 employees and the dynamic of 1,466 kilometers of high-pressure pipelines, 55 metering and regulating stations, 6 operation and maintenance centers, and 1 LNG terminal. Through key energy infrastructure projects, we ensure alternative supply sources and open new energy routes. In DESFA, we shape the next day of energy for stability, growth, and a better quality of life for all. Because in energy, as in life,
that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa RE, we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power, bioenergy and solar energy are leading the way worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa RE, we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink.
A future built on clean, sustainable, and green energy. Energy invisible, gaseous, and renewable. Energy that will travel further, reliably and effectively. This is the future we at DESFA envision, creating the conditions starting today to make it come true. With the know-how of our over 600 employees and the dynamic of 1,466 kilometers of high-pressure pipelines, 55 metering and regulating stations, 6 operation and maintenance centers, and 1 LNG terminal. Through key energy infrastructure projects, we ensure alternative supply sources and open new energy routes. In DESFA, we shape the next day of energy for stability, growth, and a better quality of life for all. Because in energy, as in
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from your lunch break. I will be chairing the session Energy and Shipping Dispute Resolution. This year, we decided to spice up things and add shipping as well to our discussion. The first speaker that will be presenting on the topic is Dr. Filip Saranovic. He's a dear friend and colleague at Queen Mary University of London. He's an associate professor in shipping law at the Centre for Commercial Law Studies. He's also the director of the International Shipping Law LLM program and the deputy director of International and External Engagement. Filip is an ordinary member of the European Association of Private International Law, and he was also a judicial marshal in London's High Court, shadowing the work of Mrs. Justice Gloucester when she was the judge in charge of the Commercial Court. Filip is also an external examiner for Private International Law module at King's College London, and prior to joining Queen Mary, he was a member of the Institute of Maritime Law at the University of Southampton, where he was the academic lead for executive training. Filip's work on transnational commercial injunctions has drawn the attention of the Bureau of Investigative Journalism, who interviewed him in relation to the recent articles on high-value cross-border litigation in London. And I must also praise him on his book, Freezing Injunctions in Private International Law, which was published by Cambridge University Press in October 2022. Filip will be presenting on the topic of charter party disputes and contract interpretation in shipping law. As I mentioned at the beginning during the welcoming remarks, we will aim through this panel to also give you the UK perspective. Charter party disputes is a core area of maritime practice and one where the UK continues to play a leading global role, with London's Commercial Court and also maritime arbitration community shaping the majority of modern jurisprudence. The UK perspective does remain central with regards to how charter party terms are interpreted and disputes resolved. And in conjunction with the global energy landscape shifts driven by LNG shipping, fuel transition obligations, and decarbonization rules that continue to evolve, charter party interpretation increasingly intersects with energy and regulatory pressures and also associated risk. So I'm delighted to give Filip the floor, who will expand more on the topic. Filip, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mary, for the kind introduction, and I will now share my slides. I hope that everybody can see the slides. So I will talk about charter party disputes and contract interpretation, and we will jump to a very, very recent case coming through the English courts, which not surprisingly actually started off as a London arbitration. It started its life in arbitration. It went to the High Court in December 2024, but we now have the English Court of Appeals decision, which was actually handed down on the 28th of November this year. So we're talking about 2 weeks ago. We had the Court of Appeals decision. And as Dr. Mitzi correctly mentioned, LMAA arbitration in London and the English Commercial Court in London do get a lot of shipping disputes, particularly on charter parties, because a vast majority of standard form charter party contracts, whether amended or unamended, will provide for London arbitration in most cases. Some of these cases get appealed to the High Court, and this is how we ended up with the Skiros and the Agios Minas. So what was this case about? It was a charter party dispute. The owners of the vessel, two companies, so we have two ships here, Skiros and the Agios Minas. The owners were Skiros Maritime Corporation and Agios Minas Shipping Company. They chartered these vessels to Hapag-Lloyd. These were container vessels, but I have to explain, of course, that absolutely the same principles would apply in any other time charter party. A charter party for a period of time, whether it's a year or 2 or 6 months. Now, the charter parties had the latest date by which the vessels had to be redelivered. Sometimes we call this the final terminal date of the charter party, following usually a period of extension in the option of the charterers. Before the latest dates for redelivery, the owners of the vessel entered into MOAs, essentially agreeing to sell the vessels to MSC Shipping, and also the other vessel was going to be sold to Maersk. But the charterers, in breach of contract, there's common ground that, of course, that's a breach. The charterers redelivered the vessels back to the owners approximately 2 days in the case of the first vessel and approximately 7 days late in the case of the second vessel. So we're talking about a relatively short period of time of overrun in breach of contract. Charterers did pay higher at the agreed contractual rate, in other words, the charter party rate, during the period of the overrun. So for the period of 2 days and 7 days respectively. There was even the contract actually provided simply what the charter rate is going to be, and in the event of an extension of the charter, that the charter rate would be increased. There was no contractual provision. The contract was completely silent about what happens in the event of overrun, in the event of late redelivery, in terms of the compensation that would be payable to the owners, if any. In the overrun period, the market rate was considerably higher than the charter rate. So the market went up and there was a significant increase in the charter rate, in the market rate of hire. The owners of the vessel started arbitration proceedings and they were claiming the difference between the market rate and the charter hire. The owners, interestingly, and this is the main controversy in this case, the owners of the vessel did not actually suffer any actual loss. Why? Because they have already agreed to sell the vessels to MSC and to Maersk. And in the memorandum of agreement to sell the vessels, they were prohibited contractually from chartering the vessels again after the vessels were to be redelivered by the existing charterers. So if hypothetically the vessels were redelivered to the owners on time in a punctual way, the owners would not have been able to go out to the market and charter the same vessels out and get the market rate. Okay, they were unable to do that. It was simply not possible because they were contractually prohibited from chartering to somebody else. They had an obligation after the redelivery to deliver the vessels to the buyers, MSC Shipping and Maersk. Okay, so this went to arbitration under LMAA rules, which is essentially ad hoc arbitration in London, which is the most popular one by far. And the members of the tribunal found that the MOAs were accidental or peculiar to the owners. What they said was that the contracts to sell the vessel were completely collateral matters which lie outside the nexus of the breach. The MOAs for the sale of the vessels should be completely disregarded, and it doesn't matter how this affects the position. The claimant's recovery of damages is unaffected. So the arbitration tribunal relied on the so-called the doctrine res inter alios acta, collateral matters which need to be disregarded. It's nothing to do with the contract between the charterers and the owners, the charter party contracts. These are completely separate matters. We need to ignore them. So the tribunal decided to award substantial damages, which were quantified based on the market rate of hire during the period of the overrun. Okay, and the owners were successful in the arbitration. Following on from that, the charterers appealed to the commercial court. And when it came to the High Court, this was 13th of December 2024. We had a decision from Mr. Justice Bright, and Mr. Justice Bright reversed the decision of the arbitration tribunal. So the decision of the High Court was that the owners suffered no actual loss and that they were only entitled to nominal damages. Mr. Justice Bright said that the doctrine of res inter alios acta was completely irrelevant in the context of factual losses. And the key issue was the loss of the opportunity for the owners to earn higher. He looked at the counterfactual. In other words, what would have happened but for the breach of contract? If the breach had not occurred, if the vessels had been delivered on time, punctually, would the owners have suffered a loss? And the answer to that question is negative. The owners would not have suffered the loss because the vessels would go directly to the buyers pursuant to the MOAs that were agreed with MSC and Maersk. Okay, so there was no loss of a market opportunity for the owners. They have not suffered any loss, and therefore they should not get any damages. This decision of the High Court is primarily based on the so-called compensatory principle in English contract law, which tells us that the basic measure of contractual damages is to put the innocent party, or the injured party, right? The innocent party, so far as money can do it, in the same situation with respect to damages as if the contract had been performed. This was a principle which has long-standing application ever since 1848, so the middle of 19th century in English law. Applying that principle, there was no loss, and therefore no damages should be awarded to the owners, despite the charterer's breach of contract. So the lesson from the High Court was that when it comes to late redelivery, and let's of course remember that in the context of energy transactions in charter parties, the most frequent disputes arise from delays. It could be a delay at the beginning of the charter party, so late delivery by the owners, or potentially late redelivery at the end of the charter period. As far as late redelivery claims, owners must prove their loss and that they lost the opportunity to earn the market rate of hire. Now, the Court of Appeal decision, as I said at the beginning, is from 28th of November 2025. So a lot of, I think, English lawyers have barely had the time to read the decision. I wanted to talk about something very recent and something which is a fundamental point of principle in English law. So the Court of Appeal, interestingly, completely reversed the decision of the High Court, and they reached the same decision, the same outcome as the arbitration tribunal. So the Court of Appeal said that we need to place emphasis on the principle of certainty, which is one of the foundations of English contract law and commercial law. And what we need is very clear and predictable rules on the assessment of damages. That means we need to stick to the basic rule in shipping law, which is that the standard measure of damages, the default position for late redelivery, is the difference between the market rate and the charter rate for the overrun period. So in other words, damages for breach of contract, for late redelivery, do not depend on whether the owners of the vessel would have in fact entered into the market to conclude a new charter party, or the new fixture, as we say. Okay. So in terms of the approach to the assessment of damages, we have two stages. What has the innocent party lost? But we disregard any collateral dealings, such as the MOAs in this case, the sale of the vessels, which have nothing to do with the charter party. And stage two, how much, if any, of that loss can be recovered. And this is where principles of remoteness of loss come into play. In terms of the legal context, we have several principles, but the most important really here is the compensatory principle. Arguably, we could say that the Court of Appeal has undermined to some extent the compensatory principle, because according to the compensatory principle, damages should reflect the actual loss suffered, whether by the owners or in any other contract. And why is this principle important? It's important in order to avoid overcompensation, or in some cases undercompensation. But the Court of Appeal is saying, no, in this case, the owners should be awarded substantial damages based on the market rate, despite the fact that they have suffered no loss. Okay. In terms of other, of course, principles, counterfactual analysis features in a lot of English cases, and some are Supreme Court cases, and I'll come to that in a moment. And finally, causation and mitigation. Only benefits that are caused by the breach or that are causally linked to mitigation are relevant to take into account. And this is from another Supreme Court decision in the new Flamenco. This is the list of most important sort of authorities. Interestingly, and this is why what happens next will be difficult to predict. There are a number of cases, the Golden Victory and the new Flamenco have not been mentioned by the Court of Appeal in the Skiros and the Agios Minas. And this, you could say, is perhaps one of the strongest criticisms of the Court of Appeal's judgment. Also, the cases were not mentioned by the High Court, by Mr. Justice Bright. So if this case reaches the Supreme Court, then what will the Supreme Court decide? Now, in my opinion, this case will go to the Supreme Court. I think there's almost no doubt that it will reach the Supreme Court, and we will have a Supreme Court judgment in 2026. Okay. What is the suggested approach from my personal perspective? Well, first of all, the owners should always be entitled to hire during the overrun. There was, of course, no question here that the owners were at least to receive the charter rate under the charter party. That was common ground. But also, my second point is that the loss of market opportunity is in principle recoverable. And there are plenty of English cases which support this. However, the measure of loss needs to be assessed on a counterfactual basis, because we have the case of the Golden Victory, which is equivalent to the UK Supreme Court decision. It was a House of Lords at the time, which says that we need to take into account events which have taken place after the breach of contract. Okay. And in the Golden Victory, it was the outbreak of the Second Gulf War, which was 14 months after the date of breach, which was an early redelivery under a 7-year time charter party. The House of Lords, as I said, now the same as the Supreme Court, decided that the outbreak of the Second Gulf War, even though it happened 14 months after the breach of contract, should be taken into account in the assessment of damages. So why, in the Skiros and in the Agios Minas, are we not taking into account the sale of the vessels and the prohibition in those MOAs on chartering the vessels after the redelivery under the existing charter party? Why are we ignoring that? It's inconsistent with the Golden Victory, which was not mentioned by the Court of Appeal at all. So my view, even though I don't have a crystal ball, and it's been a roller coaster of a case, from arbitration tribunal reaching one decision overturned by the High Court, then the Court of Appeal overturning the High Court's decision, I believe that the UK Supreme Court is going to reverse the decision of the Court of Appeal and decide that the compensatory principle prevails, and that because the owners have suffered no loss, then they're not entitled to substantial damages. Now, thank you very much for, I hope that I have finished on time, and I hand over back to Dr. Mitzi.
Thank you very much, Philip. And thank you for touching upon this issue, which is a current one and hasn't still been resolved. So it would be interesting to see how all these key principles that you mentioned will be applied. The compensatory principle, the counterfactual analysis, and the causation and mitigation. And I think that this will be a groundbreaking decision, which will constitute an important precedent for future courts and tribunals to deal with it. Thank you very much. It was very enlightening, and as I said, I'm happy that we managed to spice up things this year with shipping law and specifically charter party disputes.
Thank you once again, Dr. Mitzi.
Thank you, Philip. Thanks. Let's continue now with our next speaker. Our next speaker is Vasiliki Koubli. She's an Athens-based Supreme Court lawyer, mediator and mediation, as well as arbitrator, fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. She has studied law in Athens and London and has been extensively trained in negotiation, mediation, and arbitration by renowned institutions such as CERB, CDR, Harvard Kennedy School. She accepts appointments as mediator and arbitrator, being listed in the rosters held by the leading service providers, including the EU Commission Directorate General for Trade panel of arbitrators. Apart from her activity as third neutral in ADR processes, she is also a senior associate at Watson Farley Williams, advising corporate clients concerning a range of energy projects on all aspects of the applicable energy regulatory framework, as well as EU law, competition law, environmental and climate change laws and regulations. Vasiliki will be speaking specifically about the ICJ advisory opinion on climate change, which will give us a new lens for energy investment arbitration. This opinion does represent a pivotal development in the not only EU but also international legal landscape, signaling a more clear articulation of the state's climate obligations and also their interplay with investment protection standards. Vasiliki, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mary. It seems that I cannot see my presentation. Now it's here. So good afternoon to all. It is really my good pleasure and honor to participate in the Athens Conference on European Energy Law and Policy for the fifth consecutive time. And I'm more than grateful to both Professor Antonis Metaxas and Professor Mary Mitsi for this kind invitation and my inclusion in this very, very interesting panel. I will repeat once again that the conference has established itself as an important event hosted by the Hellenic Energy Regulation Institute, which also this year is joined by renowned institutions such as the German Institute für Energie und Regulierungsrecht, the University of Bergen, and Queen Mary University of London. As highlighted also in earlier sessions today, the global community is confronting an energy transition marked by urgency. This transition is not only political and technological, it also presents profound legal challenges, particularly within the sphere of international investment law. Less than 6 months ago, it was on 23 July 2025, the legal landscape shifted. The International Court of Justice, which is the world's highest judicial authority, issued a unanimous advisory opinion on the obligations of states in respect of climate change. So my presentation today examines its potential transformative development and its implications for the evolving architecture of energy investment law and arbitration. The central question is this, in my opinion: will the ICJ advisory opinion generate a new authoritative legal framework capable of reshaping the risk calculus for governments and investors in energy-related disputes? So my opinion is that it very likely will. The opinion has the potential to operate as a new interpretive lens, offering judicial clarity on states' climate-related obligations, clarity that is bound to permeate core concepts in energy investment arbitration. So I will begin with the advisory opinion itself, then turn to the current energy investment arbitration landscape, and finally examine the pathways through which such an opinion can drive systemic change. It was in 2019 when a group of students from the University of the South Pacific in Fiji launched an initiative urging Pacific Island governments to bring the issue of climate change before the International Court of Justice. And their efforts were taken up decisively by the state of Vanuatu, which in 2022, through its permanent mission to the United Nations, convened a coalition of states to draft a UN General Assembly resolution requesting an ICJ advisory opinion. In March 2023, the General Assembly adopted a resolution by consensus, in essence asking the court to clarify two overarching issues. First, the obligation of states under international law to protect the climate system for present and future generations. And second, The legal consequences for states whose acts or omissions have caused significant climate-related harm, and particularly harm suffered by small island developing states and by affected peoples and individuals. The advisory opinion issued by the ECJ on 23 July 2025 is remarkable for two reasons: its unanimity among the 15 judges and the unprecedented global participation. The court did not mince words, explicitly defining climate change as an urgent and existential threat. This is no longer a political statement, it is a judicial finding of fact based on the best available science. This elevation of urgency from policy to law can be the first element of our new lens, and it establishes that the justification for climate action is no longer discretionary, but mandatory. Although the ICJ advisory opinion is formally non-binding, the court is the United Nations principal judicial organ, and its interpretations of international law carry considerable weight. So advisory opinions are routinely treated as authoritative guidance and often shape both state practice and the evolution of international law. So it is precisely this persuasive authority that makes the opinion so consequential. The opinion's key holdings amount to concrete legal ammunition, we would say. First, the court formally endorsed the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature limit as the legal benchmark against which all national climate policies must be assessed. Second, it imposed a stringent due diligence obligation, making clear to states that they must actively regulate corporate actors within their jurisdiction to reduce emissions. Inaction itself may now constitute a breach. For energy investors, the most consequential finding is this: the ICJ explicitly stated that measures such as issuing new fossil fuel exploration licensing or granting subsidies may amount to an internationally wrongful act. So this is an unmistakable legal warning and identification of the danger zone for investors. This point is of particular importance for Greece, which continues to support the hydrocarbon extraction program in the sea located south of Crete, a program that was launched in another, now obsolete era before the conclusion of the Paris Agreement. Finally, the court confirmed that violations of these obligations can trigger state responsibility, including reparation. This alone carries profound implications for future damages claims and the broader risk landscape in energy investment. Energy disputes are the largest sector in investor-state dispute settlement. And very often they are directed over state-led energy transition measures, for instance, cancelling fossil fuel licenses, banning extraction or phasing out subsidies. Indeed, we are in an era of so-called green loss disputes, where investors in high-carbon assets sue governments for regulatory changes. As states implement necessary transition policies, fossil fuel investors sue under investment treaties. And the result is the well-documented phenomenon of regulatory chill, where the risk of massive compensation demands deters governments from taking the urgent, stringent action the ICJ now says is legally required. The battle lines are drawn over two main claims. First, fair and equitable treatment, which is breached when a government frustrates a legitimate expectation of a stable regulatory framework. And second, indirect expropriation, which concerns whether a regulation has completely stripped the investment of its economic value. Arbitral tribunals have traditionally treated climate or environmental concerns as part of the state's police power, a legitimate, non-compensable regulatory right. Tribunals lack the consistent authoritative standard to weigh the necessity of climate action against the foreseeability of regulatory change, namely a state's urgent climate obligation against an investor's commercial expectation. And arbitral tribunals assess regulatory measures using a proportionality test, balancing the public purpose of the measure against the investor's harm. But there has been no definitive international standard, judicial standard. And so the assessment of the weight of that public purpose has been essentially subjective. The new lens can provide a potent shield against fair equitable treatment claims. A state facing a lawsuit for cancelling a fossil fuel license can cite the opinion, arguing its action was a legally mandated requirement to protect the climate and human rights as articulated by the ICJ. This makes the action inherently non-arbitrary. The most powerful effect is, however, on new investments. The ICJ's explicit ruling about the wrongfulness of supporting fossil fuels means that a prudent investor simply cannot claim to have been surprised by a state when that state shuts down that activity. The threshold for what constitutes legitimate expectation has been raised now on significantly. Furthermore, with respect to indirect expropriation claims, the opinion provides the legal basis to argue that climate regulations are always proportional. When a state acts to prevent an existential threat, the regulation is not disproportionate. The ICJ's reasoning suggests that arbitral tribunals must interpret investment treaties in light of these stringent climate obligations. And this means that investment treaty must bend to accommodate to states' international law duty, minimizing thus the finding of an uncompensated taking in the framework of expropriation. The opinion's finding on state responsibility for not acting, namely the duty to make reparation, is now another counterweight to the investor's claim for compensation. So we notice that the ICJ advisory opinion tends to create legal certainty where there was only political ambiguity in the past. For governments, it is an unequivocal shield. For arbitrators, it is a non-negotiable legal precedent they must judicially notice and apply. And for investors, it is a clear warning that the era of relying on investment treaties to safeguard high carbon profits against essential state regulation is over. And indeed, the opinion represents also a structural reformation of the legal risk matrix, which constitutes also an immediate notice to the entire financial community. Any investor putting new capital into coal, oil, or even maybe gas assets, or seeking to expand existing ones, does so in the full knowledge that these activities have been designated as potentially contributing to an internationally wrongful act. In this sense, by raising the legal risk premium, the opinion is also a powerful tool for shifting global capital away from high carbon assets. Summing up, the ICJ's unanimous opinion has redefined the legal hierarchy. It transformed climate change from a policy choice into a binding legal obligation. In the context of energy investment arbitrator in particular, this may act as a new lens that heavily favors the legitimacy and the necessity of the state's climate action, making it substantially harder for carbon-intensive investors to successfully sue for compensation. It remains to be seen in practice whether and how this will signify the end of regulatory chill era. And having said that, I would like to pass the floor back to our moderator. I thank you very much for your attention and welcome any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vasiliki. That was a very interesting presentation, especially when it comes to investment arbitration. There will always be this tension between the interests of the investor, especially with regards to breaches and protection against expropriation, and then the right of the state to regulate and avoid the so-called regulatory chills. Of course, the new generation of treaties outside the EU, I would say mostly, do tend to respect the sovereign right of the state to regulate, which, even though it is taken as a given, it has to be now underlined in international treaties as a defense against the protection of the investor. So the EU has many interesting views when it comes to investment arbitration. So thank you very much for presenting this perspective.
I decided to not touch this aspect of investment arbitration. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vasiliki. And let's continue now with Dr. Bjorn Ebert. He's an associate partner with Glees Lutz. Bjorn represents clients in international commercial and investment arbitration, particularly CETAG, ICC, DIS, and ICSID, as well as in cross-border complex disputes and litigation, especially those relating to post-M&A disputes, shareholder disputes, distribution law, dealership law, and general commercial and business law. He has been with Glees Lutz since 2018, and he was also a visiting scholar at the Lauterpacht Center of International Law at the University of Cambridge. He's also a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, of the German Institution of Arbitrators, the Young Practitioners Group of the Swiss Arbitration Association, the Austrian Arbitration Association, and the German-Japanese Lawyers Association. Bjorn is also a lecturer in international business law at the Eberhard Karls University, specializing in World Trade Organization law, free trade agreements, and international investment protection law. Bjorn will be focusing on energy transition disputes and the challenges in offshore wind farm arbitrations. Bjorn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you for inviting me to this conference. Good afternoon. I'm Jan Ebert. As was said in the introduction, I'm an international arbitration lawyer at Glees Lutz, a leading independent German full-service law firm. Now, having worked with companies and finances on complex energy projects, I want to share a practical view on disputes in offshore wind today. I will focus on what we're seeing in the market, why these disputes arise, and how to manage them efficiently in arbitration. First, to elevate your concerns head on, this is not a technical lecture. It is a map of the main risk zones. My aim is to help you spot trouble early, steer contract strategy, and make arbitration faster, probably cheaper or less expensive, and more predictable. Now, offshore wind is central to the energy transition. Many projects secured permits and financing over the last 2 to 3 years, in particular also in the German North Sea. They are now entering or are already in construction. This is where risk concentrates. Weather windows are tight, vessels are scarce, prices moved sharply, supply chains remain fragile, grid connection deadlines are ambitious. The result, as you can imagine, is a wave of claims. We see 3 dominant clusters. First, delay claims. Second, defect and performance claims. And third, change in the allocation of cost risk. These clusters link to very concrete events, unexpected ground conditions, cable failures, turbine or foundation issues, late grid readiness, and misalignment at interfaces between contracts. Each of these pulls several parties into the same fractal story, and each requires heavy expert evidence. Offshore wind is seldom a two-party dispute. You have the owner, potentially EPC or EPCI, contractor, key subcontractors for foundations, cables, turbines, grid vessel providers, insurers, and lenders. Each contract has its own risk allocation, schedule, and dispute clause. Yet delays and defects propagate through the chain. And this is where the classic sandwich appears. The owner claims liquidated damages from the EPC for late completion. The EPC blames the cable laying subcontractor for weather downtime and differing seabed conditions. The cable contractor points to the supplier's CO defect. If disputes move forward in separate proceedings, you risk inconsistent decisions. So the EPC may be held liable upstream, but is unable to pass the loss downstream. This is the core procedural challenge in offshore wind arbitrations. Keep liability coherent across the chain. I want to discuss a few practical solutions and particular challenges that the parties in arbitration related to offshore wind farm disputes face. One practical solution is to build a procedural bridge between the contracts. In Germany, the DIS, the German Arbitration Institute, has introduced supplementary rules for third-party notices in March 2024. These rules allow a third party to be notified to intervene and to be bound by the factual and legal findings of the tribunal without turning that third party into a formal party to the arbitration. So this can preserve consistency across the chain and address one of the core problems. But it works only if you draft it into the main contract and the subcontracts at the start. The clauses must mirror each other. The opposing party must consent. If done well, you get one set of findings and no one stranded between your words. For institutions without a similar mechanism, you need to think about jointer, consolidation, and consent early. Most rules allow for some combination of consolidation in coordinated tribunals, but consent and compatible arbitration agreements are often the bottleneck. If you do not solve this, at contract formation, you pay for it later through parallel proceedings, inefficiency, and settlement pressure unrelated to the merits. Another challenge is arbitrations in offshore wind are fact-heavy. A tribunal can spend months trying to reconstruct what happened during a weather event 6 months into the project. You can avoid this if you force the facts to be recorded as they happen. The most effective mechanism is simple: daily progress reports that are exchanged, countersigned, and declared conclusive unless proven false. The reports should track vessel time, weather downtime, critical path status, obstructions, notices, and instructions. If you support this with structured data retention across parties, expert analysis becomes faster and more reliable. The hearing in the arbitration then focuses on risk allocation, not on who said what at 2 a.m. in a storm. We have seen this make a decisive difference. When progress reports are binding, expert can build daily and quarter model on a solid baseline. Tribunals are more comfortable with the analysis. Costs go down. The prospect of settlement improves because the facts are not in dispute. In a sector with high technical complexity, good documentation is the cheapest procedural innovation available. And we have seen this in one case that we recently concluded, where there was such a daily progress reports database, which made the arbitration faster and even more cost efficient. Nonetheless, delay and disruption will dominate in a project, which then leads to causation being the battlefield in legal disputes. Parties argue about critical paths and about concurrent delays. Of course, weather is also an important factor for delay. but it is rarely the only factor. Vessel availability, interface slippage, and late approvals or permits often play larger roles, in particular vessels. Contracts must be clear on weather thresholds, on extension of time, and on notice requirements. Tribunal will enforce these clauses if they are transparent and enforced during the project. This requires a good claim management within a project. Defect claims will focus on serial issues in cables, wells, coatings, blades, and on installation tolerances. Owners, as you know, will seek reliable and availability-based remedies. Contractors will point to design approvals, specifications, and operating conditions. The line between defect and variation can blur during a project. Warranty regimes and exclusions for abnormal operation conditions become central. Expert disagreement on root causes is common. Clear inspection regimes, sample testing, and traceable serial data help narrow the field. Another problem is grid connection. Delays in the onshore or offshore grid can derail project schedule and financing. Parties will litigate responsibility for grid readiness, curtailment, and interim operation. Change in law provisions, force majeure, and pass-through of system operator risk matter here. Where a grid operator is a separate public entity, you may also see related administrative or regulatory proceedings. Finally, price and risk reallocation is the third cluster of claims. The sector went through a period of sharp cost increases. At least that's what our clients are telling us. Some contracts did not have flexible price adjustment mechanisms. Parties looked at hardship, change in law, or force majeure to shift cost. Now, tribunals are cautious. Hardship and price adjustment clauses must be specific and are construed narrowly in a dispute. If the contract put price risk on one side, general market changes will rarely move it. This all shows us that drafting really matters if you come up with a contract, because this sets the base for any disputes that arise during the project. Now, there are basically 5 legal themes that often decide a case at the end. First, notice and conditions precedent mechanisms. Offshore contracts, as you probably know, contain tight notice rules for variations, claims, and force majeure. Tribunals apply them, but they also ask whether the other side suffered real prejudice. If a contractor missed a short notice window, but the owner knew the facts and had time to mitigate, the sanction may be reduced. If the notice regime is clear, enforced, and linked to assessed prejudice, outcomes are fairer and more predictable. This is to say that during a project, claim management, and especially notice management, is essential. Second, change in law and regulatory risk. This may require you to have an explicit allocation of permitting and environmental approval risk. Again, an issue for contract drafting. Third, force majeure and exceptional weather. Weather risk allocations should link to hard data, define thresholds by reference to recognized datasets, include access to validated historical records, and to project-specific measurements. Make clear whether abnormal weather gives time, cost, or both. Wake weather clauses, drive arbitration, and litigation. Again, a matter for contract drafting. Fourth, interfaces. Many disputes come from gaps at contract boundaries. For example, who is responsible for the burial deep at the crossing of a cable foundation? Who carries the risk of seabed data accuracy at interface lines? Exact interface matrices and data reliance provisions reduce these arguments. Again, and I've been saying this for the fourth time, it's a matter of contract negotiation and contract drafting. And the fifth issue is liquidated damages and caps. Tribunals uphold reasonable liquidated damages. They also enforce liability caps, but carve-outs for gross negligence or willful misconduct need to be precise. The alignment of caps and insurance cover must be explicit. Again, a topic for the contract drafting. But also, if it comes to arbitration, there are 5 practical steps that basically pay off. First, align the dispute architecture across the chain. Seed, rules, language, joint consolidation, all of that must be or should be addressed in arbitration clauses. At the third-party notice regime, where available, arbitration agreements must reflect the project structure. And second, make documentation conclusive. Daily reports, countersigned, declared binding unless shown false. Centralized and secure data storage with agreed metadata and formats. Define authoritative sources and retention protocols in the contract. Decide which version of a metadata set controls. This is not only about project management or contract drafting. It is also about being prepared for contentious proceedings. This lowers costs at the end and clarifies facts, which tribunal then reward. Third, sharpen risk clauses. Whether with measurable thresholds, change in law with objective triggers, interface matrices that leave no gaps, liquidated damages and caps aligned with insurance. Notice requirements that are strict but fair. Consider all these clauses and make them as explicit and as clear as possible. Fourth, plan your expert case from the day one. Define the critical paths early. Preserve raw data. Agree on baseline assumptions with the other side where possible. Use expert conferencing in the arbitration to define the real disagreement. This will help streamline the process and at the end improve clarity, predictability, and reduce cost. 5, have effective emergent relief regimes. Emergent relief, as you can imagine, and interim measures can be decisive, for instance, in preserving vessels, equipment, or critical data, in particular if a project is still running and ongoing. Draft the arbitration clause to permit emergency arbitrators and to allow for quick tribunal conciliation. Align this with your court support at the seat of arbitration for evidence preservation or in particular for interim relief. As I said, in particular, if a project is still running, interim relief and emergency relief can be essential to keep the project alive and going. Offshore wind is an essential part of the energy transition. It is also a perfect storm for factual complexity, tight schedules, and multi-party risk. Disputes will come for sure. Most will go to arbitration. You can make those arbitrations manageable and predictable if you design for them at contract signature and run the project with the hearing in mind. This is about contract drafting, claims management, and adhering to notice requirements that are enshrined in the contract. The goals are simple. One set of findings across the chain, if you have different arbitrations that need to be aligned. Facts recorded as they happen. Clear allocation of better interface, grid, and price risk. A tribunal focused on law, and that's what we eventually want, and expert analysis, not on reconstructing the past. If we do this, we do not only reduce legal spend, but disputes are likely to be concluded earlier or at least faster, and make offshore wind farm disputes, offshore wind farm arbitrations more predictable and may help to keep your project in line and on schedule. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bjorn. I'm impressed you touched upon a very large area of issues, from contract drafting, claim management, risk allocation, force majeure, to the role of experts and the issues of calculation of damages, joinder, consolidation, and also drafting of the arbitration clauses in order to have an efficient, both time and cost efficient arbitration of such a kind of dispute. So thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you.
I would like to add that Paul Hayes will not be able to join us due to an unexpected issue. So we will do a very short Q&A session with the rest of the speakers before we end our panel. I will start with a question for Philip, for Dr. Saranovic. Based on your presentation, I understand that the UK Supreme Court in the new flamenco, although dealing with early redelivery of a vessel rather than the late delivery, ignored the fact that the owners managed to sell the vessels for a huge profit and therefore did not suffer any actual loss. In this case, could we say that this is consistent with the Court of Appeal's decision in the Skiros and the Agios Minas?
Thank you very, Mary, for such a great question. It is, I think, a matter of great debate whether the Supreme Court's decision in the new flamenco is consistent or inconsistent with the Court of Appeal's decision now in the Skiros. Now, we do not know what the Court of Appeal thinks about this as presently constituted, because the case was not mentioned by the Court of Appeal at all. And similarly, the Commercial Court also ignored the new flamenco. However, they are similar, and I think you're right to suggest that it can be consistent. On the simple basis that in the new flamenco, yes, there was early redelivery, but still it was a repudiatory breach of a contract, the charter party, and the owners of the vessel were awarded substantial damages for that repudiatory breach, despite the fact that they managed to sell the vessels when the market was at its peak. Subsequently, if the vessels had been delivered on time later, in that case, then they would have been redelivered at the time of the financial crisis. And therefore, they would have lost millions of US dollars that actually they profited from, because of the breach. Now, the Supreme Court departed from the compensatory principle by saying we ignore the sale of the vessels and the fact that they made such a huge profit. So on this level, yes, absolutely, I think it helps the owners. And I think I would add also that the new flamenco suggests also, in my view, that the purpose of damages in contract law, as far as English law at least is concerned, is not just about compensation, but it's also about, for example, making sure that there is a just outcome in circumstances that the party who is in breach does not get away with breach by, not having to compensate the owners because of their own actions. On the other hand, I think equally we could distinguish the new flamenco, and we could say in the Skiros and the Agios Minas, this current ongoing litigation, we are not really talking about taking into account the benefit under a separate contract, because the owners did not execute the MOAs in order to mitigate their losses. That was nothing to do with that. And therefore, you know, as I said, from another perspective, the new flamenco, you could say, does not actually really help the owners.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Philip. That's very interesting. We see the well-established principles of compensation and mitigation of losses of the UK contract law with regards to fundamental breaches being applied differently in each case. So very interesting to see where this will lead us. Thank you, Philip. Yeah, let's continue. Thank you, Philip. Let's continue now with Vasiliki. You mentioned Greece's hydrocarbon exploration south of Crete. How does the ICJ opinion change the legal risk profile of such legacy with regards to fossil fuel projects?
Thank you, Mary. In my view, when the ICJ states that granting new fossil fuel exploration licenses may constitute an internationally wrongful act, that is not an abstract language. It is a direct legal signal that such activities are increasingly incompatible with states' international obligations. For Greece, this may mean that the Crete exploration program, designed in a pre-Paris Agreement era, now sits in a, let's say, heightened liability environment. Investors may face challenges in establishing legitimate expectations, while the state may need to justify regulatory shifts as part of its due diligence obligations. And in short, the opinion transforms what was once a political debate into a specific legal risk calculus that both investors and governments must confront and take into account.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Vasiliki. So commercial risk allocation and assessment when it comes to especially investors in this area does play an important role. Thank you very much. One final question for Bjorn. Bjorn, you mentioned very interestingly the need for good documentation, progress reports which track different issues such as notices, which will make arbitration faster and more cost efficient. How would this assist the expert in such kind of cases, and what is exactly the role of the expert in such disputes?
Thank you, Mary, for the question. In arbitration, there is seldom an expert appointed by the tribunal, but often the parties have their own experts. And the experts build their analysis on the data set they have been provided with by the parties, or respectively by the party that engaged the expert. And my proposal was to have one set of data that is agreed upon by the parties, which can then be provided to the experts. This has the benefit that both party-appointed experts, base their analysis on the same set of data, which would then lead to more conclusive results. Essentially leaving the tribunal with only having to decide the legal questions, the legal assessment based on the experts' findings. In particular, in offshore wind farm disputes, experts are very important, as we often deal with situations that concern project delays resulting from different factors like weather, non-availability of vessels, or defects of material like some blades that could not be installed properly and so on. And all of that need to be combined in one critical path analysis. And that is typically done by experts. The tribunal then has to see how that translates into either an extension of time that is to be given to the contractor or to additional remuneration for the additional work that was necessary to complete the project.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Bjorn. So the same progress report will constitute the basis for the work of both party-appointed experts.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you heartfully, the three of you, Bjorn, Vasiliki, Philip, for joining us and for making such very practical remarks, which do have a strong theoretical underpinning, but are also very much acquainted with in actual practice. Thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this panel on another distinct yet significant component of the decarbonization chain, voluntary carbon markets and carbon credits, a topic that inspires both fascination and considerable debate. With the Kyoto Protocol, the first formalized market for carbon offsetting was launched. Kyoto created compliance mechanisms, and as a result, private actors began developing voluntary markets to meet climate objectives. Despite its resilience, the voluntary carbon market has faced major challenges, including episodes of double counting, integrity issues, and crisis of confidence in the early 2000s. Yet, very few dispute its importance. Precisely because of its scale and influence, there is now a global conversation on how to strengthen oversight, ensure credibility, and better align voluntary action with binding climate commitments. We're seeing a clear shift in the wider policy conversation, moving from voluntary as a branding label towards more rigorous frameworks, including how credits are used and how climate claims are communicated. One of the most significant recent developments in this direction is the European Union's initiative to establish a carbon removal certification framework. At the same time, the EU has built its own compliance carbon market. The EU emissions trading system, launched in 2005 and now in its fourth phase, operating from January 2021 until December 2030.
So today's roundtable invites us to reflect on these different elements. The aim, our aim, and our distinguished speakers' aim in this session is more or less practical. We would like to unpack what credibility looks like today and what could be the next step for moving forward to even more compliant, let's say, framework beyond being strictly voluntary. So we are delighted to moderate and discuss together with my very good colleague Maria Harondaki this discussion with three very distinguished speakers, experts on the matter from different perspectives, each one of them. So I would like to welcome to this panel Dr. Petros Varelidis, Secretary General of Natural Environment and Waters in the Ministry of Environment and Energy, a distinguished scientist, chemical engineer who has very vast experience from the Greek and the EU public administration. Christian Holzleitner, who is the head of unit of land economy and carbon removals at DG Klima of the European Commission, a truly key figure in the European Commission's DG Klima for anything that has to do with carbon farming, LULUCF regulations, and the whole CRCF project on voluntary carbon markets in the EU framework overall. And last but not least, the third lady of our company, Mary Gilmore Maurer, who is the legal director at Vera, one of the most important private bodies, certification bodies on voluntary carbon credits, with a vast, more than 10-year experience in the area. With this. With this, I would like to first of all thank all our distinguished speakers, and to get started, I will ask each speaker for a brief opening speech and presentation, and then we will move into an exchange of views. Should we have the time, hopefully we will. With this, I would like to invite Dr. Mary Gilmore Maurer to start with her speech. Mary.
Thank you very much. It's really a great pleasure to be here today. I'm looking forward to also hearing from my fellow panelists, Petros and Christian, as well. This is such a key and critical conversation. I see that my presentation has kindly been put up as well. I'm going to take you through really today who Vera is, how it fits into the voluntary carbon market, what the voluntary carbon market is. I'm doing this for what I assume is an audience, some of whom may be very familiar, some of whom may be less familiar with carbon markets, and particularly the voluntary carbon market. We'll talk about kind of what a carbon credit is, what the kind of cycle is, how we look at that, how it is certified. And then I will go into some of the efforts to really push for an increase in integrity and in carbon markets and the quality of credits that we are seeing, and really finish on a note of saying that we are moving from perhaps more fragmented towards more coordination, more collaboration, possibly towards integration with some of the newer mechanisms that we are now seeing, which is really exciting and really important. We are really at a critical juncture, and which is why I'm also so excited to be speaking to my fellow panelists as well after our presentations. Thank you. Next slide, please. So Vera was founded in 2007. It is a US-based nonprofit, and it is both a standard-setting company and body and an independent carbon crediting body, both for climate action projects and sustainable development projects. We are also a carbon and environmental asset registry, which is important. Not all carbon standards are also registries, but some of us are. So in that role, we really build standards for various activities, which include reducing deforestation, improving agricultural practice, but also to addressing plastic waste and certain criteria for achieving gender equality. We administer those programs to certify that these activities achieve a measurable high integrity outcome, including the carbon reductions or removals from those projects. And we, as the registry, issue verified carbon units. So those are the Vera version of a verified carbon credit. We call them VCUs. Next slide, please. So to get a sense of Vera's programs, we have our kind of flagship verified carbon standard, but we also have sustainable development standard, a climate, community, and biodiversity standard. We also certify jurisdictional nested RED projects where there is already a government scheme in place. We can nest projects within that, and a plastic waste reduction standard. And I want to just highlight this kind of this circle that there are it is a joint effort between various stakeholders that achieves this. So the VCS standard as a program sits somewhat there in the middle, but important key aspects of this are the accounting methodologies that go into assessing whether reduction or removal is being met, independent auditing, third-party independent auditing, which is done by what are called validation and verification bodies who are accredited to an ISO standard and previously also under the UNFCCC. So these are key aspects, and what these all do together, including with the registry system, is that they create key aspects of high quality carbon projects. So we have to demonstrate additionality, we have to account for potential leakage. I appreciate that these are quite technical terms. And a big topic, of course, is to ensure permanence of removals and contribute to a buffer pool where that is appropriate to the type of project. Another key aspect is conservatively quantifying emissions reductions and removals. A key aspect, again, is continuous monitoring. That was a big topic at the recent COP, of course, as well. The independent auditing and that we apply. So it's not just a matter of carbon accounting. It is also a matter of applying appropriate environmental and social safeguards in accordance with various program rules. Next slide, please. This slide really just gives you an overview of what we do as the carbon registry, or the registry of the projects, which really holds all the key information and documents relating to the projects that have been certified under the VERA programs. So we track and manage the carbon emissions reductions and environmental assets. We facilitate issuance, transfer, and retirement, and at times also cancellation of carbon credits. And really what the registry does is allow organizations to register their activities to generate carbon credits and then to transact on them. VERA is not involved in the actual transactions. The credits reflected in the VERA registry can be bought and sold on carbon markets to offset emissions, of course. And we are a recognized platform for managing emissions in compliance with various international standards. Next slide. Quickly, this slide just to give you a sense of the geographic scale, but also, of course, importantly, the potential that we see here. We have over 3,400 active projects spanning 125 countries. And importantly, it is a healthy reflection of all different parts of the world. And I think emphasizes the importance of the contribution that various economies and regions can make to this. Next slide, please. So now what I want to talk about is really the VCM and its evolution. I think Maria and Sofia touched on this already briefly in the beginning. What we see, or at least from VERA's perspective, is a trajectory for carbon markets from what we might call individual policy pilots and private initiatives trying to fill sometimes various gaps early on, to now being a key economic part of the global fight against climate change, with what we see currently further integration and cooperation. So I think going back, if interested, I think we saw isolated examples of carbon projects as far back as the 1980s, but as already introduced, the carbon market concept on a more global coordinated basis really began with the 1997 Kyoto Protocol, by the establishment of the Clean Development Mechanism as one of its flexible mechanisms. And that really allowed developed countries to invest in emission reduction projects in developing nations to meet their own targets, and that created the first large-scale carbon crediting program. And it was really, I have to say, the CDM which established a lot of the key concepts that we talk about, like the development of methodologies for measuring, reporting, and verifying emissions reductions. And then voluntary standards really built on those CDM methodologies, but provided in some ways more flexibility, and addressed what has been mentioned, that increasing corporate interest in offsetting emissions outside of compliance obligations. So in the early 2000s is when those early or first VCM standards were launched, and the corporates who bought these credits wanted to voluntarily offset a portion of their emissions and also show leadership in corporate social responsibility. So in the 2 decades since carbon trading was introduced in the Kyoto Protocol, the UN mechanism evolved into what we now have as a Paris Agreement with new rules to govern international trading of emissions reductions. Cross-border emission adjustment introduced, of course, under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, and we now have a new UN rulebook that took shape and is really impacting both compliance and voluntary carbon markets. And I really need to emphasize that these new developments that have taken some years to come to bear are really pushing us towards coordination with each other. I think that we need to continue on that trajectory, really. Next slide. And just kind of going back to basics quickly, because I know I'm using different terms again for audience. Voluntary carbon markets are regulated by independent standards like Verra through program rules and requirements, and they are used for mainly for voluntary corporate climate action. Again, many examples. I think there are over 50 now. Verra is just one of them. There's also Gold Standard, American Carbon Registry, Climate Action Reserve, Plan Vivo, Puro Earth, and many more, and growing, I think. And then compliance markets, of course, and and Christian will be speaking to that more, is created by and regulated by governments. And those credits are used to achieve compliance with emissions caps. I think at the moment there are about 28 different compliance markets, but they cover different types of sectors. And again, lots of interest, government interest in that, of course, across the world. I think that initially the voluntary market was seen or functioned actually as a kind of a stopgap for when governments either could not take action or government's frameworks did not cover all the various sectors. But now the voluntary carbon market has become an established market in its own right. Next slide. Now, the key point about voluntary carbon is that it's decentralized and enables private actors to voluntarily buy and sell carbon credits. And what we're all working towards is this concept of high integrity carbon credits, which can unlock that urgently needed finance that would not perhaps otherwise be available to reduce and remove billions of tons of emissions. Voluntary carbon market is seen as an essential tool, in addition, of course, to compliance markets to achieve climate action targets, which are, imminent. I think we've seen recently, we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 45% by 2030, 55% by 2035. So we need all hands on deck, and we need all tools to get us there. And we have, of course, very dynamic political landscapes in some regions of the world, more stable in others. So the voluntary market tries to support efforts across those. Next slide. So this is really just to give you a sense of who the relevant stakeholders are in the voluntary carbon market. On the one side, we have supply side, which includes the project developers, communities and NGOs and other entities that may wish to implement a carbon project. We have where we sit as Verra, the greenhouse gas crediting programs. We also have intermediaries such as brokers and trading platforms. That is also getting more sophisticated, and I would say digitalization, digital technology is really taking off and supporting that at speed. And then, of course, we have the demand side, right? So we have the corporates that we already mentioned, but not only, we have philanthropies, NGOs, individuals, and other buyers for many different reasons, but mainly to make a positive claim about net climate impact. That is a great source of the demand in the VCM. But I would say that demand is also importantly created by compliance commitments as well. Next slide. Now, in terms of maybe some basics about carbon credits, it represents 1 ton of CO2 equivalent in accordance with a particular peer-reviewed methodology relevant to that sector. It can also represent additional benefits to communities, as we have seen, such as biodiversity, sustainable development, other co-benefits. And very, very importantly, they are verified by an independent validation verification body to confirm and assess that these benefits and representations and the representation of 1 ton CO2 equivalent is in fact real. And then finally, these are recorded and retired on a carbon registry. Next slide. So we see here, and again, VCU is the Verra equivalent of a carbon credit. What we want to see in terms of attributes are that the credit is real, it's measurable, that there is a permanence assessment, that it is additional, independently verified, transparently listed on a registry, that there is a unique serial number. Again, these kind of things go towards avoiding double counting, and that it is conservatively estimated. Next slide. And now I think what hopefully we'll have a lot of this discussion on is, this pursuit of integrity, generally in the carbon markets, but also for Verra. Many corporates and governments have made long-term climate commitments, such as achieving net zero, because an entity which has committed to that within a certain time frame essentially commits to applying carbon credits to achieve the net zero. We are anticipating that the demand, especially for high quality, high integrity carbon credits, is going to grow to basically enable companies, but also governments, to meet climate commitments. In terms of quality, there are many aspects, but again, the key characteristics relate to whether a project actually reduces emissions beyond what we call the counterfactual of what would have happened without the project. And this is always in some ways what we're measuring against. And that comprises an assessment of issues such as actual emissions from the project, the robustness of the baseline and risks of leakage and non-permanence, but also these environment and social impacts, which we are more and more aware of, but also more and more enshrining in our key aspects of our program rules that really require this as a condition for implementing projects. Next slide. I will only stay on this one briefly, but I thought it was quite a good way of demonstrating just the different levels and initiatives. So we have the crediting programs. We, of course, have international integrity initiatives, and I will go into some of those in my next slide. But we see a kind of a multi-layer, like a layer cake, and everyone is working towards this. The initiatives to improve carbon credit integrity have really grown over the past few years, also through challenges in the market. They focus on different aspects of the project and carbon credit cycle, whether that's the overall program or down to specifically the project methodology. And some, of course, also combine these different things. Next slide. So in terms of integrity initiatives and Verra, I just want to highlight some of the key or top 3, really. The main one, and I want to really highlight these because they show this coordination and potential integration of voluntary and compliance markets. First one being the CORSIA scheme. So verified carbon units are eligible credits for compliance with obligations under the Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, CORSIA. That represents what we would call a quasi-compliance scheme, and that is designed to cap emissions from international aviation at 85% of their 2019 levels. The International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, implemented CORSIA to keep global net CO2 emissions from international aviation at 2019 levels. So this idea of carbon neutral growth from 2020. And that's achieved by offsetting any emissions that go above 2020 levels that remain after the use of sustainable aviation fuels and implementation of certain technical and operational improvements in the sector. And it has established rules for determining the sector's requirements for offsetting and allocating the offsetting obligation to airlines. And these are effective, the obligations are effective from 2021 to 2035. And over 100 countries are participating in this. I mean, the demand is incredible. And that is in the current voluntary pilot phase. Verra has been approved both for the initial phases, including the voluntary phase and has now been approved by ICAO for the mandatory phase. I think that really goes towards some of the coordination between the compliance markets and the voluntary markets, in my opinion. I think that we will see more of this, and hopefully the demand for these types of schemes will grow. We also have the ICVCM, of course, which is the Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Markets. That has the aim of, again, creating high integrity, scalable voluntary carbon market that can access capital, but apply the principles from regulated capital markets. So what they are, again, trying to bring the different approaches together. For example, they use standards that are similar to those in regulated markets, that being the core carbon principles. And they seek to establish a global benchmark for high integrity. And the purpose of the core carbon principles and the assessment framework by which standards like VERA are held is exactly this: to provide credible, rigorous, but also readily accessible means of identifying what is actually a high quality carbon credit. And in early 2024, the ICVCM approved Verified Carbon Standard Program, and which means that it's fully aligned with the detailed criteria of the core carbon principles. Again, it has also approved certain VERA methodologies. Importantly, what the ICVCM does, it also aligns with Article 6 under the Paris Agreement, which sets out the rules and guidance for countries to cooperate with each other, to achieve national emissions reductions targets via carbon crediting, carbon trading between governments.
Mary, I'm really sorry to interrupt there. Really sorry, because our next speakers have other engagements and we don't have too much time. Could everything you discuss is super interesting. Yes. If you could just speed up a bit and wrap up, because Christian actually would like to, should have already started. Really sorry for the interruption.
No problem at all. I'm actually on my last slide, so it's no problem. I think that this is just key to emphasize that there are alignments and coordination between what we see as international, perhaps more compliance-oriented frameworks and the voluntary carbon markets. So just to conclude, I think most would agree that we're at a critical juncture, but it's also a really exciting opportunity. We have to seize this in a coordinated way that doesn't leave any stakeholders behind, especially the communities that are most disproportionately affected by climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary, for this amazing overview. And just because time is pressing, I would like to first invite Christian to join, and we will have the opportunity, hopefully, to discuss a bit at the end of these presentations with Mary as well. So please, if you can stay online. So this is a great honor to have Dr. Christian Holzleitner here with us today, and to spend more time. Christian, please, you have the floor. We are really anxious to hear your presentation on the CRCF and EU's plans on this exciting decarbonization topic.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sophia. Pleasure to be with you. Thanks for having me. And yeah, I'll get right into it. You already got a very good introduction by Mary. You are all now experts on the voluntary carbon market. So I talk about what's happening in Europe. We want to build up a voluntary carbon market for Europe. I'm not sure how do I need to share now my slides? Okay, I should just do like this and okay, I hope you see my slides and I get started. Just for the very beginning, why are we doing this? What is our big objective in European climate policy? This is to make Europe climate neutral in 2050. So in 2050, on balance, we shouldn't put any more CO2 to the atmosphere. For this, we need to reduce our emissions. We're on a very good way there with the rollout of renewable energy, wind, solar, bioenergy. But we'll always have emissions in the system, like, for example, from aviation. So we also need to get better in getting CO2 out of the atmosphere and then keeping it with us here in our soils, in our forests, in the products that we produce out of biomass, like, for example, wooden buildings. And then at the end, we also need to take some of the CO2 when we burn the biomass, take the CO2 out of the waste gases and store it geologically, or, for example, through biochar. And I know, like in Greece, you are active on all these different stages of these new value chains, like carbon farming, but you are also looking into carbon capture and storage. And so we are starting here new supply chains that will be very important when we look towards the 2050s, 2060s, and beyond. And so we want first, before we integrate those methodologies into or these activities into our compliance markets, we want to have a voluntary market here. So to get started and to support all these great initiatives and projects that are already out there. And we do this along this new value chain that we are seeing. So carbon farming, afforestation, soil management and agroforestry, rewetting of peatlands are very important activities that can take CO2 out of the atmosphere and keep it here with us. With livestock management, we can still reduce a lot of emissions, for example, through better management of the manure. And then we have permanent removals. So when we use bioenergy, waste incinerators, and pulp and paper companies. So when you burn a lot of biomass, you can catch the CO2 from the waste gases and store it permanently. Direct air capture is another option. And then finally, also biochar. So, and as Mary said before, we want to create a harmonized standard in Europe. So certification schemes like Vera, Gold Standard, or others. We also have public ones like the Label Bas Carbone in France. They can then come to us and get recognized. And then they get, so to say, our quality stamp on that. And we will also set up a European-wide registry, so a European-wide marketplace that will be based on blockchain, where we can put together all these private or public registries, and then really create a European market for that. We will have independent verification by third parties. So these verification rules are already in force. So if we look at the timeline, we are ready to get very soon started with this voluntary carbon market for Europe. As I've already said, the rules on the certification process, third-party verification, registries have already entered into force. In 2026, we will be ready with our methodologies on the permanent removals and the carbon farming. We can start with the recognition of the certification schemes, and then hopefully very soon issue our first CSCF credits. So, but this is of course only one side of the market. This is the supply. So how do we create demand, a well-functioning market for carbon farming? So who's interested in investing into these credits? So we see a big interest from within the value chain, from the big food companies, from the big biomass companies that want to make claims to their investors, to their customers, that they are climate neutral. And so for that, they can then buy these CSCF credits from the farmers, from the foresters, to make these claims. And by that, generate new income, additional income for farmers and foresters. And by having one harmonized standard, we hope that we can help both sides of the market. Then we've also announced in the recent bioeconomy strategy that we want to set up an EU buyers club. So we want to aggregate the private demand of the companies that are out there who want to invest into carbon farming credits. We look how that can be best paired with public money. So to get that market started and to create a much bigger demand for the voluntary carbon market by having a European marketplace. And so we hope that also insurances, financial institutions, banks will join us. And then, of course, in the long run, we see a demand also from outside the value chain. Already talked about aviation. There will always be the use of fossil fuels, so there need to be offsets, but there are also other industries who will have ongoing fossil emissions and would need these credits to make their net zero claims. So we see a lot of interest from all sides of the market, and hope with what we are doing here, then we can really generate additional climate action. And just when we talk about carbon farming, when we talk about agriculture and forestry, there are so many co-benefits then for biodiversity, water, resilience, so that we hope that this will really be a successful initiative. Okay, I take my presentation away and hope that was a useful introduction to what we are doing at European level.
It was extremely useful, Christian. Thank you so much. I understand that you have other engagements and you will not be able to stay longer with us. We had tons of questions for you, so hopefully at another session in the near future, yes, we will have the chance to have more exchange of views with you. And again, thank you so much for this presentation and for your participation in our online conference. Sincerely, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So now, last but not least, then, we can pass to Secretary General Petros Varelidis.
Hello. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Secretary General.
Can I proceed?
Of course you can.
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
I heard the previous speakers. I just need to say, first of all, that I looked at the time schedule foreseen by the European Commission, and I sincerely hope that they can deliver. But still, I'm not very convinced that this is. I think this is a tentative schedule rather than an actual one, and I hope I prove wrong. But it's when you try to implement such an endeavor, such a new system that has many practical complications at the European level, a lot of practical difficulties arise that make the full implementation a little bit more difficult than is originally projected. But okay, let's hope that it will be. I will be proved wrong, and they will be proved right in their timetable. From our side, we have started working on setting up a VCM system in Greece since the beginning of 2023. The key for a VCM system is, of course, credibility. And in order to have credibility, you need, obviously, to comply with the basic principles that are depicted also in the EU regulation on VCMs. Like, for example, and most importantly, the principle of additionality. And the other extremely important issue is the issue of credibility, because why are we trying to do that ourselves in Greece? Because we believe, we like it or not, there is a credibility issue on the international credits. We all know of that problem, and this is something that can be much easier. It is much easier to assess it and increase credibility when you do something in your own country or in your own economic territory, like the EU is, rather than doing it in countries far away from where we are. And in order to have credibility, you need transparency. So you need clear rules on for the different types of project, being forestation or being soil management and forest management, being rehabilitation of old lakes that have been dried out, or being Posidonia projects, or being tree farming, trees that are productive from an agricultural point of view. So we look at all these different types of projects, and we're trying to set up sets of rules that are transparent, clear, and to a large degree kind of automatic, easily verifiable, because that helps transparency. And it's better to be less accurate and more transparent than the other way around. So right now we're in the process of setting up detailed rules for the methodologies for afforestation projects, forest management projects, and tree farming projects. And their verification, their validation and verification system. Of course, the validation and verification system will be uniform for any type of projects. So the idea is that we have clear methodologies, easy to verify, easy to implement in an automatic manner, not so much subjective interpretation, open to interpretation, or open to the judgment of the competent authority, the authority that is responsible for the issuance of the carbon credit, which is going to be the Ministry of Environment, or NECA. We'll see about that. And then the verification system that has to be robust, through certified, of course, verifiers that ensure also that for a time span the project is up and running, alive, and producing carbon credit, because it does actually absorb CO2. So that's from the side of the way we set up the system. Another very important issue, I think this was also raised by the Commission, is the issue of demand. Is there a demand? In our case, we have created, there is a demand. We've made a study for that to see how much is the demand and make sure that there is a demand. There is a demand. And also it has been taken into account that our national climate change law has included provisions that create the demand, because all companies that lots of entities that are not covered by the EU ETS, they have to comply by a reduction target of 30% compared to 2019 by 2030, and that by itself creates a demand in some cases for carbon credits, and that demand also can be fine-tuned if there's a need for that, by changing because we can do that by increasing the target of 30% reduction. And also at the EU level, we try to push forward, and I think not by ourselves, together with other member states. And I think this is a work in progress that is going the right direction, to eventually, because that's the goal, eventually to connect the voluntary carbon market with the ETS carbon market, and have a holistic approach from a market point of view, and combine the ETS credits with the VCM credits in order to have a fully functional market. In any case, this VCM market that we're trying to create in Greece, our intention is for it to operate through stock exchange, probably. So it's going to be like a stock market. Has similar characteristics to the ETS market, but of course that does not exclude the possibility of peer-to-peer projects, private entity producing carbon credits and then selling it to another private entity, provided, of course, that these credits are verified and certified, and they are continuously monitored by the state in order to ensure their robustness and credibility, as I said from the beginning. That's all from my side, and we hope, turning to the timetable, we hope that all this will be done by the end of 2026. Thank you.
Is that, Secretary General, overly optimistic or realistic, do you think, time-wise? I mean,
no, I think that's realistic time-wise, because these are ongoing open tenders, and there's already work that we have on our heads. We don't start from scratch. We just want to fine-tune what we're doing. And anyway, if you don't set a tentative target that is quite challenging, date-wise, then you keep postponing it for the future, and you never finish it. So we need to set up a deadline in order to make sure that it will happen, soon.
So now that we also have again Dr. Gilmore Maurer, Mary, in our company, so maybe I could just have you with us for another few minutes, not long. I swear, I know you're all very busy, and we'll also have a very interesting panel coming up on state aid law. But since we had Christian's presentation on the CRCF, we have been wondering, from both perspectives of, let's say, Vera and the member states' perspectives, how do you think this? I mean, I'll start with a question towards the Secretary General, maybe. So, do you consider that the end game is going to be a merge of all national VCMs and the CRCF and the ETS? How do you, as an expert and representative of the Greek government, see it? I'm not talking about for the next couple of years. I'm talking about the end game in, let's say, beyond 2030 or something.
Are you asking me or Mary?
Yes, please.
Okay, for me, there's no doubt that it's going to be emerged with the EU ETS. I mean, this is also
you mentioned that it is
stipulated in the new version of the EU climate law. So I think it's, you know, the seeds have been planted in the EU climate law. Of course, there are no trees now. We need to grow the
we need to plant them
and make them substantial. But I think that that's the whole point of doing this. And if there is a demand, I think there are ways to do it. And again, the key to that is credibility. Credibility is the number one issue, because that's what has led VCM to be kicked out of ETS to begin with. Okay, and for good reason. I fully support that. We were not ready at that time, so we need to improve the robustness and the credibility of the methodologies and the credibility of the verification and validation and verification schemes. And this is not a hint against the existing certification schemes. I'm just saying that it's not about only doing your job, your certification properly, but being able to convince everybody that you have done that properly. So that is what is at stake. And that's why we believe that if we make such a system through the ministry and having clear rules that everybody knows which are these rules, that will be a big boost in the credibility of the system, provided that we have, as I said, objective rules on how it works. Because originally we had some proposals that were based on specific studies that will prove how much CO2 we absorb. I can understand that from a technical point of view, this might be correct, but anyway, it's inefficient. We are not going to do it. We need automatic ways of, okay, cannot be fully automatic, but to a large degree, we need clear and detailed equations that lead to the CO2 credits. And of course, then later on, you need to follow up every year and make sure that you know, the project is there and is running the way it was supposed to be running.
Thank you. Maybe now the existing standardization bodies could.
In this context, from the perspective of certification bodies such as schemes such as Vera, the CRCF registry may now be complementary, but in the future it will probably be a reference point. Is this correct? A stronger reference point, emerging reference point, not just a complementary one.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I mean, I think as Vera, as the standard setter, we see it, and I would refer you back to the map I showed earlier on in my presentation. You know, Vera and its projects cover many regions within the EU, but also outside of the EU, and we also always need to have an eye to that. I think we definitely see greater coordination, possibly integration when it comes to raising standards, raising quality, raising integrity. And actually what we're seeing more of now, and that's why I gave the example of Corsia, you know, we're seeing kind of hybrids. So we're seeing a coordination between voluntary standards and compliance and compliance-based standards, whether that's CRCF, to kind of make use of because what we don't want is we don't want to reinvent the wheel, right? There are very, very robust, high quality methodologies, for example, already out there across various standards, not just Vera. And I think we also need to bear in mind the timescales that we have. I mean, as the Secretary General rightly pointed out, I think first comment was, you know, there was a concern about the schedule for this, right? What does it account for the practical challenges of implementation? So we have to, as much as we all need to be working towards this problem, we all need to be addressing it. I think the EU is in an incredibly fantastic position to do so in terms of standards and having a readily available market, if you will. And I like the ideas about how to ensure demand. I think that, you know, big food companies and then kind of using them to generate credits, that's fantastic. But I think there needs to be coordination with what has already been done rather than starting again from the beginning. And that's why currently I see more integration and coordination, as we have done with ICVCM, as we've done with CORSIA and Article 6 labels, just because these things need to be achieved within the next 5-10 years. You know, we can't maybe stop one thing to do another. I'm not saying that was proposed, but I'm being a little bit dramatic purely because I think we need to keep the timescales in mind and what we really need to achieve urgently within those timescales.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Makes absolute sense. Again, we could stay here for hours discussing with both of you, but I'm sure you don't have hours. We don't have, because there is another very interesting panel coming up, which I hope you have the time to follow. If not online now, live streamed, it will be recorded. If you, our distinguished speakers, don't have anything to add at this point, we will have to wrap it up, right? So we thank you very much, Secretary General, Dr. Gilmore Maurer, Petros, Mary, thank you so much, and let's hope for to have you again at one of our next conferences.
Thank you.
And now we should give the floor to Professor Antonis Metaxas.
Thank you very much. It was indeed very interesting to listen to all the panelists in the VCC panel. My special thanks also to Mrs. Gilmore, Mr. Holzleitner, and of course also to our General Secretary, Mr. Varilidis, and of course to my very dear and distinguished colleagues, Dr. Sofia Georgi and Ms. Harodaki. So now we get with a bit delay, and that is why I'm somehow insisting on keeping the time frame, because I do understand that everyone has commitments and the schedule has to be respected. Last but certainly not least, the panel regarding the interdependence, I would call it, between state aid rules and energy transition, with a remarkable lineup of speakers. It would be somehow strange if there were a state aid panel. I wouldn't like to moderate that. So I will immediately give the floor to Mr. Jan Papsch, who is the Deputy Head of Unit at the European Commission, responsible for energy and environment and state aid granted for that. So I very much welcome you and formulate our gratitude for you having the time to participate in our scientific conference. Sie haben das Wort, Herr Papsch.
Vielen Dank, many thanks and good afternoon. I hope you can see my slides. Yes, there they are, perfect. So indeed, this is about the Clean Industrial Deal Stated Framework, which was adopted this summer, so in June. It's a completely new framework, which is now seeing the first applications. So you have the first decisions which are being adopted, and we expect a lot more decisions to be adopted early next year. The framework was for a while in the making. It was already announced in the mission letter to Executive Vice President Rivera, and it has a clear purpose, which is combining, reuniting the industrial objectives that the Commission pursues under the Clean Industrial Deal, the decarbonization objectives which we pursue, and the simplification agenda, which of course the Commission as a whole is also pursuing. And state aid is often, state aid control, criticized as being too slow, too cumbersome, too burdensome, and of course we try our best to make it as efficient and as smooth as possible, while still respecting the legal obligations under the treaty to ensure a level playing field and ensuring legally stable and defendable decisions. State aid is a tool. We can contribute to the objectives of the Clean Industrial Deal. We cannot solve all the problems. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution. There are European funds, there are regulatory measures, but in all of this puzzle, state aid can play a role, and that's why we adopted the CSAF. This also moves on from the temporary crisis frameworks, which we had previously, the temporary crisis framework and the temporary crisis and transition framework. The latter has ended now, it's no longer applicable. And if measures were planned on that basis, they now need to be notified either on the basis of the long-term guidelines, the SEAG, or on the basis of the CSAF framework. There was a public consultation. We have received more than 500 replies from more than 500 stakeholders. Of course, this provided lots of valuable input for our framework. The framework is supposed to provide a longer-term stable guidance on Commission application. Of course, as you know, like other guidelines, this is to an extent binding on the Commission. We can deviate from it, but we need to specifically justify why we deviate from it. So the legal barrier for adopting decisions which are not implementing these requirements is quite high. So this is a good guidance on what you can expect from the Commission. It's supposed to apply until the end of 2030. The legal basis is a normal one. It's no longer a crisis legal basis 173B of the treaty like the TCTF partly had. Now this is just a standard legal basis supporting an economic activity. It's still applicable in parallel to other existing frameworks, in particular the climate, energy, and environmental aid guidelines and the regional aid guidelines, also others for transport, for instance. But it does provide a significant simplification, which means that for some chapters of those guidelines, now most measures are being assessed on the basis of the CSAF. What are the different chapters? You see them shortly listed below. It's accelerating the rollout of clean energy, clean, no longer green. So that's not only renewable, there's also other clean fuels in there. Supporting industrial decarbonization, the temporary support of energy costs. That's an absolutely new thing. We had 2.5 TCTF as a temporary crisis measure, but we never had a longer term framework which allowed for energy price support. Support for clean tech manufacturing. We have some demand side measures, tax support for purchasing of clean technologies, and we have a de-risking tool. If you're looking at the first two, one important element is that it's based on the use of schemes. So there's one limit in a way in this simplification. Ad hoc specific measures with individual beneficiaries normally don't fall under this framework. They stay relatively challenging sometimes to adopt. We incentivize the use of schemes. This makes it easier for us. This also makes it easier for the member state, and it is a lot fairer for beneficiaries because we then don't need to discuss why this specific beneficiary was selected and not another one. One idea that was maintained from the temporary crisis and transition framework is to have strict project implementation deadlines. The idea is still to accelerate the rollout of renewable energies, to have more renewables and more clean energy sources in order to also have cheaper generation of electricity and other energy carriers, and to decarbonize faster. But we have added some flexibility there if technologies don't allow for such a fast rollout. I mean, think about hydropower plants. This, of course, takes more time than a windmill does. Then there are justified possibilities to deviate from those timelines. There's also now so-called safe harbors for flexibility and capacity mechanisms. That means there's an annex which provides for requirements. If you meet those requirements, then we can tick the boxes relatively quickly and relatively quickly achieve an approval decision. If you don't tick all of those boxes, then at least the ones which are ticked can be discussed relatively easily. Otherwise, the rest must then be assessed under the climate, environmental, and energy and environmental aid guidelines, the SEAC. For instance, the requirement is to use the European Generation Adequacy Assessment as a basis. If national assessments are used, then we are back under the SEAC for this point at least and need to discuss it. But that's not excluded to nonetheless help accelerating the process somewhat if you manage to tick the other boxes. There's support for industrial decarbonization, of course, like we had in TCTF, but we have now more flexibility in designing the measures. And we include so-called safe harbor elements, which means if you tick those boxes, if you meet those requirements, then the approval is guaranteed in a way. If you don't meet them, there are more general terminologies which allow for a more detailed Commission assessment, but which can also require a more detailed Commission assessment and therefore make the process a bit more cumbersome. There's also some more limited use of natural gas, which is still possible under decarbonization measures. Completely new, in a way, in the long-term framework is the temporary price support for energy-intensive industries. There's a clear list for eligibilities. This is the existing Annex 1 of the SEAC guidelines that was for reductions in charges and levies. And this Annex 1 looks at the electro-intensity, but it also looks in particular at the trade intensity. So to what extent a sector is exposed to international competition. Undertakings from this annex are eligible if a member state wishes to implement such a scheme. Member states may also reduce this list if they want to have only a subset of those sectors eligible, but they need to justify this reduction. So they cannot just pick their favorite sectors. There needs to be a non-discriminatory approach to that. One important point is that this is non-cumulative with other aid, in particular with aid under the ETS guidelines. So assuming a member state has a scheme under the ETS guidelines and has maxed out the possibilities there, this is in particular interesting for those who are not eligible under the ETS guidelines, because normally those allow for larger aid payments. So this is not the biggest, but the, say, second biggest companies in the sector, the ones which are subject to international competition, but so far were not eligible for aid under the ETS guidelines. For proportionality, you have a number of requirements, which can be summed up as 4 times 50. You can give support for up to 50% of the wholesale price. This is a big difference from the approach under 2.5 TCTF. We are no longer requiring member states to look at individual energy prices for individual companies. So it doesn't matter at which price you're buying the market, your support is based on the wholesale price. The advantage of this is that there are still strong incentives for beneficiaries to maximize their purchasing price and to buy from the cheapest suppliers. This support can only cover 50% of demand. Another advantage, by the way, is administrative facilitation, because you no longer need to look at individual bills of beneficiaries. This is applicable for 50% of demand. So in quantity, you can only support half the consumption. And you may not reduce the wholesale price below a level of 50 euro. We achieved that after comparing it with international competition. We consider that below 50 euro, there's less of a justification to give this support. 50% of the amount of aid that you receive needs to be reinvested, but there's a lot of flexibility for the beneficiaries how to reinvest it. So the concept is that the beneficiary has to reinvest this for decarbonization and reducing the cost of the electricity system, but that this reinvestment occurs in a way that also helps the beneficiary, either by making a return on that investment or by reducing the costs in their main activity, so that they know the best and the most efficient way how they can use this reinvestment in the eligible investments that are given. Member states may also provide for other investments if they can show that the investments eligible would reduce the cost of the electricity system. There's a bonus. You can get a higher aid intensity if you use the money for demand flexibility. So if at least 80% of this investment obligation goes to investments for demand flexibility, for instance, allowing you to react more quickly to price signals and being able to shift your demand more quickly, then you can get a somewhat higher aid amount. The total measure is supposed to be a transitory measure, which means the time for getting the support is limited to 3 years. That does not mean that the guideline as such, or the framework, is limited to 3 years. But if a member state starts a measure, then until the end of the measure, you only have 3 years per beneficiary. That's meant to avoid a race between member states to get the measure adopted first. Support for clean tech manufacturing is, of course, very important. We have, in several sectors of the economy, a large dependency on third countries for clean tech. And compared to the TCTF, the scope has been broadened. Now, all of the technologies which are mentioned in the Net Zero Industry Act and their main specific components are eligible. Again, this is for aid schemes, so not for individual cases. If there is aid by a third country, you can also use matching aid. That was already a possibility in TCTF. This is somewhat challenging, of course, to prove, because you need to show that there is a link to aid by the third country, but it's a possibility. And in case we enter, again, subsidy races with third country, that is an opening. A very new element is that support for manufacturing is also possible outside assisted areas. That said, there are very different aid intensities allowed. So if you're outside of assisted areas, you have a maximum of 15% aid intensity and 150 million euros. If you're inside the most intensive assisted areas, you're going up to 35% of aid intensity, and I think 350 million euros. So the amount of aid is very different, but this is the first time that we are allowing support for manufacturing outside of assisted areas. There's also a change of approach to facilitate the implementation. The maximum aid amount is per project instead of per company, which means that in particular international companies which are active in several member states can have several times this aid granted for different projects. Finally, there's aid for demand-side measures. That's if you have purchasing support for clean tech, that can particularly use accelerated tax depreciation to incentivize beneficiaries to purchase more clean tech equipment for their activities. And there's a de-risking tool which allows member states to set up funds which are then reducing the risks for private investors willing to invest into renewables, energy infrastructure, and a circular economy. The idea is to allow investors who are very risk averse, let's say pension funds, to allow in those to invest in those categories, and then for member states to make the investments sufficiently risk-free. That's already all. I know we are short on time, but if there are any specific questions, I'm of course happy to discuss. Yeah, you are muted.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, because I don't see Mr. I don't see Mr. Paps. Okay.
Now you can maybe see me again as well. Perfect.
No. I just wanted to say that we thank you very much. This was a very comprehensive analysis of CSAF from the competent, let's say, lips, as we say here in Greece, from the competent person that is somehow supervising this activities of the European Commission. I would like to ask you if this is of course possible. I fully respect the fact that there is a certain delay, which we're trying to cover up, to stay also for a short concluding remark after we have finalized the presentations of the other speakers. If it's not possible, then I would like to again extend my gratitude for you being here, and I would like to thank you for that.
Many thanks. I'll try to stay online. I can't guarantee. It's still quite a number of presentations, I think. No, still 3 presentations.
Yes.
Yes, I'll try to stay online. I hope it works.
Thank you very much. Now I have the great pleasure to invite 2 distinguished colleagues, but also very good friends. This is Professor Caroline Boots from University in Brussels, and Zeppe Mees. Hello, Zeppe. How are you doing? Hello,
hello.
Caroline.
Hi.
I have the pleasure and honor to see you often in the last month, so in the last couple of days. So really happy to have you here, and as always, and looking very much forward to listening to your analysis on environmental principles and key evaluation lessons for the qualification and assessment of state aid in the energy sector. Floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Metaxas, and thank you so much for the kind invitation to also join for this event today. We've indeed prepared a presentation very briefly on a number of environmental principles and how they've been operated when it comes to state aid for energy, and also some key lessons that can be drawn in that respect from the evaluations of state aid schemes that have already been running. So taking you through the agenda, but also in light of time, I think we can directly kick off with our first context and introduction. So indeed, as already highlighted in the previous presentation, there is a wide area of opportunities to grant state aid when it comes to energy. And those are apparent in, let's say, the most obvious guidelines on state aid when it comes to climate, environmental protection, and energy aid guidelines, for example. But they also surface these possibilities in guidelines or frameworks where maybe we do not directly expect it explicitly, but also in terms of R&D&I, there can be a lot of opportunities to grant aid when it comes to new technologies for batteries, for example, under the GBER. So these possibilities to grant aid, they really are across the board when it comes to the state aid guidelines. Very important is also to see, and that has become very apparent from our evaluations, that we are dealing with a very volatile context. This is true in a regulatory side. Lots of things change in the world of energy, but also in terms of, for example, prices. And so this is maybe already a first call that we need to go to more, let's say, system thinking, because very often energy aid is being designed in support of very specific projects, but not always thinking about the broader context. And there we see some room for improvement, definitely. Also, if we look at the goals that state aid for energy is pursuing, we see a very broad variety of goals. And we can group them into several categories, but in fact, we are pursuing at the same time with these energy aids very often very different objectives. And it's not always easy to combine. And so on the one hand, we have everything related to environment and the green transition, also a push for more and more renewables. But more and more in the last years, we also see this call for, let's say, strategic autonomy, to be more independent as an energy system. So also there, we need to think how can these state aid measures help, not only in the transition, but also with security of supply. And so if we look at then with the measures that we've already had, how the EU is performing, we see very mixed results. And here I've put a few numbers when it comes to energy transitions. And here, for example, we see when it comes to only electricity production, In the EU, so what we produce ourselves, you can clearly see the share of renewables that is going up, right? So the green line here is going up and has taken over. So in our own production, the share of renewables is really now very much at the forefront. And so in fact, we score very well. When we come to the energy transition side, a bit next to it, we also see that the top countries, so the top 10 countries in the energy transition scores, they are all EU or EER countries. So if we take this set of glasses, then it seems very promising. However, if we move from the energy transition side to the more strategic autonomy part or the independence part that I also just highlighted, the picture becomes very different. Rather than being at the top of the class, we score rather low. The left graph, you can also see the green part, which is, for example, renewables and biofuels, which is just a small part of our total gross available energy by fuel that we have. And then if you think, how can we reconcile that with the previous part, is that in fact, we are still very dependent on energy imports. So while we produce a lot of renewables ourselves, electricity from renewables ourselves, if you look at the total energy that we need, a largest part of it is still coming from abroad. So if you see like EU average, the score is about 58. And so we are still very reliant on imported energy. And so this brings us to the setting of the study that we are conducting. And while it is not possible to look at all of these topics and questions at the same time, we've selected for our study and the presentation today just a few highlights. So a first question that we would like to go over is what are lessons learned across state aid practice on to what extent we now include environmental principles in our daily practice. And to that, we have looked at the state aid guidelines, specifically on environment and energy, to what extent they contain environmental principles. And we've also looked at the decisional practice, so really the state aid decisions on energy. To what extent do we have environmental principles in our mind? Or is this just some context, or is it really part of the analysis? Second part, we look at a number of exposed evaluations of schemes that have been running, and we would like to see what are lessons learned and how can we improve these for the future. Starting with the first part, the environmental principles. So the question, is this more like a context that we are working in when we're dealing with state aid and energy, or are they really part of our daily practice? This is just an introductory slide to see, okay, environmental principles, what do we mean? What have we looked at? And in fact, we looked at the principles such as the ones that appear in TFEU and TEU as well as in Regulation 2088 of 2019. And there are principles such as rectification at the source, the polluter pays principle, of course, precautionary principle, preventive action, environmental integration, sustainable development, and the DNSH, so the do no significant harm principle. So we've looked, in fact, to what extent do they influence our state aid for energy practice. And what we've done here, so we've looked at all of the guidelines that are on energy and environment, so G1 from 1994 until the more recent one, so G5 2022. And so we've not yet here included, for example, the CSAF. This is a bit of a different framework or a different lens that we're looking at. And we've basically counted here how many times are these principles explicitly mentioned in the guidelines. Interesting is to see that polluter pays principle throughout all the years has been always there and still continues to play an important role. And other principles such as preventive action is also very much there. And interesting as well is that the do no significant harm principle, there was not really a mention of these in previous guidelines, but more recently in the last years, this has become very much on top of the list as well. If we now see, okay, they are mentioned in the guidelines, but to what extent are they then really these principles integrated in our practice when we evaluate state aid for energy? Then we've looked at all of the decisions that have been taken in the context of one of these environmental and energy guidelines since 2022. So a huge number of state aid decisions that we've drawn from the platform of the European Commission. And there with NVivo, a software, with the help of this software, we've kind of scanned through all of these documents, all of the PDF documents for the mention of those principles. And interesting to see is that the polluter pays principle is very much operationalized and comes across in many of those decisions. So in the latest guidelines, as we see 15 mentions of this. To a lesser extent, the precautionary principle and preventive action. Sustainable development is very apparent, but here already a side note, this can mean basically relatively anything on sustainable development, so we have not focused too much on that, because sustainable can not only mean sustainable in terms of environment, but maybe also in terms of economic effects, etc. And then see this do no significant harm principle, very interesting. It has surfaced or mentioned 182 times in the decisions that we've seen under the guidelines, the latest form of the climate and energy guidelines. So this do no significant harm principle is mentioned multiple times in the practice. So here, in a few concluding notes already on the environmental principles, they are not merely context, right? So they are really principles that have gotten a prominent role in the state aid guidelines. In particular, polluter pays, preventive action, and the do no significant harm principles have also really been operationalized in the decisional practice. Of course, maybe to note, if we then look further into all of these documents that mention these principles, we see that there is a varying level of depth. So sometimes a principle can be just mentioned, and sometimes it is really part of a discussion regarding the compatibility, for example, of an aid scheme with the internal market. So there, sometimes it's a mention. You can say, okay, what does this mean? Can be varying thoughts on it, but sometimes it is really part of the analysis. Finally, here on this part, we also note that a very important step forward has been taken where basically as a response to the findings of the Aarhus Convention, that now also NGOs can request review of a state aid decision when environmental law is concerned. So when they have concerns about a specific state aid decision, they can also, as a party, take part in the process and ask for a review, be it that it's more of an ex post review and not directly in the decision-making process. But still, that's already a very important step, again, forward in terms of environmental principles. And this being said, I think I will hand over to my colleague Seppe regarding the findings of some ex post evaluations of energy aid schemes.
Voilà, many thanks. And indeed, maybe a first point, important point to make, even though ex post evaluations of state aid schemes is not always mandatory, we very much think it's a good idea to always implement an ex post evaluation, as it will contribute, it will help you in, let's say, your closed policy cycle. So the previous aid scheme will help you design the new one, will help you setting the agenda, and the lessons learned from the previous aid scheme can then be implemented in your next one. Now, we've skimmed through all the ex post evaluations that are available on EVALSA, the database of the European Commission. And there we've seen quite a few interesting takeaways. So regarding the direct impact or regarding what has to be measured, first you have, of course, the direct impact. So what are the positive and the negative effects? What is, for example, additional capacity of renewable energy triggered by the aid scheme? So you invested in a certain project, you provided funding to a certain project. What did this extra public funding yield in terms of additionality, in terms of extra capacity? And hopefully not, but in some cases, did it crowd out private investment? Did your public funding, let's say, replace private funding that would have occurred or that would have been available in absence of your public funding? Besides the direct impact, there's many indirect impacts to be measured as well, even though they are sometimes a bit harder to quantify. In the ex post evaluations, we see that it's mentioned quite a few times. For example, did your measure, your state aid measure, increase the share of renewable energy in the energy mix of the company, of the member state as a whole? And did your aid measure reduce greenhouse gas emissions? But more importantly, from an internal market perspective, from a competitive perspective, did your intervention as a government, as a granting authority, did it shift market dynamics? For example, was it easier to access for large beneficiaries, which is something we often see? And given the fact that those large beneficiaries then got public funding, did it increase their, let's say, market power, for example? And also, a relatively easy one, what is the impact on energy prices? However, there's also quite a few other evaluation dimensions that are often mentioned. One of them is cost effectiveness. So, for example, did your euro spent, so to speak, has it been spent in the most efficient way to the most efficient project? Did it create the most additionality, the most additional capacity, for example, compared to other available projects? And maybe were some alternative measures that do not necessarily have to be state aid, might have been a better idea, yes or no? And if we now go to the next slide, we see that we zoom in on solar, wind, and storage projects. Why? Because on Oivalsa, those are commonly available. We have quite a few of them to look into. The other ones, like hydrogen projects, we set aside for the remainder of the presentation. And we now discuss the main findings from these projects available. And regarding the incentive effect, we see that even though it's always meant well and relatively well researched, it's not always present. So we see in practice that companies or beneficiaries sometimes say, well, for us, it made as a business, it just made sense. We would have undertaken the project either way, but it's just a business decision to apply for the state aid that is available. But maybe fair to take or to mention, in most cases, an incentive effect is really present, and the aid was really needed in order to go on with the investment, to scale it up to the level it is at now, for example. Another takeaway we see is that there is a higher incentive for smaller projects. So a larger project, in principle, would have been financially viable either way, or would have been possible either way. Well, we see that for smaller projects, state aid can really make a difference. Those projects are often the ones that would not have occurred in absence of the aid. And there, we also see that there's more additionality. The incentive effect is a bit larger for wind projects compared to comparable sized solar projects. And one of the reasons might be that a solar project, for example, is a bit cheaper for the same capacity, for example. Then one of my favorite points in the aid schemes that we've checked is aid intensity as an evaluation criterion. So we see in a lot of aid schemes that the aid intensity, so the part that you fund from the total project cost, that it is a fixed intensity. And for example, the managing authority says, well, you get this percentage of aid compared to your project size. However, in a few instances, for example, the Romanian case, we've seen that aid intensity was not a fixed number, but rather a competitive criterion. So the lower you set your aid intensity, in practice, the higher chances you have of getting the aid, of becoming a beneficiary of the aid. We've also seen quite a few indirect effects, as mentioned before. So the larger firms, in principle, benefit more because even if you try to avoid it, requesting aid and needing state aid is often a complex thing with a lot of knowledge that has to be involved. You have to provide feasibility studies in some instances, etc. So you need experts. And of course, who can afford those experts? It's more often the larger firms. If we go to the next slide, we see, okay, proportionality, appropriateness, and the process. There too, we've compiled a few findings. So one important one is that aid intensity correlates negatively with project size and positively with cost per megawatt. And in theory or in practice, it just stays the same. The bigger your project is, the smaller your aid intensity will be. The less, let's say, the less or the smaller the part is of the project that has to be funded with state aid in order for it to make financial sense. If we take a look at the storage or the projects that introduce storage capacity as well, so that implement, let's say, a battery park, they require a higher aid intensity. Why? Because it doesn't make sense in a lot of cases to buy or to install relatively large batteries at the high price they're at with a relatively still small capacity. Then we have another takeaway regarding the aid instrument, and there we see that reimbursable expenses seems to be a well-appreciated aid instrument. The downside of this is, and this plays again a bit into the finding made earlier, that larger firms benefit more. This means, or this entails, that small companies have to first foot the bill themselves and get reimbursed later on, which is for a bit liquidity constrained undertakings, might be a bit of a break, let's say, on going green and starting investing in renewable energy sources. A very important one that can mitigate this evolution is keeping the application process relatively reasonable so that it's attainable to smaller firms as well. Or another thing we've seen in practice is that sometimes under one aid scheme, there are two different, let's say, routes to take, one for the larger firms and one for example, SMEs. Voilà. If you go to the next slide. Yeah. To conclude, we've seen that there's, for the time being, we have moved beyond the mere push for renewables. So as Karen mentioned, we now need more and more, let's say, energy independence as well, a bit more resilience. And just going green is, at the time being, given the current geopolitical context, maybe not sufficient anymore. And there we see if we have, as Caroline said, we have a relatively good amount of green energy already installed in the EU. But yeah, there are different caveats still to be addressed, for example, infrastructure. So there's a few case studies where we see that large projects which installed large solar capacity have to disconnect, for example, during peak hours. So just investing in extra additional green capacity might not yield the benefits that investing in infrastructure, for example, could yield. The same money spent elsewhere might yield more benefits. Then dynamic schemes are more future-proof due to falling technology costs. So I think it's well known in state aid that, for example, a grant is relatively distortive. And there we see, to take into account the dynamic market, maybe sliding scale premiums, for example, contracts for differences or reverse auctions with minimum price safeguards to avoid predatory bids, for example, might be a good incentive, might yield good incentives to invest extra. And then a very practical tip, a very practical takeaway from the evaluations we made is that already in the evaluation design, data needs should be clear and embedded in the agreement from the outset, because we've seen it's a very common pitfall, a very common problem encountered by evaluating authorities, that there is not sufficiently or that there is not enough data available for them to soundly conduct a quantitative analysis. So here, that would be a very important key takeaway. If you design an aid scheme, already mention in the design of that aid scheme ex ante, so before the beneficiaries get the project or get the funding, what data they should keep and provide to the managing authority, to the evaluating body, because it will save you a lot of headache in after the fact. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. I have to highlight also the fact that you not just presented the view of your science, the economic science, but you have also legal knowledge of state aid parameters, and something that I would like to highlight also for the very big audience that I've been informed that is currently following us. Professor Boots and Mr. Meis are also heading a very important project, because at the end of the day, some things have to be dealt with before national courts. And the effort that they do is a very substantial one, of course, in cooperation with the European Commission, because I can reassure you that the things that we're currently discussing, for example, the contents of your presentation, are not understood by the vast majority of national judges. And to the extent, and of course, we will be having the pleasure of having also Ms. Pantopoulou from the DG Comp presenting later on, and she will be perhaps more analytic on this aspect. There is substantial work that has to be done. Otherwise, at least as regards state aid enforcement before national courts, we're having theoretical, let's say, scientific discussions and one, because I now refer also to my function as a lawyer, standing before national courts, and I have to tell you that there is a substantial discrepancy between what we're discussing and understanding of basic issues regarding state aid. So thank you very much once again. I think that a state aid panel in an energy conference is somehow not complete without your presence. So it's I would be very much looking forward also to you participating in, because this year I will make sure that a scientific publication will follow. Because it's not about now the audience that we have to leave something behind. And this is something very important, and distinguished scientists as you are, it's very important that we all contribute to this effort. Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much. Our pleasure. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to Professor Dimitrios Kyriazis, who is assistant professor in Thessaloniki, in a very distinguished university here in Greece. Distinguished state aid expert, my colleague Professor Kyriazis, and I was also happy to highlight that, among others, he possesses this kind of expertise in his recent tenure proceedings, and we are happy to have him in the broader Greek academia. Professor Kyriazis, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor Metaxas, both for your kind words and for your very kind help so far, and for the invitation. It's a great honor and pleasure to be among you today, to be on this panel as well with distinguished colleagues. My topic will be very specific. I want to focus on the tax aspect of energy law and of state aid, environmental taxation, let's say. And I want to wonder in these few minutes we have together whether we're witnessing a return to national fiscal autonomy. Now, any discussion about energy tax and state aid or environmental tax and state aid will necessarily revolve around fiscal state aid, because it's the fiscal state aid case law of the Court of Justice that has given us the principles that we apply to energy state aid and environmental state aid. I have grouped them together. I will refer to either one, energy or environment, but as you know, they go hand in hand, both in the Commission guidelines and usually in court case law. So it's very interesting to note the interaction of energy environmental taxes with EU state aid law. It's a relationship that raises some awkward questions because various interests conflict. One, let's say, member states' regulatory choices, EU intervention, consumer interests, business interests, but also especially environmental protection versus an undistorted competition between undertakings, and many other, let's say, objectives like energy autonomy or energy solidarity. There are many things that come into play that are difficult to reconcile with the pure, let's say, competition goal of 170 FEU. Now, both member states and the EU have set many ambitious energy and environmental goals. And to be fair, energy taxes, like environmental levies, are a very good way of achieving some goals, because you might get a change in behavior by taxing a certain activity, but this might also distort competition, because this way you are channeling funds into a certain direction, let's say towards energy intensive users, or away from them, or towards users that pollute the environment, or away from them. And this way you are putting the hand of the state in the market, which is tricky in the sense that if it's selective, if it gives an advantage, the state aid prohibition will apply. But taxation also has another advantage for member states. It's not about giving money. It's about not collecting money. It's not like giving a check. It's like giving a tax deferral or a tax exemption is easier for most member states, especially smaller member states, because they might not have the budget to give money, but they have, or they feel they have, the luxury of not collecting some money. And also, lastly, to be honest, it's a way to give state aid in a covered manner rather than directly. Now, the interaction with energy law and environmental law, it's very clear in primary EU law, and I will skip those slides. I just have them here because I want to show you that there are horizontal provisions that apply to 107 TFEU as well, but we also have to use the Commission's discretion here, right? It's 107.3, especially C, about environmental protection, and this has been expressed very well in Commission soft law. I won't go there because the previous speakers both analyzed a lot of soft law and very I think eloquently. So I will skip CSAF and I will skip all the guidelines. I want to go straight to the definition, because for anything that is fiscal aid related, general fiscal aid, tax energy, levy of energy, levy of environment, it all comes back to selectivity essentially, because usually there will be an advantage. State resources, imputability, distortion of competition, effect on trade. So there's only one potentially missing that can salvage the measure from the perspective of EU state aid law, and that's selectivity. Here I've taken the paragraphs from the notice of the notion of aid, but let me show it to you schematically. What is the schema? 3 steps. Let's say you have an energy tax on certain users. First, you have to find the reference framework. What is the main tax, the normal tax? Then you have to see if there is a derogation, meaning is the energy tax difference between some users treating similar situations differently? If yes, there is a derogation, there is prima facie selectivity. Third, is there a justification? Here the burden of proof is reversed. That's very tough for member states to disprove, and thus usually prima facie selective measures are also conclusively selective. However, and that's what I will show you before the end of my presentation, there has been in the past few years, and even this year, a bit of a return to national tax autonomy on the definition of the reference framework and also the definition of derogations, based on which we could extrapolate and apply this to energy tax and environmental taxation. Now, external objectives, let's say environmental, energy objectives, cannot help us in the third step. I make the measure non-selective. They only apply to the compatibility of aid. So you have to first have state aid for you to then argue before the Commission that it's whatever compatible with the internal market because it serves the energy union or whatever. But let's look at the structure of particular levies, taxes that are particularly on environment or energy goals. Here, the fact that you impose a levy on some activities, but you do not impose a levy on other activities, doesn't automatically mean there is a derogation. It's not like having a tax and then having an exception, and a levy that is specifically based on certain elements might be, as the Commission says, the levy might be the reference framework itself, might be a self-sufficient form of giving tax measures another spin, so to speak. Now, energy and state aid has contributed to the definition of state aid. All state aid lawyers would know the Andrea Vian case. That's an energy case, essentially. And from the Andrea Vian case, we have the basic selectivity test that we still apply today. What is it? Look at the end of the slide. The comparison with other undertakings which were in a similar factual and legal situation in light of the objective pursued by the measure in question. So Andrea Vian gave us a very specific direction, which is you look at the goal of the tax and of that particular measure and of the goal of the member state. And from then on, do you judge the comparability of two undertakings? Not the comparability in general, but their comparability in light of the goal pursued, which for a tax, for a levy, could be a certain discouragement or encouragement of a particular activity. Ecological considerations could theoretically justify it, but not automatically. We have more case law here, British Aggregates, another famous case, saying that the need to take into account environmental protection, or let's say an energy goal, cannot justify excluding selective measures from Article 107. Yeah, but what the ECJ should have said is not automatically. It might justify them, as we will see in later case law, but it will not happen automatically. You cannot simply say, I am serving an energy goal by taxing two activities differently, and therefore this measure is not selective. It might still be selective and need justification, but it might not be, depending on how consistent certain criteria are applied. And that's why I have some Spanish regional environmental tax cases that I've spotted from, and that you know already, from 2018. I'm going to just analyze one because they're very similar. And I want to show you the deference, the respect showed by the European Court of Justice to certain national tax choices related to environmental protection and to energy, let's say, consumption. They're important because they touch upon regional taxation in a sense. They're very sensitive, but the key thing was obviously selectivity. Let me actually show you the measures. They were about Catalonia, Asturias, Aragon, and they all introduced regional taxes on very big malls, large retailer malls. And the stated objective was to counter the effect that these big energy consuming malls, very big pollution producing malls, shopping centers had on the environment. So what was the measure? There was a tax on large retail establishments because they produce adverse effects on the territory and the environment, the cost of which they do not bear. How was the tax triggered? If the sales area was greater than 2,500 square meters. So size was the objective criterion. Size was the criterion for the imposition of the tax. A very big mall would pay the tax. A bit of a smaller mall would not pay the tax. Now, obviously, a seasoned state aid lawyer would say, that's a very arbitrary criterion. You know, what's that about? Is that objective? Is it arbitrary? Why not 2,400? Whatever. So this is how it worked. There was an exemption if you even if you occupied more than 2,500, if your goal and your industry was you had a very large garden or you had certain whatever activities that justified you occupying a lot of square meters, and you also had a reduction if you were selling furniture or other things where you needed to showcase them and thus this got a lot of space. So the measures that were potentially sources of state aid trouble, fiscal state aid, was the non-taxation of establishments that were smaller, the exemption from taxation of certain establishments that exceeded that amount, and the reduction of tax for certain establishments that exceeded that amount. So three potential sources of trouble of selectivity in the non-taxation or the reduced taxation of certain malls, of certain shopping centers. Now I'm going to take you straight to the key paragraphs. I'm going to skip most of them. Look at 52. The purpose of the tax is to contribute towards environmental protection. Here we could have whatever, replace that with energy self-sufficiency, another, let's say, legitimate goal of the EU. Now the ECJ accepts that how much you pollute depends largely on your size. The bigger the size of the mall, the bigger the pollution. That's what the ECJ says. Consequently, the criterion of size, which seemed perhaps arbitrary to some, is consistent, the ECJ said, with the objectives pursued. So, such a criterion is okay because it differentiates between undertakings that are not the same. And thus, it's not selective because you are treating different situations differently, not similar situations differently. Therefore, there was found to be no selectivity, no selective advantage. And I add one paragraph from the other, from the Asturias judgment, which is not found in the Catalonian case. Look at paragraph 48. The determination of the threshold, so 2,500 or 2,400 or whatever, comes within the discretion of the national legislature, so deference, and is based on technical complex assessments that the court only has limited powers to review. So if it's not manifestly inappropriate as a criterion, it will be allowed to stand. Deference showed in fiscal state aid cases, which is very rare for the European Court of Justice, or at least it was very rare in 2018, and therefore the Spanish regimes were found to be valid, to be neutral, not to give state aid, thus they were not abolished, they were found to be okay, despite the criterion purely based on size. Think about it, because this could also help a lot in the design of national energy taxes that could differentiate between undertakings on the basis of a criterion of size, as long as it's not completely, out of touch with reality. What are the conclusions from these cases? That the ECJ does check whether the scope of the measure is consistent with the objective, obviously. The non-taxation has to be, consistent with the taxation. However, the court might be very rigorous in its examination or might show deference. Some people say that these cases were sensitive and the regional authorities were given deference because of the system in Spain of the constitutional layers of government. Perhaps in a non-federal state, the ECJ would have been stricter. In my view, I disagree. I think it would have been the same outcome. One more case, and then I conclude. I promise I will stick to the time. This case from this year, although it's not on energy state aid, it is on fiscal state aid, however, and I think it could apply to energy taxation in the future. It's a very generous ruling towards member states, because in President Miasta Mielka, the Grand Chamber of the ECJ told us on the 29th of April this year that the general and abstract exemption is not to be classified as state aid. Meaning, if you have a rule and you have an exception, and the exception seems to be general and abstract and open enough, it will be added to the reference framework and it will not constitute a derogation. Why? And this is something that helps us, because states, through direct taxation, they do not only pursue budgetary objectives, but they also pursue other objectives, which are the objective of the reference system. So the ECJ is accepting the fact that tax is not only about collecting money, but it might also be about discouraging energy usage or environmental pollution. And all of this taken together might form the objective of the measure, which is something that helps member states, because it is in the light of the objective that the selectivity comparison on the second step will take place. And the ECJ here is actually very correct, I think, because if all of this was selective automatically and every exception was a derogation, everything would have to be notified and would have to be approved by the Commission. So the Commission would substitute member states' judgment in taxation. That's a correct finding, in my humble opinion, and in line with the Fiat and the Angie cases that are also fiscal state aid cases. So the conclusion here, this was a property tax, as I said, it wasn't an energy tax, but I think we can extrapolate. The conclusion here is that an exception is not automatically derogation. Sometimes exceptions might be part of the reference framework. How do we reconcile this with other case law, like Spanish goodwill, also a fiscal state aid case? I don't think it can be reconciled. I think it's a reversal, of course, by the ECJ, which is good, because Spanish goodwill was overly broad. It almost introduced behavioral selectivity. And I think perhaps Miasta Mielka, which is also Grand Chamber, right, cannot be combined with the Spanish goodwill case. It probably is about limiting the effect of Spanish goodwill and going more into a deferential mode, giving more deference, more respect to national tax autonomy, and in this way, being compelled to agree. Overall conclusions, and I stop here. Member states' tax autonomy remains the norm, even when pursuing energy or environmental goals. However, it is threatened, of course, by several parts of EU law. State aid law is the key threat here. But the ECJ has demonstrated deference in the last 5 years. Anged, Asturias, Aragon, Miasta Mielka, in principle accepting, first of all, that not all tax exceptions are automatically also state aid derogations, and thus selective and need justification. And second thing that the ECJ has accepted, it has forced the EU Commission to accept member states' interpretation of their own tax law, as long as that tax law, let's say an energy levy, is consistent with the provisions wording and doesn't go against national case law and national administrative practice. Therefore, what the themes are national tax autonomy, but also consistency, and consistency seems to be key. Thank you very much for your attention.
We thank you very much. You highlighted in a very, let's say, transparent manner the, let's say, the tensions between tax autonomy and the need for effective state aid control, because sometimes On the other hand, state aid control is somehow also a tool in the hands of the European legal system and the European Commission to somehow also intervene in certain, let's say, measures adopted by the member states that also have a character of a more international cooperation with third countries and third countries' corporations, etc. And I also thank you very much for, let's say, bringing me back to the to my years in Berlin, where I chose state aid as a thesis, as a subject of my PhD thesis. It was a very eccentric decision back then, even for German standards. And Adria Wien was British aggregates were back then the latest case law. So it's a bit also melancholic because I have witnessed things that were actual then, but now it's somehow the history of tax-related state aid legislation. So it's thank you very much. Professor Kyriazis, I would really also like, and I underline that, your contribution also to the scientific publication that will follow. But I'm sure that we will have the chance to discuss about that. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Professor.
Now I give the floor to Marianne Clayton, a distinguished lawyer and state aid expert. I'm always very happy to discuss and listen to what she has to say. Marianne is going to, and it's of course a pleasure to have her on today. So Marianne is going to present an analysis of a key provision of CSAF. Marianne, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor and a pleasure. I will share my slides now, hoping it will work. Do you see them?
Yes.
Very good. So off I go. So I will be talking about the temporary electricity price relief for energy intensive users, which is section 4.5 of the CSAF. Mr. Papsch already talked about it a little in his presentation, so I will not repeat what he has already said because I'm also conscious of the time. So I will go to the main point he hasn't covered. First point, which I think is very important, is what is the raison d'être, the reason for this specific section. So this specific section is an interesting one because it comes from a demand from the stakeholders. We already had it in the TCTF as a really temporary measure, and now it's entering as a more stable measure, so to speak. So it's the result really of the fact that over the recent years, there has been a significant increase in the electricity prices. And there's been a fear that due to this increase in the prices and also the gap with the other member states or other big world partners, there would be a risk that some companies may decide to leave the EU and relocate outside. So in order to avoid what is known as this carbon leakage, it was decided that something had to be done at EU level. It was also mentioned in the famous Draghi report that something needed to be done, but not anything. It should be a measure which would be temporary and which would also take into account the fact that the differences between the different member states with the different prices and different markets should be reflected. So this is what is the reason for introducing this section 4.5. So let's have a look and see exactly how these concerns that I've just presented have been taken on board. So let's start with the scope and the eligibility. So as I mentioned before, we already had this kind of measure of temporary relief for high prices for electro-intensive in the TCTF, but it was based on a different legal basis. It was based on the serious disturbance to the economy. Now we go back to the usual, more standard legal basis, which is Article 107.3c of the TFEU. Interesting to note that we are really talking here about a measure, a price relief measure. There is a measure regarding tax levies, but this possibility to deal with tax levies and to reduce them for electro-intensive users is addressed in the SEAG, so it's a different measure. So who can benefit from this measure? So as we said before, it's electro-intensive users, but it needs to be also beneficiaries that will make an investment. So it's kind of a transactional approach to state aid. You can get state aid to a certain level if you comply with certain conditions, but you need to do something in return. You need to invest in green transition measures. The CSAF, as it is drafted, doesn't really give so much indication as to the type of measures that are concerned. Could be renewables, energy in efficiency. So this is quite a wide definition. Member states can actually really have quite a big margin of maneuver here. They can grant reductions from the wholesale electricity price, irrespective of the source of supply. So it could be auto generation, it could be electricity supply contracts, and it could be grid supply. So what sectors are we talking about? This is very important, of course, because we're looking at a measure which is really targeted at a certain type of company, targeted at electro-intensive users. So we can refer back to Annex 1 of the SEAG. As I explained before, there is a provision in the SEAG, which is section 411, which targets really the possibility to have a reduction on certain type of levies for electro-intensive users. So the electro-intensive users have been defined in an annex to the SEAG. So we're looking at the typical companies we would think of, manufacture of flat glass, cement, etc. Or there's another condition, which is more a scientific approach to the definition of what is the electro-intensive for the purpose of the CIAF. So we have different criteria, which I've presented on the slide. And it's basically really making sure that the measure targets companies that are, for whom there is really electro-intensive use. So there needs to be a proportion of how important is the electricity cost in the total costs. This is to reflect what is an electro-intensive, but there's also another criteria, which is that the exposure to the trade. Because of course the issue is also to make sure that those companies would not want to leave the EU. So here you have the different conditions that need to be met in order for a company to be qualified as an electro-intensive. The conditions, which are the non-Annex 1 conditions, is for the member state to really prove that the company or the sector concerned meets these criteria. So there needs to be supporting data, and it needs to be confirmed by an independent expert. Second, another condition is that the aid must be granted via a transparent, non-discriminatory scheme, and there needs to be an estimated budget. It's important to specify here that member states, again, they have quite a lot of flexibility, and they can really decide to focus on a specific sector. And this will depend on the economy, on the member state, on the priorities of the member state. So they can really limit the scheme to a specific sector, taking into account the exposure to electricity costs or the importance of the sector, the strategic importance of the sector for the economy, or also security or resilience of the internal market. But of course, we're in the state aid world and we're in the EU law world. Such criteria, they should of course not be discriminatory. They must be justified. They must be based on real justified reasons. And they must be, of course, applied in the same manner to all the undertakings concerned. This we go back. We look at the undertakings. If they're in a similar factual situation, they belong to the same sector, they should be treated the same way. The member state cannot use this as an excuse to discriminate. Next issue is incentive effect and proportionality. Of course, in the state aid world, in order for an aid measure to be compatible, fundamental principle, there needs to be an incentive effect, and the aid must be proportional. So the incentive effect is that, of course, the aid must be granted in a manner that it will change the behavior of the beneficiary. In the case of Section 4.5, this principle translates as in that the aid must be applied for and paid within the year of cost or the next year. Proportionality limits here, it's really the core of the Section 4.5. Proportionality limits. What is proportionality in state aid? Proportionality means that aid that is given must be exactly the exact amount of aid. It should be the minimum amount of aid required to obtain the objective which is pursued. And here we go back to the rules of the 4 50s, which Mr. Papsch mentioned earlier. Here we have the 3 first 50s. The next 50 we will find in the following slides. So what are these 4 50s? The first one is that the aid must be maximum 50% of reduction of the average wholesale electricity price. 50% reduction over maximum 50% of the annual compensation. And then there is a price floor which is applied, which is that it applies only if we're looking at equal or maximum above 50 euros per megawatt hour. So these are the 3 standard principles that need to be complied with. And then we have the number 450 rule, which is that, as I said before, we're in a bit of a transactional approach to state aid here. So in order to benefit from the aid, subject to the conditions I've presented before, the beneficiaries must invest more than 50% of the aid into decarbonization-related projects. So they get the aid, but they must give something back in return. Eligible investments include, it could be new investments, but it can also be modernization or retrofitting. And again, it could include renewable energy generation capacities, energy storage solution, demand-side flexibility, energy efficiency improvements. There can be different options. An important point that we really need to stress is that the investments themselves, which are made as a transaction for the state aid, so to speak, these investments cannot benefit from any other form of aid. There is no double funding allowed. And the projects must be operational within 48 months of the grant of aid. So we can see here that there are quite strict conditions and that the investments must really take place. Possibility to benefit from a bonus of an additional 10% support, so in addition to the 50, if more than 80% of the total investment concerns demand flexibility. There is a strong focus, positive focus on investing in demand flexibility and improving flexibility. The member states will have an obligation to verify and to report annually on these investments. So I've provided you now for the general presentation. As Mr. Patch said before, the support may last for up to 3 years. Of course, we're not talking here about the duration of the CSAF, the legal text. We're talking about the support granted on the basis of the CSAF, which may last up to 3 years, and all payments must be finalized by 31st of December 2030. So this CSAF document is very interesting, offers new possibilities. It's very recent. So regarding the issue of this particular section, we don't have any decision yet by the Commission. So we will have to see. How it goes, and see how things will evolve. As always with the state aid measures, it's very good to offer an interesting toolbox for the member states to introduce new schemes, but it all depends, of course, at the end of the day, of the member states. Do they actually want to implement the measure or not? It's also true that we have a floor of 50 euros per megawatt hour as the price. So member states have different price levels in their own countries. So it's not as attractive for all of them to introduce this measure.
Thank you very much, Marianne. It's indeed a very important thing that European Union must find, let's say, certain tools to have a reliable and consistent industrial policy, because I witness that also here in Greece every day. Energy-intensive users, especially in this region, but I guess this is overall the same, do complain about high energy costs and the fact that there is something that I would call perhaps a regulatory asymmetry between them and their competitors from third countries with whom they are in direct competition, even in European markets, as regards end users and customers. And when your competitor has not this state aid problems that you, of course, have to have in order not to have a distorted market in the European Union, then you have an overall distortion of competition that is actually to the detriment of European industrial users. So it's of course important that public money is being spent in a rational manner. But on the other hand, this, let's say, international background and the fact that the European Union is not a fence, but actually European industrial clients of electricity suppliers to compete also with other undertakings from third countries is a very interesting factor that has to be taken into account. And I really hope that CSAF will be a transparent but also flexible instrument for them to somehow cope in this very difficult circumstances. Once again, thank you very, very much, and I will be very much looking forward if you could find the time to contribute to the scientific publication that will follow. And my best regards also to Maria, which I had the pleasure of meeting the other day in Berlin. Thank you very much, Marianne.
Thank you.
Now I give the floor to Mrs. Pandopoulou, who is a case handler at DG Comp, one of the most, let's say, distinguished scientists, apart from her institutional position, in the field of state aid. I had many times the pleasure of actually understanding that and seeing that. And let us now concentrate, and I think that she will do that in her analysis about practical issues such as recovery of unlawful and incompatible state aid, and the implications of this necessary mechanisms. Ms. Pandopoulou, you have the floor. Thank you very much for being here with us.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Professor Metaxas, for your kind words and for the invitation to present today on recovery. I have a presentation. So I understand this is the last presentation for today, and we will look into recovery of unlawful and incompatible state aid. You already know that the energy sector is heavily regulated and relies on mechanisms that can be qualified as state aid. So it's really important to have state aid compliance. And now we will see also what happens when we don't have compliance. So I will start with an introduction that state aid control exists to prevent distortion on the market. So when member states grant selective economic advantages, and you have already heard that advantages can take different forms, fiscal measures, grants, so all this be notified to the Commission unless there is a clear exemption of notification. So when state aid is granted without notification to the Commission, this aid is unlawful. When the Commission assesses aid and cannot approve it, then the Commission orders recovery of that aid. And I want to stress out from the beginning that recovery is not a punishment to companies. Is a way to restore competition on the market. So let's start linking into specificities. First, we start with the legal basis. So the legal basis is found in the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, Articles 107 to 109. This article set the rules. State aid is prohibited unless it is approved by the Commission. I want to really point to Article 108, paragraph 3 of the treaty. This article contains the standstill obligation. So the standstill obligation is a technical term that we use when aid when aid is granted. That actually says that aid cannot be granted without approval. So granting aid before the approval is unlawful. The procedural regulation is a regulation that says the procedure the Commission follows and how recovery works. Case law of the EU courts, of the Court of Justice. Actually, the origin of recoveries is found. The origin is found in the case law of the Court of Justice. The Union courts have consistently heard that member states that have granted incompatible aid have to abolish these measures and need to re-establish the previous situation on the market. And last but not least, I want to refer to the notice, the recovery notice, as we say. It's a notice published by the Commission. It's only binding on the Commission, but it sets the rules that the Commission follows as regards recovery, and also includes references to the relevant case law. So let's move on. When recovery is ordered. In this presentation, I focus on the public enforcement of state aid rules, as we say. It's when Commission orders recovery. And as already mentioned, the Commission has the exclusive power to determine whether aid is compatible with the internal market. When the Commission sees that aid has already been granted and this aid cannot be approved, then it adopts a negative decision ordering the recovery. This is an obligation on the Commission. It doesn't have discretion unless the recovery would go against the general principle of EU law. These general principles of EU law, there is no exhaustive list, but just to tell you, for example, res judicata or legitimate expectation are some usually grounds mentioned by beneficiary in a member state to prevent recovery. And when the Commission orders recovery, it adopts a decision that it's addressed to a member state, and this decision includes the obligation to implement the recovery. As I said, this is a scenario that the Commission orders recovery. Of course, we have other scenarios that can lead to recovery. For example, in case the Commission has approved the scheme under CSAF or under a tax scheme, let's say, then during the implementation, if there are errors in the implementation of this scheme to specific beneficiaries, then this is a situation that can also lead to recovery, and then the member state authorities are also required to recover the aid that was not granted in accordance with an approved scheme. But let's go back now to some principles of recovery that apply in general. So I will again stress that recovery is not a fine or penalty. In other areas of competition law, in antitrust, you may have heard fines imposed on companies, but this is not the situation here in state aid. The purpose of recovery, you can see it on the slide, is to remove the distortion of the competition in the internal market that occurred with the granting of incompatible aid. The advantage that the beneficiary enjoyed over incompetitors. And that's why recovery, when we talk about recovery, we talk about recovery of the full amount of aid plus recovery interest. The reason for requesting the recovery of interest is to cover this advantage that a company may have enjoyed over a period of time for having this free of charge an amount and using this amount, the amount of aid. And a few words about procedure. So recovery is ordered by the Commission in a decision, but is governed by national law, and it must be immediate and effective. The Commission sets in its decisions specific deadlines for recovery, and usually this is a 4-month deadline. This means that the member state has 4 months to recover the incompatible aid from all beneficiaries. So now let's see directly the impact of recovery, first on national authorities and then on the energy sector and companies. So recovery, of course, creates substantial administrative and political challenges for national authorities. When national authorities deal with the recovery order, they need to identify the beneficiaries, so who actually benefited from the aid, and calculate the aid amount that need to be recovered, and then quickly enforce the repayment of the aid. In this process, as you have seen, there is a very short deadline. 4 months is not a lot of time, so we must ensure that national law allows for this quick implementation of recovery. Obstacles in recovery left, I will mention a process as well, and there is often with energy keeping to raise emissions report payments of energy from they have to imagine if the aid has been granted for a long period, then the interest is also a high amount. So this can create liquidity risk for the company. You have already heard that yes, when a measure is incompatible with the internal market, it has to be abolished. That means that it's possible that the contract has to be revised, the conditions may change. And I wanted also to mention here that legitimate expectation is an argument that rarely succeeds. So a beneficiary cannot really claim that they didn't know that the aid was unlawful and that the member state, by granting the aid to them, created legitimate expectations. The case law of the court is very strict in applying this principle, and it had ruled that this can only be accepted in very, very exceptional circumstances when the Commission has granted assurances, specific assurances to the beneficiary. A diligent operator on the market should check and know that aid, if a company receives aid, that this aid was duly notified and approved by the Commission. And of course, recovery is challenging for the company. I already mentioned liquidity, litigation risk. Of course, we have the private enforcement of state aid or national enforcement before national courts. Competitors can bring claims, and courts requesting damages. And reputational concerns, state aid cases may end up in headlines in the press, and this can have some reputational risk for the market standing of companies. I also wanted to mention that we have some case law that also states that companies that have received incompatible aid and have to repay that aid may not be eligible for new aid. So, of course, you see this is a constraint that a company may be required to repay previous aid in order to receive new aid. And with that, I want to conclude this presentation and summarize the core messages. So for today, recovery aims to bring back fairness of the market. Again, I want to say this is recovery is not a sanction, is a correction on markets. So compliance is must delay. Strategic risks are also significant. So it's also important to keep in mind that proactive compliance is essential when it comes to state aid compliance and can prevent costly surprises and recovery. So with that, I thank you very much, and I give back the floor to Professor Metaxas, and I don't know if we have time for questions. Hello?
Hello. So I'm not Professor, as you can see. Unfortunately, Professor Metaxas has a very urgent medical meeting, and he had to leave. So I'm taking over from him. Mrs. Padopoulou, dear Teti, your presentation has been very excellent, as always. And I would have a million questions, but because time is pressing and we have a short last-minute addition to our agenda by a colleague lawyer who was planned to participate in our conference and due to some emergency she couldn't, but thankfully at the last minute she can join us, Mrs. Elena Sandberg. I would like to take the opportunity and welcome Mrs. Sandberg to our panel and invite her to give us her input. Mrs. Sandberg, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Sophia. And thank you for being back again. I have been speaking on this forum many, many times, and I think it's an excellent one for communicating state aid policy, particularly in the energy field. As Sophia was saying, I was out and then in again. So thank you for the accommodation last minute, and I'm not going to take up a lot of time. The one aspect I wanted to talk to you about today is the fact that we have CSAF, which I don't think I have to address in detail, but the fact that it is based on, should we say, an untested need for renewables. We all know that with the war between Russia and Ukraine, the withdrawal from Russian gas and our general climate goals, in the sense that we want to decarbonize, we generally, all EU member states support that we have more power produced by renewables. And that has led, that was actually the underlying concept of the CSAF, that we need to give state aid to renewables. And in order to get that state aid authorized, conditions which you normally check for having aid authorized for renewables are no longer checked. In order to understand those kinds of conditions, I thought I'd just take you through why was it that we started with giving support for renewables? How did that story start? Well, it started with the fact that when you sell your energy at the energy exchange, it is organized in the merit order. So the cheapest first, and then we go up the ladder with gas, oil and gas, coal, etc., until demand has been met. And you start with the cheapest first, and then second cheapest, and so on. And the price is fixed by the type of energy that supplies the moment demand is met. So if we go from renewables first, and then typically coal, and then gas, or oil, and then gas, typically it is the gas price that sets the energy price. What does that mean for the renewables? That means that when they are, as we have just gone through, they are the cheapest, they're at the bottom, they usually get their cost covered. And here I want to stop for a moment, because the energy exchange is only based on the operating cost. So you don't even talk about the construction cost. You bid in your electricity price merely on the basis of your operating cost. And that is also why renewables is at the bottom, because it has almost no operating cost and is therefore the one that is able to go first. Well, how do then renewable operators or any other operator cover their construction cost? Well, for example, in the case of the renewables, because they are not the price setters, but typically gas, there is a bit of a piece for them, or a chunk of the price that they can use to cover their construction cost. And that is, I was going to say, supposed to at least cover a large part of their cost. Except that renewables are so expensive, so they have very high construction cost, and therefore typically, even if there is a bit of additional margin for them to get their cost covered at the energy exchange, they will end up not having their costs covered. So therefore, that is, to go back to the beginning, that is the reason why we want to support renewables. So we know that no one will invest in renewables unless they know beforehand that they will get support for the additional bit of construction cost that exceeds what you can get on the energy exchange. And what is it then that we want to achieve by supporting renewables? Well, as with almost anything that we give state aid for, we want to end up in a situation where it becomes commercial. How do we do that? We give as much as possible support for renewables, more and more are constructed, and thereby the cost, both the construction cost and the operating cost, comes down. And by that, renewables should be able to cover their cost solidly on the basis of the price that can be achieved at the energy exchange. So that is the whole thinking behind support of renewables. When we were going to adopt the CSAF, the message given to the drafters were that because of the situation with Ukraine, because of the climate goals, we need renewables no matter what. We are not going to look at, as we usually do, when you want to authorize aid for renewables, whether that member state even need the energy. Normally you would say, hey, here is Greece, or here is Denmark, or here is Sweden. We want to have more renewable energy. And the question would be back to them, but do you need that additional power? Do you have power enough to cover your demand? With the CSAF, that question is not asked any longer. And therefore, you risk ending up in a situation where the supply with the additional subsidized energy that what the member state is asking to have aid for, with that new energy, well, then you oversupply the market, too much power for the demand. And I was going back to the beginning now. What does that mean for the price? If you have too much demand compared to supply, that means that the price will go down. And as I was just explaining, it's crucial for the renewable operators to have as much as they can have covered by the energy price, or by the construction cost from the energy price at the energy exchange, to have as much as possible. And of course, the more the price drops, the worse it will become for them. And it will become worse for those that have finally achieved to become commercial. So if you have, and we do have this now, at least in Denmark, and I think it's beginning now also in Spain, we do have some renewable operators that now are able to survive solidly on the price that they get by the energy exchange. But then what happens if you then give subsidies to further renewables that then will flood the market with supply, meaning that the price will drop and that they no longer can have their costs covered? What does that mean for them? That means that they will have to leave the market. And if they will leave the market, what you will end up with is a situation where the subsidized ones, the ones that you now want to give aid for, essentially will replace the unsubsidized ones. That is the most undesired result that anyone could think of, and certainly not what one had in mind when one was writing the CSAF. So what am I saying with all of this? I'm saying that the CSAF has been written on the basis of market circumstances that are not the ones that we have today. Because, of course, if you give subsidies in a market where everybody depends on subsidies, you don't have distortions. But if you give subsidies in a market where some of them already are commercial, then you can end up in a situation where you push out the commercial ones and end up only having the unsubsidized ones. So bottom line is that if we are going to go ahead to give, without any doubt, support state aid for renewables, we need to have a different pair of glasses when we have a situation where we already have commercial operators on. And since we are very much stressed for time, I'm going to cut it here because I think my biggest message was on a couple of these flaws in the CSAF, and say thank you for participating. I give the floor back to Sophia.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Elena, for your very interesting intervention. I would have, as I said before to Teti, loved to spend hours with all of you, all the participants, to discuss and delve further into this so much interesting discussion. Unfortunately, much as we at HARRY and surely our audience and the rest of the speakers would have loved to do so, we are constrained by time because we are already quite late and we finished much later than we had anticipated and planned. Well, this is what happens with very interesting events, so I take it for as a good evolution development. So with this, I would like to thank all our excellent speakers most warmly, hopefully renew our rendezvous for next year or at other events, extend our sincere gratitude to our sponsors, and formally declare this conference closed. Thank you all very, very much. See you all next year at our next year's conference. Thank you.